Chapter 721, Side Story, Lake Kingdom 2, the day after the Victory Declaration Ceremony. Lake Kingdom's King's Castle, Audience Chamber. The king, who had been filled with dignity and joy until just yesterday, now sat on his throne with an extremely dark expression. In front of the deeply concerned king stood a young woman and man. The woman was Princess Ariel and the man was Christian. It was Prince Christian. The prince, who shared the same beautiful silver hair and turquoise eyes as his sister, emitted a somewhat precarious aura. The king reprimanded the prince. "Why didn't you attend the victory declaration ceremony yesterday?" Christian, standing silently, did not answer. The king's fist slammed down on the armrest of the throne. "Do you not realize how important yesterday's event was? Envoys from major countries around the world had gathered. It was a chance for you, the future king, to meet them and make your presence known. Why did you not show yourself? Do you really wish to break your father's heart?" Christian remained silent. The king held his forehead with his hand and shook his head. "We almost embarrassed ourselves at a place meant to uphold our country's prestige. In the end, Ariel took care of everything you were supposed to do, and she did it flawlessly." Christian's eyebrows twitched, and a curt voice came from his tightly closed mouth. "Then just leave it to Ariel from now on." "What?" Christian sneered at the bewildered king. "Even the position of the next king. Give it to my excellent sister instead of me, the useless one. Ariel will surely handle it all perfectly." "You! How can you say such things?" The king was not the only one shocked. Ariel also looked at Christian with a pale face. Just as the enraged king was about to shout at his eldest son, "Cough, cough!" Instead of an angry roar, weak coughs escaped the king's lips. He covered his mouth with his hand, coughing continuously. Blood seeped through his fingers. "Father!" Ariel, alarmed, rushed to the king, while Christian, in a state of shock, could only watch as his father coughed up blood. "Ha ha!" The king barely stopped coughing up blood. Holding back tears, Ariel wiped her father's mouth with a handkerchief. The king, receiving his daughter's care, quietly looked at his wayward son. "I don't have much time left, Christian. Look, even after defeating all the monsters in the world and becoming the king of the most powerful country on the continent, life is still this futile." The king shook his head. "Do not waste your life, Christian. It's not too late. If you start your training to become the heir now, you can still be the next king of this country." But before the king could finish, Christian turned around and stormed out. "Christian, Christian, cough, cough," calling out his son's name. The king coughed heavily a few more times. Blood-stained lips muttered, "That foolish boy, I don't have much time left to cover for his stupidity. Father, I have no choice, Ariel. If your brother doesn't come to his senses soon, I will name you as the crown princess. You will be the next king." But Ariel shook her head firmly. "Father, even though my brother is lost right now, with the right people guiding him, he will surely become a good king. I will support him well. So please focus on recovering your health." Looking blankly at his smiling daughter, the king bitterly lowered his head. "Please take care of him, Ariel, both your brother and this country." As a king, as a father, unable to hide his complex feelings, from an early age, Christian felt out of place. It was because he realized that his sister Ariel was better than him in every way. And not only in the talents necessary to be a king, but also in character. He realized he was inferior to his sister. "I think it would be better if I just disappeared." Mage Tower Street. True to its reputation as a magical kingdom, the Lake Kingdom was filled with various mage towers and research labs. Christian was in one of the largest facilities, the Mage Research Lab. Christian, sprawled on a large sofa in the director's office, grumbled. "If I weren't here, Father wouldn't be hesitant and troubled, and Ariel wouldn't be suppressed, unable to spread her wings. Please don't say such things, Your Highness." Director Durandahi smiled awkwardly, trying to soothe Christian. "You know how much His Majesty the King and Princess Ariel care for and love you." "Damn it, yes, I know. They love me, which is why they cover for me living like this. But," Christian sighed deeply and sat up, "that makes it even more miserable. Your Highness, I want to be recognized legitimately, but the more I try, the more I realize Ariel is a better fit for the king," Durandahi cautiously suggested. "Then, how about achieving a great feat?" Christian's eyes widened. "A feat? What kind of feat?" "A feat grand enough to be recognized as a king-worthy accomplishment." Durandahi scratched his chin sheepishly. "However, the Lake Kingdom has defeated all monsters and even holds world dominance. There's hardly any enemy left to defeat or any great feat to accomplish. But there is one urgent matter, isn't there? Lowering his voice, Durandahi glanced around. His Majesty the King's health. Rumors about the king's health had been circulating secretly for years. Efforts to cure his illness had been made everywhere, but there was no improvement. The king, despite his young age, was dying rapidly. Derendahi lowered his voice even more. This is a story I heard from a clan of shamans from the eastern continent. Christian's shoulders trembled at the ensuing words. It is said that there was a magic of immortality on the far side of the eastern continent. What? Immortality? Yes. There are rumors that the downfall of the eastern continent was because of that magic. So we have been investigating it in our research lab, and it seems quite credible. We've even narrowed down the expected location. Durandahi looked at Christian with a subtle gaze. If you could find this magic of immortality. Christian shuddered. If he could really find the magic of immortality, Father would recognize me. The father who always looked warmly at his sister, but only spoke cold and stern words to him. The father who always blamed and scolded him for his shortcomings, might acknowledge his achievements, perhaps even praise him for the first time. And if I can bring back the magic of immortality, I could restore father's health and gain recognition from all the kingdom's mages. The only thing the Lake Kingdom, a nation of magic, had not overcome was one thing: time, and with it, aging and death. If he could bring back the magic of immortality, all the kingdom's mages would praise Christian's achievement and submit to him. Lost in hopeful thoughts, Christian soon sighed with a darkened face. But I can't leave my place. He was a prince, likely to become the next king. If he were to leave for the ruins of the eastern continent, his father would never allow it. But as if anticipating Christian's words, Durandahi smiled. In that case, we've found an interesting experimental subject. Ha! An interesting experimental subject. Yes, please follow me. Following Durandahi's lead, Christian headed to the underground of the research lab. There, in a glass enclosure, was a boy with a vacant expression. Gesturing towards the boy through the glass, Durandahi spoke. A non-citizen living outside the outer wall. We found him while gathering magical materials in the sewers. We were so surprised that we purchased him immediately. What's interesting about this non-citizen? In the Lake Kingdom, people were divided into the magic-using class, citizens, and those who could not use magic, who were treated like livestock, non-citizens. Citizens were further divided into commoners, nobles, and the royal family. For Christian, a royal family member, observing a non-citizen was unfamiliar and uncomfortable. But the next words were even more outrageous. Doesn't he look alike? What? To you, your highness. He looks remarkably similar. Laughing loudly, Durandahi manipulated a magical panel on the glass, causing the boy's hair and eye color to change. The boy, who had dull grey hair and eyes, now had silver hair and turquoise eyes. And then, how can this be? Christian muttered in surprise. To his astonishment, the non-citizen boy resembled Christian, not only in appearance, but also in their unique aura. With a bit of perception-dampening magic, most people will think this boy is you, your highness. Since you rarely engage in public activities, if you're careful, you won't be discovered. Lost in thought, Christian glanced at Durandahi. The search of the eastern continent, how long is it expected to take? We estimate about a month. Durandahi nodded. So this substitute only needs to cover for you for a month. All right. Christian, having made up his mind, nodded firmly. Let's do it, Durandahi. Yes, your highness, I will prepare immediately. As Durandahi left the underground room, Christian called out, Thank you, Durandahi. I'll make sure to repay you greatly someday. Ha ha. No need to mention it. Durandahi smiled kindly. Your highness's happiness is my happiness. After Durandahi left, Christian turned his gaze toward the boy in the glass enclosure and slowly approached the glass wall. Christian nodded toward the bewildered boy whose appearance had suddenly changed. Hey, you. Yes, yes. What's your name? The boy hesitated and answered in a barely audible voice. I don't have one. What? Non-citizens usually don't have names. I'm sorry. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Christian raised his voice in front of the shrinking boy. From now on, your name is Christian. Yes, but while I'm away, you will be my shadow, my stand-in, my substitute. You must pretend to be me. Christian asked coldly. Can you do it? There was no way he could say he couldn't. Non-citizens follow orders. That was the life of a non-citizen in the Lake Kingdom. If they didn't follow orders or failed, they would die. The boy, squeezing his eyes shut, tremblingly bowed. "I will do as you command, your highness." A few days later, Christian boarded a ship prepared by Durandahi and set off for the eastern continent in search of the magic of immortality. And the nameless boy, having received intensive training to act as the prince's double, was secretly placed inside the castle. "Remember, the moment you're discovered, you die," Mage Research Lab Director Durandahi had repeatedly threatened. Mimicking the prince is easy. No matter what anyone asks, don't answer, and just scowl as if you're angry. The prince is known as a rascal, so no one will easily approach you. Just stay quiet in your room. Understood? Finally, Derendahi had firmly grabbed the boy's shoulder. "If you do well in this, you won't have to worry about your livelihood in the future." Wearing a perception-dampening necklace, the boy stood awkwardly in the middle of the prince's room. How did this happen? He still couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. Just a few days ago, he was cleaning up rat carcasses in the sewers, and now he was pretending to be the prince of this country. But it's not a difficult task. I just need to stay quiet and endure for about a month. The boy, trying to calm himself, nodded firmly. "Brother!" The door burst open, and Princess Ariel came running in with a bright smile. "Ice cream from the north has arrived. Let's eat together. I saved your favorite ice strawberries, brother." Frozen in surprise, the boy soon came to his senses. She was the sister Ariel, the person the prince had warned him to be most cautious of, the only person in the castle who was kind to the prickly prince. It's okay. Just do as practiced. Just do as practiced." With the cold expression he had practiced relentlessly for the past few days, the boy narrowed his eyes and looked at Ariel. But before he could say a word, "Shing!" Ariel drew her sword from her waist and pointed the blade sharply at him. "What?" Before the boy, who was stiff with shock, Ariel demanded in a firm voice, pointing her sword at him. "Who are you?" "You're not my brother. Who are you?" Not even an hour had passed since the boy started pretending to be the prince in the castle. Having done nothing, he was immediately discovered. Feeling aggrieved and bewildered, the boy couldn't help but swallow a tear. Chapter 722. There were two people Christian warned the substitute boy to be cautious of. One was his sister, Ariel. The other was the nanny who had taken care of both the prince and the princess since they were babies. "Nanny, nanny!" Ariel forcibly dragged the substitute boy to the nanny's room. "Oh, my prince and princess, welcome." The nanny was the great witch known as Coco the Severer. Besides her duties as a nanny, she also served as a guardian for the royal children. The king had appointed her, the most powerful magician among his retainers, as the nanny and guardian for his two children. Coco, who was also their magic teacher, smiled kindly. "It has been a while since you both visited together. It makes this old woman very happy. What brings you here?" Nanny looked closely. Ariel shook the substitute boy by his collar. "This isn't my brother, he's a fake." "Yes." Coco furrowed her brows and scrutinized the boy closely. The boy swallowed nervously and averted his gaze. After a moment, Coco tilted her head and stepped back. "He is the prince." "No, he's different, completely different. Look closely." Finally, Coco used magic to examine the substitute boy and let out a surprised groan. "This is astonishing. The princess is right. A high-level perception-dampening spell is cast on him, and there's also a transformation spell. His voice has been altered too." Now understanding that the prince before her was an impostor, Coco raised her hands in amazement. "Truly incredible. If not for the princess's keen eye, I too would have been deceived. Can you undo the spells cast on him? I'll give it a try." Soon after, the substitute boy was stripped of his perception-dampening necklace, and his hair and eye colors reverted to their original dull gray. "I'm doomed." He would surely be punished for impersonating the prince, and the real prince would be furious at his failure. With his mind going blank, the boy sat there in a daze while Ariel and Coco marveled and were shocked at his transformation. "No other magic is cast on him. It's amazing. How can he resemble my brother so closely? They say there are 3 people in the world who look alike, but princess, what's important now isn't the resemblance." "Oh, right." Shing. Drawing her sword again, Ariel demanded answers from the boy. "Tell us the truth. Who are you? Where is my brother right now?" "Ah, um." Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he faced the sword pointed at his throat. He had no choice but to confess. He revealed that the real Prince Christian had gone to the Eastern continent in search of the magic of immortality. The Mage Research Lab director, Tyrant, had accompanied him, and it was under his orders that the boy was acting as a substitute. They estimated it would take about a month since there is no teleportation base there, but they can return immediately using magic. So, I was supposed to avoid detection for that month, caught as soon as it started. With a desolate expression, the boy mumbled. Ariel, exasperated, furrowed her delicate brows. Immortality magic. There's no way such a thing exists. What is my brother thinking? Nanny Coco chimed in. Indeed, even if such magic exists, it would be more like a curse than a blessing. Coco shook her head, and to seek out such a thing, the prince must have been desperate. My brother is really a fool. What my father needs is not immortality magic. Stopping his wandering and standing firmly by his father's side. That alone would make the king happy, but the prince, plagued by his inferiority complex, couldn't see that at all. Sigh, Ariel sighed deeply and placed her hands on her hips, standing before the substitute boy. All right. Since things have come to this, you must perfectly impersonate my brother for the next month. The fact that the prince left for a month without informing the king, and that too to the already ruined Eastern continent, would not be well received, especially given Christian's reputation as a troublemaker, which was already straining his father's patience. While Ariel wasn't sure if she should commend her brother for preparing a substitute, she decided to monitor this impostor thoroughly to ensure no harm came to the real Christian's reputation. I will always be by your side to ensure you don't cause any trouble while pretending to be my brother. Pardon, you princess. Yes, I will. So if you had any plans to do something foolish while pretending to be the prince, forget it. Though he felt it was unfair, the substitute boy, given the situation, could only sniffle quietly. Ariel gestured to him. So what's your name? Pardon, I can't call you brother. What's your real name? The boy hesitated before answering. I don't have one. What? How can you not have a name? I am a non-citizen, the lowest of slaves. Non-citizens usually don't have names. Ariel, shocked, hesitated before asking again. But surely people called you something. Well, my masters usually called me a slave or the slave. Wow, really? That's horrible. Unable to bring herself to call him that, Ariel shook her head. Then let's give you a temporary name for now. Let's see. Naming a person wasn't like naming a pet, so Ariel pondered carefully. From Ariel's thoughtful lips, the article used by his previous owners slipped out. Ari, dare. Pardon, the boy muttered in confusion. Ada. What? No, I was just mumbling. A name consisting only of articles doesn't make sense. Ariel frantically waved her hands, but the boy blankly repeated the strange name. For some reason, when that name slipped from Ariel's lips, he felt a sense of destiny. It felt like his name. Since I'm just a substitute, temporary, a fake, the boy lowered his head. That name is enough. Please call me Ada from now on, princess. The boy smiled sheepishly. Thank you for giving me a name. I'll cherish it. It was strange to see someone with her brother's face smiling so weakly and innocently. Feeling a mix of nostalgia and strangeness, Ariel couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you're not a bad person, which is a relief. Ariel extended her hand to the boy who had been kneeling before her, now known as Ada. All right, for the next month. Let's get along, Ada. Ariel smiled brightly. I will make sure you don't get caught while pretending to be my brother. Ada hesitated to take the princess's offered hand, only staring at it. If he hadn't been caught, he would have grasped that hand as the prince's double. But now, with his true identity, a lowly slave, revealed, it felt like a distant, untouchable thing. So instead of taking her hand, he bowed deeply. Ironically, during the time Ada acted as Christian's double, the prince's reputation improved significantly. He no longer lost his temper without reason, nor did he skip royal events without notice. Though expressionless and quiet, he consistently appeared with Ariel at various places, inspected the kingdom in place of the ailing king, and handled royal affairs alongside her. Rumors spread that the prince had finally reformed. Stories of a troublemaker turning over a new leaf are always popular. Hearing the steadily improving evaluations of Christian, Ariel sighed. It would be nice if my real brother changed his ways too. Sigh, behind Ariel, Ada, feeling awkward, blinked. As they were busy handling various state affairs, Ariel's hair had come undone. The red ribbon she always wore was slipping loose. Hesitating, Ada spoke up cautiously. Princess. Turning around at Ada's call, Ariel muttered shyly. It's strange to be called princess by someone with my brother's face. Ha ha. So what is it? If it's not too forward. May I fix your hair? Realizing her hair was messy, Ariel exclaimed and adjusted it herself. Ada quickly waved his hands in apology. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I was just surprised. Ariel laughed and turned her back to him. Since my brother would never do this for me, please go ahead. Yes, then. Ada carefully untied the red ribbon from Ariel's hair. Ariel's dazzling silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Shaking her shoulders lightly, Ariel explained. My late mother used to tie my hair with a red ribbon when I was young. She said it suited my silver hair. So I've kept this style all my life. Even though I'm about to come of age, and it feels a bit childish, it still suits me right. Indeed, it did. Gently and meticulously brushing and tying Ariel's hair with the ribbon, Ada agreed. It was the first time he had seen such soft and beautiful hair. Ariel's shining hair was like strands of pure silver, and through the long hair, glimpses of the princess's white nape. Though he had been swept along, without any will of his own, to play this role at this moment, Ada felt glad to have come to the royal castle. He was happy to be able to comb and tie the princess's hair. Finally, Ariel's hair was neatly done. Glancing in the mirror, Ariel smiled brightly and turned around. Wow, you're good at this. What did you do before coming here? Pardon. Before you came here as a substitute. Your touch is delicate and skilled. Momentarily dazed, Ada stammered his reply. I did whatever work was needed. As slaves, we couldn't choose our tasks. Ariel was unaware of the life of non-citizens, especially the lowest slaves, so she listened carefully to Ada's rambling explanation. The slaves where I lived stayed in shared quarters. Every morning, citizens would come to take us for various tasks needed outside the outer wall. We were assigned all kinds of dirty and rough jobs daily. This might sound strange, but citizens didn't like us being dirty. We had to be clean before heading to work. Citizens saw non-citizens as parasites on the Lake Kingdom, useless beings who couldn't use magic, living off the magical kingdom. If these parasites were also dirty, they were despised even more. So, to cater to the citizens, non-citizens had to maintain a clean appearance. So, we had to tidy up before leaving for work, and I ended up fixing everyone's hair in the quarters, living in quarters with hundreds of other slaves. Every morning, Ada became a hairdressing expert, braiding and combing everyone's hair. Just a trivial story. Finishing his story awkwardly, Ada realized Ariel was staring intently at him. With clear, turquoise eyes, Ariel called his name in a refreshing voice. Ada, momentarily lost in thought, Ada snapped back to attention and answered hurriedly. Why, yes. Visit often. Tell me about your life in this country as a slave. Ariel smiled warmly. I think it will help in making this country better in the future. Turning her gaze from the dazed Ada, Ariel looked at the papers on her desk. They contained her upcoming schedule. By the way, there's an urgent event next week. On the papers Ariel set down, the words Royal Ball were visible. Ada, who could read, paled. Noticing his reaction, Ariel asked with a wry smile. Ada, do you know how to dance? Chapter 723. Ada, do you know how to dance? Ada stammered. Of course, he could dance. Non-citizens had their own culture. But Ariel was obviously asking about formal royal ballroom dancing, and Ada had no experience with that kind of dance. Originally, my brother didn't particularly enjoy these events, so he didn't dance often. But we never know what might happen. Ariel smiled brightly and extended her hand. I'll teach you enough to get by at the ball. Come here. And so, from the evening, bathed in the red sunset, until the night, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Ariel gave Ada a crash course in social dancing. To onlookers, it would have appeared as if the silver-haired, turquoise-eyed prince and princess were happily dancing together. Fortunately, Ada had a knack for dancing. He quickly learned the steps, and soon the fake siblings were spinning around, practicing their dance. Dancing with someone who looks just like my brother feels a bit strange, Ariel said, covering her mouth with a laugh. But the one who felt the strangest was Ada, pretending to be the prince in the royal castle just because he looked like him, and now practicing dance steps close enough to feel the princess's breath. Is this really happening? In a daze, feeling as if he were floating in a dream, Ada learned to dance from the princess. All right, the ball is tomorrow, the day before the ball. After teaching him not just dance steps, but also party etiquette, and whom to be wary of, Ariel, looking slightly tense, spoke. Tomorrow will probably be the most dangerous time for you while pretending to be my brother. Let's make sure you aren't discovered and get through this. The day of the ball. This ball was a sort of after-party following the Victory Declaration ceremony. While the Victory Declaration was about showcasing national strength to foreign guests, this was a celebration among the people of the Lake Kingdom. It was an event hosted by the royal family, and with the king absent due to illness, it was essentially a party that the prince and princess had to oversee. Thus, Ariel was extremely busy. Beside her, Ada did his best to impersonate Prince Christian. Countless guests came to offer their congratulations to the prince and princess. Each time, Ariel would greet them by name and exchange pleasantries, while Ada would agree appropriately and follow her lead. Phew, we've managed well so far. After hours of greetings, Ariel, with flushed cheeks, fanned herself and smiled at Ada. Though slightly tired, Ariel maintained a composed demeanor, while Ada was completely exhausted, slumped in a chair. He had never imagined that receiving guests could be so exhausting. I thought royalty just played and enjoyed themselves all day. He was completely wrong. Royalty had their own set of hardships. But if I had to choose between the two, of course, he would prefer to live as royalty. Ada glanced at Ariel. She was wearing an elegant dress and looked stunningly beautiful, cooling her flushed cheeks with a fan. Despite being more elaborately dressed than usual for the ball, the red ribbon tied behind her hair was the same as always. He had tied it for her that morning. Noticing Ada's gaze, Ariel lightly shook her head, gently touching the ribbon. "Ha ha, no matter the event, I can't give up this ribbon." She then playfully winked. "Thanks for tying it so well, brother." The fact that he had left a mark on someone as exalted as the princess made Ada's heart flutter for some reason. At that moment, music filled the ballroom. It was time for the main social dance. People flowed to the central hall of the ballroom, each taking their partner's hand. Ariel watched the scene with a joyful smile. Suddenly, Ada hesitated. He knew it was presumptuous, but he had one wish he wanted to ask the princess. Not just practice, but a real dance. This was the first wish that Ada, the slave boy who had lived day by day without dreams, had ever had. He swallowed hard. "If only I could dance with you just once." But before he could voice his presumptuous request, Prince, a woman dressed as splendidly as a peacock, approached him. Barely recalling her identity, Ada awkwardly spoke her name. "Ah, Duchess, would you grant me the honor of a dance, Prince?" And almost simultaneously, Princess. A middle-aged knight with a stern expression approached Ariel, leading a young knight. Ariel recognized him and nodded in greeting. "Ah, Sir Baltimore. My son wishes to ask the princess for a dance, if that is acceptable." The middle-aged knight stepped aside, and the young knight, face flushed red, bowed deeply and extended an arm to Ariel. With a skilled smile, Ariel took the young knight's hand. "Of course." Ariel and the young knight linked arms and moved to the central hall, and Ada, hesitating, was pulled to the center by the Duchess. The music began, and people spun around, dancing. Ugh! Despite having practiced diligently for the past few days, Ada knew his steps were clumsy. He struggled not to step on the Duchess's feet, and as he fumbled, he glanced to the side, meeting Ariel's gaze as she watched him. Ariel smiled and mouthed the words, "You're doing well." Ada's heart thumped loudly. Uncertain what this feeling was, unsure if this was a dream or reality. Dazed, Ada danced, swept along by the waves of people. The fake prince and the real princess, side by side, each holding the hand of a different partner, danced in circles. Round and round, round and round. After successfully making it through the ball, there were many more events and schedules, but with Ariel's help, Ada performed his role without incident. And soon, the month was nearly over. "You've done so well, Ada." Ariel called Ada and praised him. "I've received a message from Director Durandahi. They will return to the Lake Kingdom tomorrow." "Oh," Ada sighed deeply. The time had come for the prince, who had gone to the eastern continent, to return. Seeing this, Ariel smiled softly. "It must have been hard for you, being dragged here because you look like my brother. You must be exhausted, both in body and mind." "No, no, not at all." Ada frantically waved his hands in denial. "It has been an honor beyond measure for someone like me to live in the royal castle." He meant it sincerely. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to resemble the prince, he would never have had the chance to live so well, even for just a month. and he would never have had the chance to be close to the princess. Thank you, even if it's just empty words. Ariel laughed, covering her mouth, and suddenly handed something to Ada. Here, this is my gift. Pardon, you've worked hard for a month, so I prepared this. What Ariel handed him was an eyeglass case. When Ada, puzzled, took it, Ariel laughed awkwardly. When you first arrived, we did a physical check to see if you really were my brother. Ada, your eyesight is terrible, isn't it? Ah, yes. I do see a bit blurry. Having worked in dim, underground places with poor lighting, Ada's eyesight had deteriorated despite his young age. It's more than just a bit blurry. So you must have seen me as blurry all this time. Ariel opened the case and took out a pair of thick glasses, approaching Ada. I had these made for you. They'll help you see better. As Ariel held the glasses by their arms and moved closer, Ada tensed up. Ariel gently placed the glasses on Ada's face, her hands brushing against his warm earlobes. The world, which had always been blurry, became clear as the lenses covered his vision. How is it? And at the center of this newly clear world, the princess, as if made from the brightest parts of all the sunshine in the world, was smiling brightly. Can you see well? How should he respond? Can see well didn't even begin to cover it. How could he describe this sight, this feeling in his heart? Cursing his poor vocabulary and even poorer status, Ada bowed his head deeply and managed to speak. Yes, I can see very well. Thank you, princess. I will cherish these for life. Ha ha, no need for life. I'll get you new ones if your eyesight changes. Ada blinked, not quite understanding. Ariel took a deep breath and explained. Ada, after my brother returns, would you consider becoming my attendant? Pardon, you learn quickly, and we might need a stand-in for my brother again. And you tie ribbons well. So I want to keep seeing you at the castle. Ariel's face grew serious. Most importantly, what I've heard from you about the lives of non-citizens. It was a shocking revelation that broke my narrow perspective. Over the past month, Ada had told Ariel about the lives of non-citizens in the Lake Kingdom and what the kingdom looked like from outside the outer wall. This had changed something inside Ariel. Ada, I want to change this country for the better. Ada looked at the princess, who seemed to be gazing at a distant, lofty place. Our country prospered through magic, but I know. A country can't be ruled by magic alone. Ada stared blankly at the side profile of the princess as she looked at some distant, lofty place. Our country has prospered through magic, but I know. A country can't be ruled by magic alone. Magic is just a tool. A country must be governed by its people. We can't rely on a single resource to sustain our nation. When that resource runs out, we face a significant crisis. History teaches us this lesson. Ariel shook her head slightly. But right now, our country divides people based on whether they can use magic. This extreme structure will eventually corrode the country from within. I want to gradually change this country, and I want you to help me. Seeing Ada's blank expression, Ariel hastily added, Oh, of course. If there's something else you want to do, you're free to leave. You've already endured enough being forcibly brought here for a month. No, no, that's not it. I want to stay by your side, princess. Ada blurted out urgently, then turned red as he realized his words might have sounded strange. He quickly added, If I can assist you in your endeavors, whether as a servant, a stand-in, or in any capacity, I will gladly stay. Ariel let out a small sigh of relief and smiled softly. Thank you. Then, instead of a farewell, let me say this. Hearing her next words, Ada also slowly smiled. Let's continue to rely on each other, Ada. The next day, the expedition to the eastern continent returned to the Lake Kingdom, bringing not the magic of immortality, but tragic news. Prince Christian had been caught in an accident and gone missing in the eastern continent. Chapter 724 Durandahi, the head of the expedition to the eastern continent, was secretly arrested and brought to the king's castle. There was an accident during the expedition, Durandahi said calmly. The environment of the eastern continent was harsher than expected. We had considerable difficulty constructing the search base, but just before our return, a pillar of fire scorched the sky and engulfed the base. When we were all on the verge of death, Prince Christian heroically decided. He pushed us all through the teleport gate and stayed behind at the search base alone. Durandahi bowed his head to Ariel. Knowing his intentions, we had no choice but to escape with tears of blood. We are truly sorry, Princess. We were lacking. Ariel looked down at the tearful Durandahi and coldly retorted. Don't lie, Durandahi. My brother is a selfish person. He would sacrifice his subordinates for his own goals, but he would never lay down his life for them. It was a cold but accurate assessment. A bitter smile briefly crossed Durandahi's face. Ariel pressed him further. Confess everything in detail. What exactly happened in the Eastern continent? Prince Christian is far too unqualified to be a king. Wiping away the fake tears, Durandahi spoke in a dry voice. I have known him for a long time and closely observed him. He should never become king. What did you say? Durandahi slowly raised his head and looked up at Ariel. And, Princess Ariel, you are truly the one who is fit to be the next monarch. Durandahi continued speaking to the pale-faced Ariel. For the 1,000-year future of our lake kingdom, know that I, Durandahi, orchestrated this matter with only loyalty in my heart. So, what are you saying? Ariel, clenching her fists, spoke in a trembling voice. To prevent my brother from becoming the next king. You lured him with the lie of an immortality magic and abandoned him alone in the Eastern continent. The information about the immortality magic in the Eastern continent is not a lie. It is merely a rumor, Derendahi chuckled. And he wasn't abandoned. During the month-long search, there were no results, and just before the return, a small accident occurred, causing the prince to be isolated at the search base alone. You induced that situation, but it was the prince's own will to go there, to become a person worthy of the throne, driven by the pressure to achieve overwhelming merit. The prince clung to the non-existent illusion of immortality magic and eventually went missing at the easternmost end of the world. Prince Christian will not return alive. Derendahi chuckled, and the king is gravely ill. You, Princess Ariel, with an unwavering face showing no hint of regret, Derendahi spoke. Ascend the throne and continue the glory of this lake kingdom which has conquered the world. The only thing this unworthy subject desires is that. Ariel, feeling dizzy, closed her eyes tightly. The crown, what is that worthless crown? Does her brother's life have to be at stake for a position she never even desired? Gritting her teeth, Ariel shouted to the subordinate next to her. Send a rescue team to the eastern continent immediately. Yes, Princess. And, the subordinate asked cautiously, how should we report this to His Majesty the King? Ariel bit her lip with a pale face and looked back. There stood the false Prince Ada, looking just as flustered. His Majesty is ill, so we must not cause him undue concern. Resolutely, Ariel nodded. Rescuing my brother is the priority. This matter will remain confidential. Yes. And Ada, Ariel forced a difficult smile at Ada, please continue to act as the prince, just a little longer. Yes, Princess. Bowing his head, Ada simultaneously sensed it. The ominous atmosphere, a faint stench rising from the very foundation of the country. At the same time, Eastern continent. Gasp, gasp, Prince Christian, covered in blood, slumped down in the ruins. It was a building constructed by humans, proving that civilization once existed on this continent. However, it was now a complete ruin. Gasping for breath, Christian looked up at the sky with a shiver. It was burning. Flames surged from the red sky, pouring down like rain. Each time, the already charred ruins were engulfed in flames again. He had no idea what had turned the entire continent into a land of death. The eastern continent was a place where even survival was a struggle, let alone exploration. And in this land, the expedition had abandoned Christian, teleporting back. The gate's connection was severed, and Christian was isolated. Durandahi, why would you do this to me? With parched lips, Christian trembled with rage. Durandahi's intention to find the immortality magic might have been somewhat true. If he wanted to eliminate him, he wouldn't have gone through such a cumbersome process. But upon arrival, there was no hope. How could such a magic exist in this hell? Thus, Durandahi gave up on the immortality magic and abandoned him, the prince. Hedging his bets between the prince and the princess, he decided to side with the more certain one. Does that mean I am so worthless? Crawling on the scorching ground, Christian laughed bitterly. That even Durandahi, who was on my side, abandoned me because I am hopeless as a king. The fact was no longer even pathetic. All he desperately wanted was a sip of water. Leaning against the hot stone wall, Christian closed his eyes. So this is how I die, achieving nothing, dying in vain. Accepting his fate bitterly, Christian quietly awaited his end. And then it happened. Splash. A cool sound of water echoed before his eyes. Ha! Thinking he was hearing things, Christian slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a glass of clear water being held out. Standing right in front of him, someone in a robe gently shook the glass. Thirsty. Here, drink up. It didn't matter if it was a hallucination. Christian hurriedly grabbed the glass and gulped down the water. The water flowing down his throat was fragrant and cool. Thank you, truly, thank you. After downing the water, Christian bowed his head and returned the glass. The one receiving the glass was a shadow, or someone in a robe. A ghastly white smile split across the shadow's face. Ha! No, it wasn't. It seemed he was mistaken due to dehydration. Standing before him was an elderly man with a kind expression. The old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. It's been a long time since I've seen someone in this land. Are you okay? Had you not given me water, I would have died. Bowing repeatedly, Christian cautiously asked, May I ask your name? I have many nicknames, the old man muttered, stroking his beard. The Angel of Fulfillment, Master of the Monkey's Paw, the Fallen Constellation, but now I'd like to introduce myself this way. The words that followed made Christian's eyes widen. The Immortal Sage. It seems you are not from this continent. What brings you here? With a smile, the old man's face looked to Christian like an angel descended to earth. If there is anything I can do to help, just say the word. I'll do my best to assist. With a wide smile, Christian, who had found his long-sought companion, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. And likewise, as if he had found a long-awaited companion, the old man also smiled broadly. 6 months later, the Lake Kingdom was even more prosperous. From the giant city-state floating on the clear lake, songs praising the royal family's reign echoed daily. The nation's power had grown stronger, and the lives of not only the citizens, but also non-citizens had stabilized. The king was bedridden due to his severe illness, but Prince Christian and Princess Ariel governed the country well in his stead. Prince Christian, or rather, his double, the Fey Cada, stared blankly down at the sunny streets of the Lake Kingdom. Citizens gathered at the fountain square, bursting into laughter next to the gushing water. The giant city-state was peaceful and beautiful. Both citizens and non-citizens blessed the excellence of the prince and princess, who would succeed the king, and rejoiced in the nation's foreseen prosperity. And every time he heard those praises, Ada felt unbearably uncomfortable. How long would he have to continue this act as the fake prince? But the timing to reveal the truth never came. Naturally, because, gasp, 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 the king was dying. Ada tore his eyes away from the window and looked inside the room at the king buried in the large bed and Princess Ariel nursing him. The king, with a sallow face, kept gasping for breath. He was already close to death. How could he reveal the truth to the king in this state? That the person pretending to be the prince was a fake, and the real prince had gone missing in the eastern continent. Several rescue teams had been sent to the eastern continent. Coco the Severer, a master of teleportation magic, had led the rescue teams, but they had found no trace of the prince and had almost been annihilated several times. The eastern continent was truly a land of death. Time passed helplessly, and 6 months went by. Christian's death was already an established fact, but they couldn't tell the king. It would undoubtedly worsen his already fragile condition. I don't want to die, Christian Ariel, the gasping king spoke with difficulty. I conquered everything in my life, but in the end I cannot overcome this death. Father, but now I must accept it. Christian, where is Christian? Ada, standing by the window, hurried to the bedside. The king, fully believing the man before him to be his real son, nodded seriously with a heavy heart. Seeing you sober up and stand as a prince is such a relief. No, father, I'm still lacking. Yes, you are lacking, but your mindset is right, and that's enough. Ariel will make up for your deficiencies. Both Ada and Ariel's eyes widened as they realized what the king was saying. The king reached out and grasped Christian's hand, squeezing it with his cooling hand. Christian, you will rule this country from now on. You will inherit the throne, become the next king and lead the Lake Kingdom. Frozen in place, Ariel finally managed to speak. Father, actually, my brother is already dead. The person you are holding hands with is a fake, a double. Was it right to tell this to a father on his deathbed? But wasn't it necessary to stop the fake prince from inheriting the throne? Not knowing what to do, Ariel was paralyzed. At that moment, Father, Ada gently stroked the king's hand, smiling. Pass the throne to Ariel. I will assist Ariel well. The king knew Ariel was more competent, but loved Christian more. Over the past 6 months of acting as the fake Christian, Ada had painfully realized this. So he had anticipated that if the king were to pass on the throne, it would be to Christian. Thus, he had prepared these words. "It is the right thing to do for this country. You know this better than anyone, father. Please pass the throne to Ariel, father. I beg of you." Tears filled the king's eyes. He was moved by Christian's mature act of yielding the throne to his sister. "Yes, as long as you two maintain this harmony, I have no worries." The king turned his head towards Ariel. "Ariel, yes, father. Will you lead this country from now on?" Swallowing her tears, Ariel bowed her head. The guilt of lying to her father until his final moments weighed heavily on her, but she also knew this was the best course. "Though I am lacking, I will honor the wishes of both you and my brother." Just as Ariel was about to pledge her commitment. Bang! The door to the king's bedroom burst open, and knights and soldiers rushed in urgently. It was Baltimore, the overseer of the internal guard post, and his subordinate knights. Kneeling hastily in front of the bed, Baltimore shouted, "Forgive my intrusion, your majesty. I have urgent news to report," Ariel shouted. "Sir Baltimore, his majesty is in a critical condition. How dare you?" But Ariel froze like ice at Baltimore's next words. "Prince Christian has returned. He has returned from the eastern continent. Upon verification, it is undoubtedly the real Prince Christian. He is on his way here right now, requesting to see his majesty." The room's atmosphere turned icy. Christian was abroad, and now he's returned. Blinking in confusion, the king slowly turned his head to the side. "Then who is this man?" Standing there, pale-faced and trembling like a leaf, was Ada. "Who is this man who just asked me to pass the throne to Ariel?" Chapter 725. "I have brought the magic of immortality, father." The real Prince Christian, who had returned, declared this confidently. He then approached the bewildered king, who did not understand the current situation. "I'll explain later. Since your condition is critical, I will cast the magic on you immediately." "No, Christian, what are you talking about? Immortality? Such a thing can't possibly." But the king had to close his mouth, as the robed old man who came with Christian grasped the king's wrist and breathed an inexplicable, mystical shadow into him. Vitality surged through his body, and the overwhelming sickness dissipated. The murkiness in his mind was replaced with clarity, and the death that had loomed close retreated far away. "How is this possible? I feel as strong as I did in my prime." The king sprang up from the bed in a single bound. The surrounding knights and mages all bowed deeply in astonishment. "Congratulations on your recovery, your majesty." "Congratulations." The king, testing his newly regained strength by clenching his hands, looked at Christian and the old man behind him. "Where on earth did you find such magic? And how did you bring such a great person?" "I have been exploring the eastern continent for the past 6 months. This sage is someone I met there." Christian briefly explained to the king what had transpired in the last 6 months. After hearing the whole story, the king turned to the side in a daze. "Then, who is that man who has been in the castle all this time?" There stood Ada, trembling. Christian growled coldly. "He is a fake. A fake. A double brought in by Durandahi. Quite convincing, isn't it? Even you were completely deceived, father." Christian's fierce gaze moved from Ada to Ariel, who was standing beside him. "And Durandahi schemed to remove me and place Ariel on the throne. Perhaps Ariel is also involved in this." Ariel, standing to protect Ada, urgently spoke up. "No, brother. I and this man never had such intentions." "Ariel!" It was the king who shouted. Ariel flinched and shrank her shoulders. The king trembled with a face mixed with anger and disappointment. "Did you desire the throne that much?" "No, father. Did you want the crown so badly that you would kill your brother and deceive your father? And this entire nation?" Ariel's vision blurred as she closed her eyes tightly. The situation had become extremely complicated. Although she had no malicious intent, the fact remained that she had lied to the king. It was also true that Ada, acting as Christian, was intended to put Ariel on the throne. She had only taken the path she thought was best given the circumstances, but the outcome was turning out to be the worst possible. To deceive your brother, your father, and this entire nation. The king's face, believing he had been betrayed by his trusted daughter, twisted in anger and sorrow. He reached out his hand and commanded, "Sir Baltimore, immediately imprison Ariel and that impostor, and form an investigation team to thoroughly uncover everything about this incident." Yes, your majesty. The knights bound Ariel and Ada. Father, please listen to me. Father. Ariel tried to convey her true feelings until the very end as she was dragged away, but the king had already closed his eyes and shut his ears. After Ariel and Ada were taken away, the king looked at Christian and smiled benevolently. Christian, I have always believed in you. Christian immediately knelt before the king. The king praised his son greatly. And you have repaid that belief. You have saved me. I merely attempted to repay the grace you have bestowed upon me. Now that you have proven yourself to be so mature, I no longer have any doubts. Clearing his voice, the king looked around at the surrounding vassals and declared, the next king will be Christian. I appoint Christian as the crown prince. All the vassals knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in unison. We accept your majesty's command. Christian was among them, kneeling at the center. The king, satisfied, turned to the robed old man who had come with Christian. And sage, thank you for saving my life. The robed old man, the sage, bowed deeply. I only displayed a small skill as an old man. How can I repay this grace? If there is anything you desire, just say it. As the king of a nation, I will reward you generously. Thank you for your words, but it is unnecessary, your majesty. The old man squinted and smiled. The payment has already been agreed upon. Having gained immortality and recovered from his illness, the king began to govern the nation more vigorously than ever. He, as well as Christian, came to fully trust and follow the sage who had brought the magic of immortality. The sage soon received treatment akin to that of royalty. Christian, who had come to trust the sage completely along with his father, showed him a facility within the castle as promised. His Majesty has authorized me to show this to you, sage. This way. It was a magical facility built in the deepest part of the castle. Even in the Lake Kingdom, which stood at the forefront of magical civilization, this facility housed some of the most advanced magical devices. At the center was a large glass flask containing a clear, turquoise magical substance. This is the national magic of the Lake Kingdom, prison of the unconscious. Pointing to the flask, Christian explained, humanity has always been plagued by monster invasions. No matter how many we kill, they keep coming to kill us. So, the first king came up with a plan to seal away all the monsters we defeated so they could never revive again. Christian continued to speak to the sage, who was gazing at the flask in a trance. The result of that plan is this. The concept of monsters itself is sealed beneath the dreams of the people of the Lake Kingdom. This is our national magic, the prison of the unconscious, shared by all people of the Lake Kingdom. Once defeated, any threat that opposed humanity, monsters, were recorded and dissolved under this prison of the unconscious. What an incredible magic! Ha ha! It took dozens of generations of research and refinement to create this magic. Christian, laughing awkwardly, cautiously asked, but is this really enough? I feel uneasy about repaying such a great favor with just a tour of the facility. Since you saved my father, we can give you gold, jewels, or even land. Ha ha, that's unnecessary. If you really want to thank me, just let me visit here freely for a few days. I want to study it more closely. Of course, I will grant that request, Christian then asked carefully. After that, where will you go? What will you do next? Ha ha, well, the sage smiled meaningfully. What happens next isn't really for me to decide. A few days passed quickly. Throughout the Lake Kingdom, rumors spread widely. The real prince and the fake prince, Ariel's charges of treason, the immortality magic brought by the prince, the king's restored health. The people were amazed that Christian had truly brought back the magic of immortality, but they were also quite displeased with the decision to make Christian the next king. The prince has too much of a rogue nature, and the prince who had changed over the past 6 months turned out to be a fake. Isn't Princess Ariel much more reliable? She governed the country very well over the past 6 months when the king was ill. Perhaps Princess Ariel did what she did out of concern for the country's future. The atmosphere in the country wavered uneasily. The king believed that people would calm down and follow in due course, but Christian couldn't bear this atmosphere. Even though I found the magic of immortality and saved father, why? Why won't people acknowledge me? After much contemplation, Christian realized. Yes, even though I found the magic of immortality, only father received its benefits. That's why the people don't understand the greatness of my achievement. So what should he do? If I bestow the magic of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom, then, reaching a conclusion, Christian clenched his fist. Everyone will acknowledge me. As the king who brought the blessing of immortality to the greatest nation in the world, the Lake Kingdom, everyone would acknowledge Christian. Christian, with a bright smile, did not realize that shadows were flickering in his eyes like never before. Sage! Christian went to the sage, who was examining the facility known as the Prison of the Unconscious, and immediately made a request. He asked if it was possible to bestow the magic of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom. He worried the sage might refuse, but the sage cheerfully smiled and nodded. Although it will be quite challenging due to the scale, it should be possible. Is that really true? Yes. However, I will need to call upon two of my friends to assist me, as I can't do it alone. The sage glanced up at the sky. Is that acceptable? Of course, any friends of yours are welcome with open arms. Good, and? By this time, shadows were swirling over the sage's face, and his smile appeared as a white fissure within those shadows. There is a price to be paid for such a contract. Are you okay with that? A price? Yes, I can't just bestow the blessing of immortality alone. There are other blessings that must be included. There will be about 3. But Christian had already become too blinded to notice the strangeness of that smile. Of course, that's fine. As long as all the people of this country could receive immortality, it was worth paying a fair price. Christian then went to get his father's approval. The king gladly gave his consent. Ever since receiving this immortality magic, every day has felt like a dream. It's so enjoyable and refreshing. With a face more joyful and peaceful than ever, his eyes now shadowed, the king nodded enthusiastically. You're right, Christian. I shouldn't enjoy this happiness alone. The entire nation, no, even the non-citizens, everyone in the Lake Kingdom should share this. The king reached out and patted his son's shoulder. To think so much about the people, you will be a truly good king. Christian smiled in return. The country would now prosper forever, everyone would be immortal and happy, and he would finally be acknowledged as the next king who led the Lake Kingdom to its greatest golden age. A few days later, Ariel and Ada, who had been imprisoned, were summoned to the castle. Despite spending days in prison, Ariel had not lost her composure. However, her appearance was a mess from the hardships she had endured. Ada, who had been beaten for daring to act as the fake prince, was in an even worse state. But he couldn't just stand there and watch the princess's disheveled hair. So right before entering the castle, while they were briefly being checked at the gate, with careful hands, he combed her hair. Ariel did not refuse. With her hair neatly arranged and her crumpled red ribbon retied, Ariel gave Ada a smile and walked confidently into the castle. Ada followed her cautiously. Father, I have something to say. Ariel, who had thought through everything she needed to say to the king, tried to plead her case, but she had no opportunity. In the audience chamber, a complex magical circle formed of black shadows was inscribed, and 3 robed old men were chanting mysterious spells, preparing a magic ritual. And the king, Christian, the mages, the knights, and the other vassals were all watching the spectacle as if in a trance. Father, what is this? Horrified, Ariel tried to intervene, but Christian blocked her with his body. Do not interfere, Ariel. Brother, what on earth are you doing? This is a ritual to bestow the blessing of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom. Ariel's eyes widened. What? How could you decide on something so dangerous so easily? Dangerous? What could be a greater blessing than this in the world? Christian's eyes, already covered with complete shadows, shone with a precarious smile. I will share this blessing with everyone, and then everyone will acknowledge me. No, brother, get a grip. Then everyone will love me. And before Ariel could do anything, the first curse. The sage raised his index finger and whispered, From now on, everyone in the Lake Kingdom will never die. The sage's face, now revealed without the robe, was no longer human. Within the swirling shadows, a white crack formed a sinister smile. Something. SSSSS. Immediately, a shadow like smoke swirled above everyone's heads and fell down. Faces of those who received the shadow were filled with joy. Christian, too, shuddered as he felt the immortality magic filling his entire body. And the moment he realized the immortality magic was imbued in his body, Ada. Ariel turned back and urgently shouted to Ada, who was also shocked by the immortality magic. By the authority of the princess, and as your master, I command you. The contents were incomprehensible to Ada. From this moment on, you are exiled from the Lake Kingdom. Wah! You are no longer, desperately, Ariel declared. Part of the Lake Kingdom. The next moment. The second curse. The second sage whispered with sinister delight. Everyone in the Lake Kingdom cannot leave the Lake Kingdom. Immediately after, the third curse. The third sage, smiling white with victory, uttered the final curse. The Lake Kingdom will sink below the lake. Chapter 726. Rumble, rumble. Ugh! Ariel snapped her eyes open. The entire Lake Kingdom, which had been floating above the lake due to magic, had been forcibly plunged into the depths of the lake. The impact caused her to lose consciousness. Whoosh! The entire Lake Kingdom was already submerged, and the last line of magical protection within the royal castle was being breached by the cascading waters of the lake. It looked like a flood meant to end the world. Outside the large glass windows of the castle, the lake water surged. The once clear turquoise lake had become muddied, mixed with dark shadows, obscuring visibility even a short distance away. In the murky waters, people and debris from the buildings swirled together. Because everyone was cursed with immortality, they couldn't die even amidst this disaster. Suffering endlessly from the agony of drowning, people flailed their limbs madly. Ha ha ha! And this scene, the sages watched it calmly, as if observing a fish tank from the other side of the glass. The view from underwater is quite unique. This apocalypse game should satisfy the spectators quite well. Indeed, it's a scene worth having three of us intermediaries involved. The two sages laughed and spoke in turn. However, the central sage, the one who initially ensnared Prince Christian, the Demon King, was not laughing at all. No, the true apocalypse game hasn't even begun. Having completely shed his disguise as an old human, now a form entirely like a black shadow, the Demon King spoke with a snarl. I will search through the unconscious of all the people of this Lake Kingdom, through all their nightmares, until I find that person. Until then, the apocalypse game must not end. The other two intermediaries, who had come to aid the Demon King, shrugged at each other. They muttered something along the lines of what an odd one he is. Why? At that moment, Ariel, staggering to her feet, questioned these demons. Why are you doing this? To stay sane and calmly ask questions in such a situation. The other intermediaries, with wide white grins, were about to mock her, but unexpectedly, the Demon King answered seriously. It's because of the original sin your ancestors committed long ago. What? You flourished as a magical kingdom, but you never pondered where this magic came from, who brought this power. You ignored it. The Demon King murmured monotonously. Now you are paying the price. What does that even mean? Grinding her teeth, Ariel grasped a water-soaked longsword lying on the floor and drew it. It was an ordinary iron sword that a nearby fallen guard had dropped. Even if our ancestors sinned, it doesn't justify us suffering for it. Indeed, that may be true. But your destruction now isn't because of your ancestors' sins, is it? The Demon King coldly pointed out the truth. It's because of your foolish brother and father. You've gained immortality, so you must also pay the fitting price. Now you and your nation will eternally rot in nightmares at the bottom of this lake. Crash, shatter. The castle's large glass windows, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shattered along with the protective magic, and the lake water, now a torrent of black bubbles, flooded into the castle. As the water rapidly filled the space, Ariel clenched her teeth. I will reclaim it. Hearing her voice shine with vivid resolve, the Demon King finally turned to face her properly. Whether it's because of the sins of my ancestors or the foolishness of my father and brother that this nation was ruined, it is all the royal family's responsibility. With my own hands, I will restore the glory of this nation. At last, the Demon King laughed. So you sent out that fake prince. As your last hope, Ariel had, right after the curse of immortality was cast, realized the anomaly and immediately ordered Ada's banishment. You are no longer a citizen of the Lake Kingdom. The princess's command carried a power that instantly stripped Ada of his status as a citizen of the Lake Kingdom. Therefore, he was able to escape the subsequent two curses. Citizens of the Lake Kingdom couldn't leave the country, and the entire kingdom sank below the lake. But Ada would have safely escaped the lake. Ariel herself didn't fully understand why at that moment she had chosen to send Ada out. There could have been many other choices, but why did she choose to send out a non-citizen of slave origin, a mere double of the prince, using the last opportunity for escape? What was she expecting from him? I will predict, fallen princess. In the swirling vortex of the black polluted water, the unconscious bodies of the king and the prince were sucked into the Demon King's hands. The demon king placed his hands on the king and prince's heads and extracted the shadows he had implanted in them. The two, who had been enchanted and led the kingdom to ruin, would awaken and regain their senses the next time they woke up. Then they would realize what they had done and go mad with despair. Caressing the heads of the foolish king and prince who had already succumbed, the demon king finally faced the princess, those clear turquoise eyes glaring at him with noble defiance, refusing to yield even in such a dire situation. Your hope will shatter and erode until it ultimately perishes. That will never happen. Ariel spoke with unwavering certainty. As long as I am the master of my soul. Ha ha, we'll see. Whoosh. The rushing black lake water filled the inside of the castle, sweeping Ariel away. Caught in the immense mass of water, Ariel was flung out of the castle. No great human has ever withstood this infinite hell of the apocalypse game. All have succumbed and fallen. Towards the receding shadow of the princess, the demon king spoke calmly. You will be no different. The entire lake kingdom sank to the bottom of the lake. Immersed in water, the people of the lake kingdom, whether citizens or non-citizens, endlessly drowned. Because they were now immortal, they had to endure the agony of drowning continuously. Most people went mad within a day, let alone a few days, and lost their will to resist. The demon king approached them one by one and offered them a contract. Instead of living in this hellish reality, he promised them a comfortable nightmare. In exchange, he asked for their dreams. The vast majority succumbed. Most people of the Lake Kingdom chose to become living devices supplying the demon king with nightmares rather than endure the unbearable agony of drowning. And so, within mere days of the Lake Kingdom's submersion, countless human cocoons, shrouded in black shadows, floated throughout the kingdom. However, even though the majority were like this, there were those who refused to accept the Demon King's proposal to the end. Ariel, enduring through countless deaths with her iron will, was eventually rescued by Coco, her nanny, and a great witch, a master of teleportation magic. Coco had been surviving by finding spaces within the kingdom that had not yet been submerged. As soon as Ariel was rescued by Coco, she uttered these words. We need to find a way to move freely and breathe underwater, Nanny. Even in such dire circumstances, refusing to give up and finding the next path forward, the nanny could not help but weep. Together, they rescued Durandahi, the head of the Magical Research Institute, who had been imprisoned. He was one of the kingdom's top magicians. After repeatedly dying and coming back to life in his waterlogged laboratory, he developed a device that allowed breathing underwater. They equipped these devices and distributed them to those who had not yet succumbed to the Demon King. Braving the turbulent currents and the evil aura swirling within the submerged Lake Kingdom, the survivors made a desperate effort to reactivate the barrier outside the Lake Kingdom. They powered the devices, repaired broken parts, and died over and over. It took them 100 years to finally reactivate the barrier and start draining the water from within the Lake Kingdom. Whoosh! The black water that had flooded the Lake Kingdom flowed out, dripping thick droplets as it poured outside. As the water drained, the Lake Kingdom, which had been submerged for over 100 years, revealed its horrific appearance, covered in water moss and decay, on the rooftop of a building located in a high area. Ariel, who was looking down at this sight, slowly removed the underwater breathing apparatus from her head. Ah! Her silver hair, which had grown wildly from long neglect, cascaded down her back like a waterfall. We have finally taken the first step. Ariel turned around. There, lined up, were the survivors who had fought alongside her through this arduous battle for over 100 years, their faces filled with emotion as they witnessed this monumental sight. Magical Research Head Durandahi, Internal Guard Post Overseer Baltimore, Captain of the Standing Army Malone, Royal Warehouse Janitor Bayambulak, Sewer Manager Palig, and besides the named citizens, there were also the non-citizens who had fought alongside without giving in. Regardless of their pre-collapse status or talents, those who had not bowed to the Demon King fought together. Thanks to them, Ariel had been able to keep fighting without giving up. There is still a long way to go. Looking at her companions, whose resolve had not faltered throughout this long and grueling battle, Ariel, with her eyes still shining with determination, declared, Let's find a way to move to the next stage. We need to break the curse on the Lake Kingdom. Then Ariel looked at the central, darkened building of the Lake Kingdom. She gritted her teeth as she stared at the castle from which she had been exiled. and ultimately find a way to defeat the Demon King. But neither Ariel nor those who had fought alongside her knew that the time when the Lake Kingdom was flooded was actually more peaceful. That night, after a small celebration of their first success in 100 years, the survivors had a modest feast. Exhausted, the survivors finally removed their underwater breathing devices and lay down comfortably, seeking a well-deserved rest. Ariel, lost in her thoughts as she looked down at her homeland covered in water moss, suddenly sensed something ominous and turned around. Xing, the rusted iron sword she had been carrying since the day of the collapse, was drawn from its sheath. "Who is there?" Then a sinister boy's voice emerged from the darkness. "Ha ha, you should have just drowned quietly, shouldn't you?" Step from the darkness emerged a neatly dressed boy with dark blue hair. "It would have been less painful that way." And in the boy's arms was one of the survivors, limp, bleeding from the neck. The boy, licking his lips with his red lips, mercilessly bit into the survivor's neck. Crunch, blood spattered everywhere. The boy, having drained his fill, licked his lips with his bright red tongue. Well, from a vampire's perspective, a lively prey is naturally more appealing, and since you're immortal, you won't die no matter how much blood I drain. What the? In the face of this surreal scene, Ariel, wondering if this was a dream, belatedly realized that they had been surrounded. Boom, 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 boom. Evil beings descended from the sky, breaking through the darkness and surrounding the survivors. A black dragon, the demon guardian commander, an unknown witch, the plague lord, the vampire king, the spider queen, the daughter of a succubus, the ghost pirate captain, the slaughterer of the full moon, the goblin god-king monsters from the old times, already defeated and sealed in memories, capable of destroying the human world even alone, had been revived under the demon king's hand and ambushed the survivors. With the water drained, revealing the ground, and the Lake Kingdom becoming a space where people could breathe and walk. The monsters, revived from nightmares over the past 100 years by the Demon King, began to occupy the city. So, then, it's time for you immortal humans to be hunted by monsters. The Vampire King, Selendian, smiled slyly, baring his fangs. The real hell has begun. Chapter 727. With the barrier restored and the water drained, the Lake Kingdom had become a land of monsters. The monsters claimed parts of the vast city-state for themselves, making them their bases. Many survivors who had barely maintained their sanity for over 100 years finally broke. Being hunted daily by horrific monsters from nightmares was an unbearable despair. Every night, the monsters held feasts, and the undying citizens of the Lake Kingdom became their prey. They were drained of blood while alive, torn apart by claws, and burned by their breath. The monsters toyed with the humans' feeble resistance. Monsters of all kinds lurked everywhere in the kingdom, expanding their territories. Soon, there was no safe space left for humans in the city. Despite this, Ariel did not give up. She organized the survivors into a resistance force, gathering people from all over the kingdom to fight against the monsters. But even that desperate effort eventually faded. Brother, a traitor had appeared among the humans, siding with the monsters. What is this? The masked individuals, disguised as another group of survivors, had infiltrated the resistance. They abducted and coerced members of the resistance, delivering them to the Demon King. Their minds have been plunged into dreams by the Demon King himself. The leader of these masked individuals, the Nightcrawlers, was none other than Prince Christian. Father is the same. He eventually succumbed and is now dreaming. Prince Christian. Wake up, Prince Christian. I have abandoned that name. As the other survivors called out to him, Christian shook his head. I desired a crown that was beyond my reach, but in the end I became nothing more than a laughable clown. Beneath his smiling mask, the man laughed miserably. So from now on, call me Crown. Brother, Ariel trembled with rage. Crown slowly drew a flute from his belt, an artifact granted by the Demon King. You are the last remaining humans resisting in this country. Why? Why have you sided with the Demon King? Ariel, why do you resist? Looking at the people still willing to fight, Crown sighed softly. Have you not seen those mighty monsters? And what about the Demon King who commands them? The kingdom has fallen below the lake, and there's no way to break the curse. There's no hope. So instead of futile resistance, isn't it better to find peace quickly? Brother, you. Crown looked steadily at his sister, who still called him brother, her eyes shining with unwavering determination even in this hell. I'm just trying to finish the dirty work I started when I brought ruin to this country. Crown brought the flute to his lips. The night crawlers drew their weapons. The resistance also raised their weapons in response. Ariel, tears streaming down her face, shouted, "Please, brother, it's our royal family's fault that this country fell into hell, so we must take responsibility and fix it together." "No, Ariel, you have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with me alone." Tears of blood flowed from behind his mask. Crown spoke heavily, his voice laden with sorrow. "So, I will bring you peace as quickly as possible." Beep. As Crown blew the flute, monsters, their eyes glowing red, surged from the darkness towards the resistance. "What is this? Is he controlling the monsters? Prince, are you truly?" The Nightcrawler soldiers launched arrows and spells without hesitation at the bewildered resistance. Facing the combined assault of monsters and traitors, the resistance fell helplessly. Ariel desperately ordered a retreat in a world overrun by monsters. The last remaining humans were now forced to fight among themselves, with both monsters and fellow humans as enemies. The enemies increased while their forces dwindled. Ultimately, Ariel had to make a decision. As a member of the royal family that had brought ruin to the kingdom, to take responsibility, to protect the remaining people and continue fighting the Demon King. She decided to use the ancient magic passed down in the royal family. "I will offer my existence as a sacrifice to the goddess." The magic principles established by the Lake Kingdom were as follows. By drawing power from the guardian tree rooted in the spirit world and channeling it through an external source, they processed and used that power in the present world. And the royal family of the Lake Kingdom already knew that a burning woman resided at the roots of the guardian tree, Everblack. The so-called goddess, who was often dismissed as mere legend by the public, was real. She was closely linked to humanity's magic. This ancient magic was a ritual to offer one's existence to the goddess in exchange for borrowing her power. "Princess, there's no need for you to do this. Let us do it instead." "No, I'm not just trying to sacrifice myself." Ariel shook her head and smiled bitterly at those who opposed. "It's because I have the most to offer as a sacrifice. And if someone here had to take responsibility for this entire hell, it had to be herself." Finally, Ariel conducted the ritual to offer herself to the goddess through ancient magic. "I offer," setting her body ablaze with magical fire. She endured the searing heat and muttered, "My status." She renounced her title, abandoning her position as a princess. "My memories." She burned away all the precious days of her life and the days of resistance she never gave up on. "My name." She burned away the name Ariel, becoming nameless. "My everything." The ritual ended. As the flames on her body extinguished, the princess's radiant silver hair had turned white. The red ribbon she always tied to maintain her humanity for over 100 years since the fall had burned to ashes, with her memories cleansed and her expressions and emotions cut away. Flash. In Nameless's hand, a brilliant halo of light formed. To the princess who had offered her all, the goddess granted a light that could vanquish evil. The resistance fighters, shedding tears as they looked up at the now whitened princess, knelt one by one. Nameless silently picked up the rusted iron sword on the ground, breathed light into it, and turned to the people. "Let's go." Though the bright smile she always showed everyone and the rich emotions in her voice were gone. Her clear turquoise eyes, like the lake, still shimmered with a single purpose: to save the world, to defeat the Demon King and save this nation, to slay monsters and protect people, that purpose alone. And many more years passed. Nameless continued to fight. Her ordinary, worn, rusted iron sword had become one of the greatest weapons, capable of cleaving any monster. Nameless herself had become a highly skilled swordswoman, honed through countless battles, becoming the most adept at fighting monsters in this world. As time passed to reach this point, the resistance fighters vanished one by one. The Demon King persistently tempted the resistance members. Not only did he turn them into living devices to dream nightmares, but he also cloned their memories into monsters to fight the resistance. Those who had been comrades just days ago not only surrendered, but also reappeared as monsters to attack the resistance. Rats are everywhere. Rats keep coming no matter how many I kill. Damn rats. I want to study magic in the court someday. I'm tired of sweeping and cleaning like a machine. Captain for 20 years, captain for 10 years. Am I supposed to be a captain forever? Eliminate those climbing the walls. Even in a state of emergency, the law must be enforced. Immediate trial for all, immediate trial. Become fertilizer for humanity's future, non-citizens. In the endless battles in the underwater hell, the resistance members went mad one by one. They couldn't distinguish whether it was day or night, underwater or on land, or whether their opponents were monsters or humans. Those who went mad attacked allies, hallucinated, or became completely paralyzed, unable to endure any longer. I can't fight them anymore, but I don't want to become a living device dreaming nightmares either. The first resistance warrior to defect requested Nameless. Seal me away. Nameless, silent, slowly nodded. I will honor your wish, comrade. Nameless asked carefully. Do you remember where your original home was? I will let you rest there for the last time. Those who could no longer fight returned to their original homes and were sealed away. Nameless laid her comrade on a decayed bed, stroked their forehead, and whispered, May you retire in peace. I hope you regain the light someday, Nameless. After saying goodbye, Nameless cast several magical seals on the house to prevent the Demon King's approach. As a precaution, she also boarded up the doors and windows from the outside. This was called a retirement funeral among the undying resistance fighters of the Lake Kingdom. It was the only honorable end they could have. And after another long time had passed, throughout the Lake Kingdom, countless houses had their doors and windows sealed. Thud, thud, thud. After sealing another comrade, nailing the door shut, Nameless turned around. She was alone. The resistance, once numbering in the hundreds, had all succumbed to the Demon King or been laid to rest in retirement funerals, vanishing from the Lake Kingdom. There were still a few who fought, but very few. Ah, even they were reaching their limits. Nameless herself felt her end approaching. She knew well that the light borrowed from the goddess was flickering more and more faintly. Was there any meaning in all those days and resistance? Nameless looked up at the sky with weary eyes. This kingdom, once vibrant with colors, was now a dull, monochrome darkness. The last time I saw beautiful colors, suddenly, Nameless fell into thought. When was it? Surely, before the world became like this. She remembered seeing something beautiful with someone. I can't remember. Because she had burned everything away, nothing came to mind. Nameless smiled bitterly and staggered back into the darkened kingdom to prepare for the endless fights to come, and for the possible, new opportunities that might arise. Today, she still had to hang torches throughout the Lake Kingdom, clear out monsters, and patrol for visitors. And, while patrolling outside the city walls, she saw a group of people standing outside the closed gate. A young man with black hair at the forefront, a blonde knight, a brown-haired sniper, a one-eyed white-haired mage, and a red-haired mage in a wheelchair. Adventurers. There were occasionally those who came here after hearing rumors of the sunken kingdom. A few settled in the kingdom, becoming new strength, but most were scared off by the monsters or died futilely. Thus, she did not hold much hope. Treasure hunters come to find riches in the Lake Kingdom, but she held a sliver of hope, approaching to warn them so they wouldn't get caught up in this hell. There is nothing here that you want. Return to the surface while you still have your lives. Chapter 728. Shall we go on a picnic tomorrow, Ada? When was this? Ada, exhausted from playing the fake prince, was completely drained and sitting on the sofa. Ariel, who had brought refreshments and sat in front of him, asked this. Ada, with wide eyes, asked, A picnic? Yes. There's a hill in the outskirts where I often played with my brother when I was young. There's a big Zelkova tree, and in summer, flowers bloom. Ariel smiled awkwardly. Because you're working hard for me and the Imperial family. There's no schedule for tomorrow. You can refuse if you don't want to or are tired. No, no, I don't mind at all. Ada hurriedly waved his hands and smiled clumsily. Thank you for the invitation, Princess. I'll look forward to it tomorrow. However, the next day the two couldn't go on the picnic because it suddenly rained. So instead of going on a picnic, they sat side by side in a pavilion in the king's castle courtyard and watched the falling rain together. The memory of that ordinary, not-so-special day remained deeply in their hearts. Why was that? Ha! Cough, cough, cough. At the moment the Lake Kingdom was sinking. By the lakeside, Ada, who was under the first curse, the curse of immortality. Due to the princess's expulsion order, he was ejected out of the Lake Kingdom, avoiding the second and third curses placed on the Lake Kingdom. He had to watch as the entire Lake Kingdom sank, with no one but himself escaping. Ada, a mere human, was overwhelmed in the face of a world's destruction. The vast kingdom disappeared under the lake like bubbles. Ada could do nothing but stare blankly at this sight. After the entire kingdom sank, and the shaking and noise that shook the heavens and earth subsided. Finally, a thought came to Ada's mind. What should I do now? Upon reflection, there was nothing he needed to do for the Lake Kingdom. He was just a slave driven by the Lake Kingdom, not even a citizen. He was dragged in to impersonate the prince because he looked like him, having done dirty and rough work all his life. He had no family, no friends, no connections or ties. He could just leave everything behind and go. At that moment, clink, something made a sound in Ada's pocket. He curiously put his hand in his pocket and took it out. It was a plaque made of black wood. This is. It was Princess Ariel's plaque. Her name and identity were engraved on it, and as befits a royal plaque, it was luxuriously made from the blackwood everblack. When? It seemed Ariel had given it to Ada at the moment she issued the expulsion order. Why? Why did the princess pull him out of the Lake Kingdom and give him the most precious thing she had at that moment? Ada. Suddenly, Ariel's smiling face flashed before his eyes. The person who gave him a name, and the first to treat him as a person. Shall we go on a picnic tomorrow? He knew. That warmth was not entirely directed at him. The princess had projected the image of her amicable brother from her childhood onto him. Royalty and slave, citizen and non-citizen. There was a distance between her and himself, wider than the sky and the earth. But even so, I want to save her. Even if the whole world perished, only you I want to save. After carefully putting the plaque given by the princess into his bosom, Ada staggered and stood up. I don't know what I need to do. Renewing his resolve on his delicate face, I will try anything, princess. Ada quietly looked down at the surface of the lake, gradually turning black and turbid. So, please wait a little longer. Thus, to save the perished kingdom, the fake prince began a long journey. After that, well, it's just a repetition of a boring story. Ada concluded the story and looked at me. At first, I just grabbed a sword and fought. I thought that if I killed the 3 sages who cursed the kingdom, the demon king and his allies, the situation would be resolved. So, did you succeed in killing them? I asked, surprised, while listening to the story and eating popcorn, though it seemed a bit impolite since the story was quite long. Then Ada nodded. Yes, I defeated 2 of them. I managed to drive them out after a really long and dreadful fight, each establishing their own bases at the ends of the continent. Both were beings on a higher level, so it was really tough to take them down. Wow. To be honest, Ada, this guy, looks feeble and pale, not the type you'd expect to fight on the front lines. Maybe he used to be something else back in the day. If you have eternal life and unyielding will, anyone can accomplish this much. No, usually, people's wills break. Don't explain it like it's some kind of student cooking recipe. Did you see the 2 broken statues among the 3 in the Lake Kingdom? Those statues were erected by the Demon King, and since I defeated the other 2 sages, the left and right statues were destroyed. So the left and right statues were broken. I see. Ada let out a faint sigh. In that way, I lifted the second and third curses. But there were almost no people left who could escape from the Lake Kingdom, and it had already sunk, so there was no power left to pull it back to the surface. Moreover, I couldn't defeat the most important one, the Demon King. So, to put it plainly, this is probably the first playthrough for Ada. Endlessly, time passed, and eventually monsters spewed out from the Lake Kingdom, saturated with malice, after the world perished. Even though it must have been a heart-wrenching story for him, Ada calmly explained his old story. When all lives perished, and I became the last human on Earth, I received 2 proposals simultaneously. 2 proposals. First, the goddess offered me the position of a racial deity. I remembered what Ada had told me a long time ago. When one becomes the last survivor of a race, they can ascend to the position of a racial deity. Since Ada was immortal and lived forever, he reached that end and became the racial deity. And then the Demon King proposed a deal. Ada smiled bitterly. Since we couldn't save the ones we wanted to save, he proposed we do this end-of-the-world game one more time. As the proxy of the entire perished world, I agreed. The world reset to the moment after the Lake Kingdom sank. Since the Demon King's 2 allies were beings of higher dimensions, their defeated state was maintained even after the reset. In other words, from the second playthrough, only the Demon King needed to be defeated. However, I didn't succeed. Ada, with his usual carefree demeanor, waved his hands. No matter what I tried, I couldn't defeat the Demon King or save the Lake Kingdom. I just kept repeating countless futile fights for hundreds of years. Then my soul reached its limit, and feeling the limits of fighting directly, I started looking for a proxy player. Ada glanced at me. You know the rest. I see. Since I had a piece of Blackwood from Everblack, I revived the Everblack Empire, a nation capable of fending off the monster invasion. And then I discovered you, with your regression potential, and after countless infinite battles together, here we are. Ada, smiling brightly, picked up the cold teacup. It was a long story. It was a long story. But Ada's actual battle must have been infinitely longer than this story. Ada, who summarized and brushed over the immense pain, loneliness, and agony, looked at me intently. Honestly, what significance does the long tale of past failures have? Now, we just need to succeed in the final battle. You're right, Ada, I grinned. No matter how many times we were beaten up before, if we win with a final awesome move at the end, it's all good. Right, even if we lose 99 times, who cares? If we win once at the end, we live feeling like we've won all our lives. Hee, you are absolutely right. We chuckled as we looked at each other. I patted Ada's shoulder. By the way, after staying silent for so long, it turns out it was a love story. You romantic fool. Ada, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. To be precise, it's unrequited love. Oh, but you admit it's a romantic feeling. I was ready to tease you if you tried to deny it. If it were me when I was young, I would have denied it. How could a slave dare to love a princess? I would have denied having such feelings. Ada lowered his old eyes behind his glasses. But I have grown old, my lord, older than anyone in this world. I now know well that the naive feelings I had back then were indeed love. The feelings back then? I asked cautiously. Then what about now? I don't know. Ada fiddled with the empty teacup. I am curious too. The first emotion when I decided to save her was definitely love. But now, after mumbling as if trying to articulate something, he finally gave up and laughed weakly. What is this feeling of mine? Why did I want to save her for such a long time? Well, the reason no longer matters. I just want to see it, the true ending we will reach. A brief silence ensued. Thud. Placing down the teacup and intertwining his fingers, Ada took a deep breath. So, I've talked enough about old stories. Shall we talk about what's to come? He changed the subject. Perhaps to the main topic we were supposed to discuss here. The path to the Lake Kingdom has been blocked, but now it is open. Yes, so I was just about to send a free exploration team. The next stage is 45. It's a boss stage. We need to scout who the opponent is. Let me tell you first. But Ada talked about something else. Once you enter the Lake Kingdom dungeon, you can encounter the final boss in the deepest part. In the game, it was the same, wasn't it? You could encounter it from this point. I swallowed dryly. The final boss. The Sleepless Lake Princess. Ada nodded. Yes, nameless. The reason the path to the Lake Kingdom has been blocked so far is clear, isn't it? Ada calmly recited the cruel truth. It was the process of her transformation into a monster. The entire Lake Kingdom was covered in darkness, and the mutation is already complete. The person he had unrequited love for, the person he had fought for eons to save. In this final round, she had already lost her humanity and become a monster. He told this story so calmly. She has become the embodiment of all the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom's people, and now she is the strongest being among any monster in this world. And when stage 50 begins, she will leave the Lake Kingdom and head to the human world. Ada, with cold eyes, was now staring directly at me. In the game, to prevent the monster invasion and achieve victory, you had to kill her before stage 50 started. In other words, with a voice as cold as his eyes, Ada uttered the victory condition from the game. To win, from now until the start of stage 50, we must kill Nameless, who has transformed into a monster. Of course. Immediately, Ada smiled brightly. This is not the ending I desire, and it's not the method you have in mind either, is it? That's right. I had my own strategy to save Nameless and spectacularly overturn this round. And Ada said he was leaving this place to prepare for something now. The final move I will prepare from now on, combined with the strategy you have in mind. Ada, who smiled slyly like a villain, made a gesture. Shall we pull off something spectacular together? The grandest finale of the end-of-the-world game that will astonish the entire universe. Oh man, who in the world could refuse that? I smirked and reached out my hand. All right, let's do it, accomplice. Ada also took my hand. We shook hands firmly and laughed wickedly. The grandest finale to wrap up our grueling joint venture. Chapter 729, after finishing the final strategy meeting. Ada disappeared to make his own preparations. We wouldn't see him again until the final battle at stage 50. All right, we need to prepare to survive until the final boss fight. For now, it's stage 45. It's a boss stage again. A single slip-up here, and we might not even get to see the final boss, leading to a game over. We need to be extremely careful. So we sent an exploration team to the dungeon for reconnaissance. What? Upon hearing the identity of the enemy in this boss stage, I murmured in astonishment. Zombies. The enemy horde in stage 45 is zombies. More precisely, the zombified, demonic guard corps. What were they doing when they died? And what made them come back to life? I had many questions, but in any case, it's zombies, demons, and monsters. We need to take them down efficiently. Unlike other monsters, demonic monsters have no clear strengths or weaknesses. Instead, they are superior to humans in every stat and can use equipment like humans. The Demonic Guard Corps is the top-tier unit among these demonic monsters, boasting superior stats and excellent equipment. And now they've become zombies. So I have to plan my strategy around superstat zombies. And if it's the Demonic Guard Corps, then the leader is surely the Demonic Guard Commander, Cromwell. This demon duchess, who is at the pinnacle of the demonic species, wields several powers to command her subordinates. The demonic guard corps under her command fights with well-trained military tactics. If we were to clash with her original form and her core, the battle would resemble a fierce fight against an elite special forces unit infiltrating our city. But they're zombies. In this world, zombies aren't a species or a group, but a state, revived from death, losing their sanity and attacking anything in sight. And to top it off, it's a contagious state. In the game, we encountered monster hordes in a zombie state. If bitten, our allies would become infected, and if they died in that state, they would resurrect as zombies and join the enemy horde. It's not like the movies on Earth where you turn into a zombie immediately after being bitten, but still, they're a troublesome enemy. If these guys are in that state, then it's like dealing with a special forces unit turned into zombies, similar to the ghouls of the bloodline, yet slightly different. Recalling the memories from stage 5, I made a thoughtful noise and came to a conclusion. I need to see for myself. I needed to examine the state of these zombified demons to formulate a battle strategy for this fight. I immediately issued an order. Lucas, summon all the heroes. Lucas rushed in right away at my call. I gave him the next command. Select personnel to go into the dungeon for direct exploration. I explained the opponent in this stage to the assembled heroes. Having faced all kinds of monsters so far, none of them were surprised by the mention of zombie demons. Hey, isn't everyone a bit too nonchalant? Have they all become too seasoned? I was slightly disappointed. Even though it's a zombie and demon combo, a staple of horror movies, I expected at least one person to scream eek or ah. Ah, Lily, I miss your early days. Pardon, what do you mean? Lily was already going through paperwork, listing water-type artifacts that could be effective against zombies and demons. Her mental fortitude had become too strong, possibly due to motherhood. Ahem, anyway, clearing my throat to draw attention, I continued. This exploration isn't about engaging in full combat. I just want to personally observe the state of these zombie demons to make an informed judgment. I nodded at the focused gazes. So we're not planning to fight seriously. Then, like the previously dispatched reconnaissance team, this team will also be for reconnaissance, just a deeper look. I briefly explained the characteristics of demons and zombies to the heroes. High stats, contagious bite. To scout a place swarming with such enemies deeply, we'll need the fastest members of the World Guardian Front to do it. Speed was crucial. They had to scout quickly and retreat just as fast. That was the concept for this reconnaissance mission. So I'm going to select the fastest among you. As I looked around, Pow, everyone raised their hands simultaneously. What, do all of you think you're the fastest? As you may know, Ash. Verdandi smiled confidently, placing a hand on her chest. As an elf, we don't lag behind any race in terms of speed. Ho! And as you know, I'm an assassin. I'm the fastest here on this front. Verdandi tilted her nose up proudly. I couldn't help but smile. After her sister Skuld's death, it had been rare to see Verdandi's bright face. Then Kellaby interrupted loudly. As you know, Ash. Yes, In underground tunnels, us dwarves are faster than any other race. Ha! And since the Lake Kingdom dungeon is underground like a tunnel, dwarves will be faster than elves. Immediately, Verdandi and Celebi started a staring contest. Classic elf versus dwarf rivalry. Oh, Celebi also had a much brighter face now, so I felt a bit more relieved. But there was no time for admiration. The other heroes also stepped forward to appeal their speed. Captain, include me. Quillan, who had shed all his wolf fur and completely turned human, jumped out. I've never lost a short-distance race since I was young. What about long distance? You're hitting a sore spot. Quillan shrunk instantly. With a stamina stat of 5, he couldn't be strong in long-distance running. He's definitely fast in short distances, though. Next, the Ivory Tower Master, Diarmuidin, subtly made his case. I'm old, yes, but I'm very spry for my age now. Yes, more importantly, I can fly really fast. The old mage fluttered his robe proudly. Right, he's a flying elder, and he can provide mass flight for allies. He fits perfectly with this reconnaissance mission concept. After giving him some extra points, I looked at the remaining heroes. Let's see. Torkel. Our frontline's top tanker rolled his eyes inside his helmet. After a moment, Torkel cautiously said, "If I put my mind to it, I can be quite fast, mister. Where's your conscience? There's a mirror over there. Go check your size." Torkel retreated dejectedly. "Your strength isn't in speed, but other areas. Don't let competitive spirit flare up in the wrong place." Other heroes also stepped forward one by one to showcase their speed. Meanwhile, the Gamblers Club members didn't even bother, remaining uninterested. I appreciate their consistency. After hearing everyone out, I looked at the still quiet main party. "Why aren't you guys saying anything?" Startled, Junior pointed at herself. We just assumed we'd all be going." "No, only 5 out of everyone here will go. There's no need for a large group on a reconnaissance mission. We need to keep it minimal, hence picking the fastest ones." Junior, flustered, quickly thought and said, "Well, I'm quick with magical calculations." "Stay. Drat." Beside her, Damien, racking his brain, eventually brightened up and shouted, "Your Highness, my bullets are fast. Out." Or, I looked at the remaining 2 main party members. "Lucas, Evangeline, any points you want to highlight?" Lucas, with his hands behind his back, smiled leisurely. "Do I need to? You know best how fast and useful I am, don't you, my lord?" Evangeline, munching on snacks she had brought, said, "I'm looking forward to it not taking me along and regretting it in the field, seeing your face, senior." Annoying, this night duo. But they were right. I had already planned to take them from the beginning. Thus, our reconnaissance team was formed. Me, Verdandi, Diarmuidin, Lucas, Evangeline. I appreciated everyone's enthusiasm, but I didn't want anyone bitten by zombies and left with beautiful memories, plus scars. So I chose the genuinely fastest ones. With Diarmuidin, we can handle various situations, Verdandi can move stealthily, and the night duo can bulldoze through if needed. This was an excellent combination. Then it suddenly hit me. Wait, isn't the slowest one in this party? Isn't it me? Am I dragging down the average speed of this fastest party? Well, of course, my average speed might be slower compared to them, but if I go all out as the prince, I have several means of transportation. I was convincing myself when, oh my, look at the time. The nanny has something to do today, so I have to pick up Sid. Lily, realizing it was late in the evening, started operating the magic devices attached to her wheelchair in a hurry. "All right, I'll prepare the water-type artifacts for the next defense battle. I'm leaving now, Your Highness." I quickly nodded. "Yes, go pick up Sid quickly." "Thank you." As soon as I gave permission, whoosh, magic flames flashed behind Lily's wheelchair, and the next moment she sped out of the reception room at a frightening speed. "See you all tomorrow." She glided down the corridor and dashed out of the manor in the blink of an eye. We all watched, mouths agape, as Lily's wheelchair zoomed away through the window. I muttered in disbelief. "Isn't she the fastest one here, with drifts and boosts on her wheelchair? Strong, Mom." The next day, a reconnaissance team composed of the fastest heroes entered the Lake Kingdom dungeon, and we immediately realized one overlooked factor. Holy cow, zombie apocalypse, dear God. Running through the darkened city, I screamed. These bastards, by attacking and infecting other monster hordes. I shuddered and looked back. Their numbers increased. There, grrr. Various monster hordes, all zombified and mutilated, were madly chasing us. The zombified demonic guard corps attacked and infected other monster hordes, which then attacked and infected more hordes. Most of the monster hordes in the Lake Kingdom had turned into zombies. Their numbers had swelled far beyond what the reconnaissance team reported just a day before. Finally, someone among us couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed. "Nuwu!" It was Diarmuid. As the old mage's frail scream echoed, the zombies filled the alleys and streets of the Lake Kingdom, endlessly chasing us. Chapter 730, there's a genre called zombie fiction. It refers to works that primarily focus on zombie apocalypses. Because zombies are such a versatile element, the genre has developed in many different directions. There are novels that deal with the cause and solution of zombie outbreaks, dramas that explore the changes in society after a zombie outbreak, and straightforward action games where you simply hack, shoot, and kill zombies. The genre's development has been very diverse, and among these, the one I dislike the most is the latter. I mean, what's so fun about mindlessly killing zombies? Zombies should be more threatening, scarier, and make you anxious about getting infected. But when you encounter them in reality, I shouted, you realize that smashing them in action is the best thing ever. In front of me, the night duo was literally plowing through the field of zombies like tanks. Swish, slash, slash. Lucas was alternating between the bestowed sword and Excalibur, slicing through the zombies mercilessly. The bestowed sword extended its length to sweep through mid-range enemies like a whip, while Excalibur, in his other hand, decapitated any zombies that made it past the whip's reach. Moreover, Excalibur was a holy sword imbued with divine power. It was highly effective against impure beings like zombies. Lucas, a veritable zombie blender, was cutting down all zombies within his range. Take that, and that, beside him, Evangeline was charging forward like a runaway train. Evangeline's usual weapons, the Cross family's spear and Cross family's shield, were still being repaired, so she brought temporary equipment, the shield sword made from Gon and Bung, which we defeated in stage 44. To say it was made is an overstatement. It was looted immediately after defeating them. The shield sword could transform from a giant fish scale-shaped shield to a long sword resembling a bird's beak. Using this, Evangeline pushed the zombies in front of her into mush with the shield, then transformed it into a long sword to slice through the surrounding zombies before transforming it back into a shield. She wielded it with skill. I told you before, right? I mostly use spears, but I can handle swords pretty well too. Evangeline shouted confidently as a zombie monster lunged at her. It had slipped through when she was transforming her weapon. Whoa! Before Evangeline could react, swish. Lucas's bestowed sword decapitated the zombie monster. Normally, he would tease her with a "aren't you paying attention?" But Lucas just glanced at her and kept running. Tusk! Evangeline gritted her teeth and sped up to catch up with Lucas. Watching these youngsters, I chuckled. Hee, it's nice to see you two still bickering and getting along. But your prince is getting tired. It's already been 10 minutes since we started sprinting. I've used my magic and equipment to overcome my poor stamina, but this is getting exhausting. How can you increase the pace now? I couldn't afford to slow down. Even a slight decrease in speed would let the zombies catch up. I checked on the others. Swish, swish. While we ran along the main street, Verdandi was following agilely over fences and collapsed buildings. The area was teeming with zombies, and some particularly dangerous ones were among them. Verdandi was picking off these threats with her bow and the combination of teleporting daggers. Isagam. Excellent. And finally, at the rear of the party. Nuo, stay away. Diarmuid was screaming sharply while breathing fire. Roar. The massive horde of zombies chasing us was getting roasted. The mindless monsters kept coming after us, regardless of their burning bodies, until the cumulative fire damage reduced them to ashes. As expected of a mage. Amazing. I'm glad I brought him. He's racking up a kill count in the double digits. Though Diarmuid's screams were becoming strangely adorable, his efficiency was unmatched. However, our charge was becoming increasingly difficult. As we ventured deeper into the Lake Kingdom dungeon, the number of zombies clogging the main street increased, and their strength grew as well. These weren't ordinary zombies. They were originally strong monsters that had been resurrected in a zombie state. They couldn't use their special abilities, but their physical stats had become even stronger. Cutting our way through was becoming increasingly challenging. Master, at this rate, there's no end to this. Lucas, who was leading the way, shouted. Even I could see that zombies, who used to die with one strike from the bestowed sword, were now enduring 2 or 3 hits. It was becoming hard to break through with just our 5-member team. In that case, I turned around and shouted, "Dear Mudin." Dear Mudin looked at me with hope. I nodded. "Let's take off." "You should have ordered that sooner." Dropping the flames, Dear Mudin spread the hem of his robe wide. Whoosh! Black feathered wings unfurled from his robe, and the flight spell was cast on all of us. Defying gravity, the 5 of us floated into the sky and flew towards the deepest part of the dungeon. The zombies left on the ground watched us, their bodies still sizzling in the lingering flames. Currently, our forces had occupied up to Zone 9 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon, so the zombies were concentrated in Zone 10. The problem was that Zone 10 was the largest single area. Well, it used to be the area where the royalty lived. The royal castle and various facilities for the royalty were located here, all of which had been transformed into dungeons. There were no fewer than 30 dungeons in Zone 10 alone. Most of these places had been overrun by zombies who had bitten each other, turning all into zombie monsters. GRRR, GRRR. The already hideous monsters had been topped with the zombie transformation, making them a grotesque sight. Zombie monsters leaning against each other groaned as they stumbled around Zone 10. We floated in the air, courtesy of Diarmudin's flight spell, and entered the depths of Zone 10, observing the zombie horde below. Evangeline, sweating, asked, "There's no way all these guys will be released to the surface, right?" Smiling, I waved my hand dismissively. "Come on, don't be silly. There's no way." I quickly shut my mouth. Experience had taught me that no way scenarios often come true. Actually, it's stranger for these guys to stay put here. If the door opens, they'll all come out, just like in all those damn defense games. My complexion turned pale. The other heroes watching me also turned pale. Diarmudin, wrapping his arms around his shoulders and shivering, screamed, "Prince Ash, what are you going to do? Hurry up and come up with a plan." "Hold on. We're out here scouting to come up with a plan. Of course, we've barely touched the ground since entering Zone 10. Master." At that moment, Lucas, who had been scanning the area, gestured. "Over there, at the outer edge opposite our entry point. The monsters are moving strangely." "Hum?" Looking in the direction Lucas pointed, I saw it too. Most of the zombified monsters were either idling or giving up trying to reach us in the sky. But the ones at the outer edge were rushing towards a specific point like a vortex. "Is there something there? Shall we check it out, Master?" "Let's do that. Dear Mudin, please fly us over there." "Don't talk so lightly. Long-duration flight spells are very taxing." Diarmudin grumbled but still lifted us up and directed us towards the spot. A ruined tower nearby provided a vantage point, and we descended to observe below. And there, hold them off, build the barricade. Don't let them in. Inside a collapsed cathedral-like structure, surviving monsters were desperately setting up barriers and preparing for battle. GRRR, GRRR. Zombie hordes were converging on them from all directions. "Wow, this looks like a scene straight out of a zombie movie," I observed closely. The resisting monsters had red skin and human-like features. Surprisingly, they were demons, mostly children and the elderly, not soldiers. Demon society categorizes roles by age. I explained to my subordinates, trying to grasp the situation. Children are trained as future soldiers, adults fight in the battlefield, and the elderly dedicate themselves to supporting them. The category of demons is quite broad. Succubi and imps fall under it too. But the common demons we were facing in this stage were the ones with red skin and human-like appearances. These demons invade dimensions as legions, aiming to subjugate them. Legions sent to a dimension establish a foothold, start families, and pass on the fight to their offspring. As I explained, children are trained, adults fight, and the elderly support them. "What? So the elderly do the most menial tasks and suffer the most?" Diarmudin shouted, oddly furious at an unexpected point. But I nodded, as it was true. Indeed, children are considered the most precious, and the elderly are used as expendable assets if needed. These demon bastards. They'll be punished by heaven. Well, they are demons, so. Anyway, the main adult forces have all turned into zombies. I observed the situation and continued. It looks like the children and elderly left in the settlement are making a final stand. Thud, crack, crunch. The barricades blocking the cathedral entrance were constantly being smashed. The zombies swarming around the cathedral quickly broke through the barricades, thrusting their arms and jaws through broken windows and walls. The powerful bodies of the monsters had become even stronger as zombies, tearing down the cathedral's thin walls in no time. Nuo, O great observers, save us. Dark Lord, where are you, Dark Lord? You need to protect us. The trembling young and old demons screamed for salvation, but neither the observers nor the Dark Lord came to their aid. Only a few humans us were watching. After a brief contemplation, I spoke. We're saving them. What? Everyone was taken aback by my words, and Lucas immediately protested. No, Master, what are you saying? They are monsters, and demons at that. They are our enemies. I know. I drew the ceremonial longsword light and shadow from my waist and assembled it into a flagpole. Flash! A flag made of magic fluttered on the empty pole. They are also the monster legion we will face in the upcoming defense battle. I smiled at my subordinates. So, wouldn't they be useful? Without waiting for an answer, I leaped down with the flag. Chapter 731, Lake Kingdom, District 10. Abandoned Cathedral. Built by the indigenous faith of this nation, which perished 500 years ago, the site was vast but not occupied by any monster army. This was because the place exuded an eerie aura that repelled monsters. Thus, while various monsters occupied different parts of the Lake Kingdom over the years, this place remained in ruins. However, the demon survivors had no choice but to flee here now. A zombie plague had spread among the monsters, and the infected monsters killed each other, further spreading the plague. Normally, infighting among monsters was common, something to ignore regardless of whether they killed each other. But with the Demon Guard Legion annihilated, and even leading the zombie outbreak, it couldn't be ignored. The zombified Demon Guard Legion couldn't recognize their kin and attacked the demon colonies, causing devastating damage in the first assault. The few survivors managed to flee here, to the abandoned cathedral, now sensing their imminent end. Bang, crash, creak, the barricade, reinforced with magic, bent and broke like straw. The stained glass windows of the cathedral shattered as zombie monsters' arms reached inside. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr anything alive, regardless if it was a monster. Thick saliva dripped onto the floor. Ah, it's over, we're finished. The demon children huddled in the center of the cathedral, trembling and hugging each other. The demon elders, who stood around them, shuddered as they prepared to sacrifice themselves. When the last barricade broke and the zombie monsters rushed in, they would throw their lives to protect the children. Where is Lord Cromwell? Who caused this plague in the first place? Why isn't the Demon King saving us? We are his direct subordinates. Listening to the terrified screams of his kin, the oldest demon among the survivors, called the Elder within the Legion, kept silent. They all knew Cromwell was dead, that the Demon King had turned her into a zombie to raise her from death, and that to the Demon King they were mere pawns to be used and discarded. Is this the end? Zombies were squeezing through the gap in the completely collapsed entrance barricade. Sensing the end, the Elder slowly lowered his arms and let out a long breath. It had been a long time since he followed Legion Commander Cromwell out of their homeland to this place, and during that long time, what have I done? He couldn't tell what he had accomplished. Was this the meaningless end of a tenaciously continued life? If my life was to disappear so futilely, then rather, what? As he wondered at his own thoughts and blinked, ha! He saw something falling through the broken ceiling of the cathedral. At first he thought it was a zombie monster breaking in through the roof, but no. It was a much more dangerous presence. Flapping a banner made of magic, the top commander of the human side, the most dangerous enemy among the monsters, Ash, born hater Everblack, lightly descended and landed. Seeing Ash right in front of him, the Elder stiffened in shock and surprise, and the other demons, not fully understanding who this was, shouted, "What is it, a human? How did they get here? They're here to kill us." The demons were flustered, seeing the human suddenly appear in their midst. Moreover, the human wasn't alone. Thud, thud. A blonde male knight, a platinum blonde female knight, a green-haired assassin, and a white-haired mage followed, surrounding Ash. Zombies outside, humans inside. The demon survivors besieged on both sides panicked. Seeing the terrified demons, a long smile formed on Ash's lips. Greetings, invader candidates and retired invaders. Seeing that smile, the Elder thought, do you want to live? For some reason, this human smile seemed. If you say yes, I'll help you. More ruthless than themselves. Come on, say it. Spreading his arms wide, his golden eyes gleaming, the unexpected savior from the sky said this. Say you want to live. Observing the panicked demons, I smiled broadly. The monsters covering this lake kingdom were mostly shadows extracted from nightmares by the Demon King. But these red-skinned demons were different. As previously explained, they are invaders from another dimension, attacking this world to make it their own. In rough terms, they're an alien race. So they can reproduce, unlike the monsters revived from nightmares. So, in other words, they don't have the instinctive and blind hatred toward humans that the revived nightmare monsters do. In short, there's room for negotiation. Better to show than tell 100 times. I lightly tapped the floor with the flagpole. Then, whoosh, a wall of magic rose, quickly encircling the abandoned cathedral. Over the barely intact main barricade, over the shattered stained glass windows, grey magic formed a wall, instantly fortifying the abandoned cathedral. This should buy us some time for now. The deafening roars of the zombie monsters outside fell silent. Not to brag, but my walls are pretty sturdy. Actually, that is bragging. The demon survivors didn't know whether to be happy about the immediate safety from the zombie threat or wary of the humans in front of them. It's not complicated. I folded my arms and gestured outside with my chin. Those zombies are my enemies, and those zombies are also your enemies. This gives us a reason to cooperate. I'll help you until all those zombies are gone. I'll fortify this place so you can hold out safely and bring you any supplies you need. How about it? An elder demon, who seemed the oldest among the survivors, stepped forward. He quieted his kin and bowed respectfully to me. Thank you for your offer. However, may we have a moment to discuss? As you wish, just not too long. Accepting the proposal of someone who was an enemy just moments ago might be a bit much. I nodded, and the surviving demons, now down to a few hundred individuals, began a heated discussion. As I turned away, my subordinates, who had been waiting, urgently questioned me. Ash, are you really going to help these monsters? Verdandi asked. I nodded. They're a decent alliance to reduce the number of zombies. But the benefits for us are considerable, I spoke frankly. To put it bluntly, we can use them as disposable pawns to fight the zombies for us. To put it more gently, we can say our interests align. They want to live, and we need to reduce the number of zombies. If we have a force here in the origin of the zombie outbreak to draw in zombies and bear the brunt of their attacks, reducing their numbers, it could greatly reduce the number of zombies pouring into the subsequent defense battles. In short, they'll act as our forward base. The forward base we originally used by the Black Lake was completely destroyed by Nightbringer, making it impossible to restore realistically by the final battle. Time is too short. We can't even think of restoring the south wall of Crossroad right now, so how could we restore the forward base? In this situation, if we can deploy an allied force in District 10 of Lake Kingdom, not only in this stage but maybe even up to the final battle, it could be useful. And besides, we can gather intel on the demon's weaknesses and on Cromwell. Though the zombie crisis complicates things, and the situation is chaotic, ultimately, the boss monster we have to deal with this time is the Demon Guard Legion Commander Cromwell. These demons belong to the same legion as Cromwell, so we can also gather information. And most importantly, I added, there's something I personally need to test. My words puzzled everyone. Test? Yeah, I smiled bitterly. A test necessary for me to achieve the ending I desire. The demon survivors accepted my proposal. They had no choice. Either they joined hands with me or became zombies here. It seemed they didn't want to die. Great. So who's the leader here? An elder demon, the one who had talked to me before, stepped forward. He introduced himself. It's me. They call me Elder. Quick introductions, good. You're perceptive, Elder. I received the representative position of these survivors from the Elder. The Elder hesitated, but it was a situation where they were already riding a tiger. He meekly handed over the representative position as I requested. I delegate the representative authority of our Cromwell Legion survivors. To you, Ash. Great. I nodded and adjusted the Imperial Seal Ring. Imperial Seal Ring, X, can gather the will of the organization's members you represent and manifest it as power. This was why I asked for the representative position. I, as the temporary ally of the Cromwell Legion survivors, representing their will, wish for this. The ring, which had no design before, now bore the symbol of red antlers. This seemed to be the emblem of the Cromwell Legion. That this abandoned cathedral will not fall to the monster horde. Flash. The Imperial Seal ring activated, and red energy surged from the survivors' chests, intertwining like long vines, encircling the cathedral. This embodies your will to survive. This magical. No, it's magic, I explained to the astonished survivors. As long as your will remains strong, the zombies won't easily enter this area. My wall will also hold for a while. But ultimately, surviving is up to you. 2 weeks remain until stage 45 begins. It can be an eternity or a moment, depending on how you view it. Whether this cathedral will hold until then or fall to the zombies before that, I don't know. However, if they fight tenaciously to survive and it benefits my world, I will continue to support them. Such a simple alliance. We'll fortify and turn this cathedral into a forward base. I told my subordinates. Bring in defensive equipment, and if supplies are needed, provide them. Are you really planning to build a small fortress inside the dungeon, using monsters to fight other monsters? Consider it a special operation for a special situation. Now, conduct a supply check. My subordinates looked unhappy, but they still checked the supplies and equipment needed to fortify the cathedral. Hold on tight, Elder. Still looking conflicted about joining hands with humans to survive, the Elder gave me a complicated expression. I grinned at him. I'll come to help again. Thus, I established a forward base in the heart of enemy territory and gained a fighting force. The results of this impulsive little investment will reveal themselves in time. Whether it's a colossal failure or, who knows, I might look back and call it a masterstroke. Chapter 732. Thus, we had our tasks set for the next 2 weeks until the next defense battle began. We fortified the defenses at the Crossroad main castle while pouring all excess resources and effort into the dungeon in District 10, the abandoned cathedral. This place would effectively serve as our forward base. Initially, we transporting supplies physically using Diomudin's flight magic, but eventually, we just set up a teleport gate. Of course, access through this teleport gate had to be rigorously checked and secured. After all, it was connected to enemy territory. Grower, zombies kept pouring into the cathedral, more coming through the main entrance. Activate the artifacts sequentially. The east window is broken. Prioritize repairs. Thanks to the various defensive artifacts meticulously installed, the magic walls I regularly reinforced, and the efforts of the survivors, dangerous moments that were frequent at first gradually diminished as we became more adept. Indeed, by observing the battle here, I was also able to study the behavior of the zombie monsters. Zombie monsters were practically brainless and charged straightforwardly at living beings. One might wonder how they differed from regular monsters, but the key difference was that they didn't fall even when their bodies were damaged. A regular monster would become incapacitated if it lost a limb or had a hole punched through its body. But in their zombie state, they didn't. Losing a limb was trivial, and they would even crawl using their arms if they lost their lower half. They even keep moving for a while after their heads are blown off. So, for the survivors, the best strategy was to avoid direct confrontation and block them with sturdy walls. After all, zombies swarmed endlessly around the cathedral. Killing them only brought the next wave. Thus, the tactic was to block them with a strong wall, letting the accumulated zombies get stuck and unable to move, only cleaning up those desperately trying to break in. While this couldn't be done indefinitely, it was manageable for the 2 weeks we had. So I proposed this strategy, and the older demons followed my lead without complaint. They knew their best chance of survival lay in accepting my help. The younger demons, however, were a problem. Human, who are you to keep ordering us around? We can handle the zombies on our own. When Lord Cromwell returns, you and your kind will be wiped out with humanity. Oh, these precious brats. As previously mentioned, the demon race treasures their children and treats their elders harshly. As a result, these kids were all spoiled and undisciplined, having been pampered excessively. Hey, you old guys, what are you doing? Have you no pride? Kick these humans out now. And I'm hungry. Cook us some food, quick. Bring back the toys we left in our colony, right now. As soon as things got a bit better, they started whining and throwing tantrums. Still, I tried to ignore them, thinking it was part of their culture. You insolent, wretched brats. Diomedin couldn't hold back and snapped. I'll teach you the proper respect, you ill-mannered demon children. I always suspected he had a lot of traditional sternness in him, but Diomudin seemed to embody a strong Korean spirit. Diomudin, who had taught countless precious children in his ivory tower, activated his formidable etiquette enforcement mode, personally disciplining and training the rude demon kids with harsh yet caring rigor. A few days later, grandfather, grandmother, did you wake up well? Today, we will prepare breakfast. Please rest comfortably. We'll massage your shoulders and legs while you eat. They had all transformed into respectful and considerate children, embodying courtesy and virtue. Is this really okay? The demons must have their own methods of discipline and cultural patterns based on their life cycle. Is it right to change that arbitrarily? Regardless of my concerns, Diomudin was immensely satisfied with the transformed children. Ah, how pleasant! He stroked his beard with a contented expression, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The children, too, respectfully addressed Diomudin. We're glad to see you're comfortable, teacher. Please continue to guide and correct our faults. So, teacher, can we have a bit more of that candy as a reward? Well, whatever. This is now the forward base of the land of courtesy, you brats. Having some spare time, I scouted the area from the rooftop. The elder, who seemed uncomfortable receiving massages from the children, spoke. There are still other monster armies that haven't been infected by the zombies. I'll try to ally with them. Do you think they'll listen to you? Isn't it better to join forces and hold out together against the zombie waves rather than getting swallowed up, just like how we joined hands with you? The elder chuckled as he watched the children enthusiastically massaging his neck and shoulders. Before this crisis, I was just waiting to die, but being alive, I can see many things I couldn't before. True, Diomudin agreed. You have to live first, endure tirelessly, and then think about what else you might see. Listening to the two elders, I silently reinforced the magic wall. Time was passing. Crossroad, city center. Today, Evangeline had come to the food district to order lunch for the melee unit's training. She stopped at the entrance of a restaurant, feeling awkward. Oh, ah. She had run into the waiter, who had once confessed his feelings to her. A severely awkward silence ensued. Since that day, Evangeline had avoided coming to this cafeteria, making this their first meeting since the incident. Awkward as she was, Evangeline decided to go into the restaurant anyway. After all, the food was good. I'd like to order lunchboxes for 20 people. Can you deliver them by lunchtime to the barracks? Oh, yes, of course. Absolutely. Right this way. The waiter took the order and relayed it to the kitchen. All right, your order has been placed, and it will be delivered by noon. Okay, then. Awkwardly exchanging pleasantries, Evangeline quickly tried to leave before the atmosphere got even weirder. At that moment, about that day, I'm sorry. The waiter bowed deeply, apologizing. Evangeline was even more flustered. No, there's no need to apologize. I got scolded a lot after that. They told me how much of a nuisance a sudden confession can be, that I should think of the other person's feelings, not just mine. The waiter even teared up a bit. You told me to think it over that day, but I know you were being considerate. You could have just rejected me outright, but you were kind to me. Evangeline smiled wryly and waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. It wasn't a big deal. It made me reflect on my own feelings, too. The waiter, looking at Evangeline in a daze, cautiously asked, Miss Evangeline. Yes, I know it's weird to ask this, but can I keep liking you? Ha ha, do you need permission for that? Instead of answering directly, Evangeline turned her gaze southward. This city no longer has proper walls. The waiter looked south as well, where the wall, desperately being restored but still in shambles from Nightbringer's attack, could be seen. The next invading monsters are a horde of zombies. If they break through, you might end up becoming one of those horrifying creatures yourself. I appreciate your feelings for me, but let me give you some honest advice. Evangeline spoke sternly. If you're staying in this city just because of me, then forget it and leave, before you get hurt or lose your life. It's fine. But the waiter smiled nonchalantly. If I were going to run away out of fear for my life or the monsters, I would have left a long time ago. So don't worry too much about someone like me. And if you finish this battle well, please come to eat again. The waiter hastily packed some snacks and handed them to Evangeline. And this is on the house. Good luck with your training today and the upcoming defense battle. Waving and bowing energetically, the waiter bid her farewell. Evangeline left the food district. Munching on one of the snacks the waiter had given her, Evangeline muttered to herself, This restaurant does have really good food. Human emotions are so complex that even clear kindness from others can be difficult to handle, not to mention one's own feelings, which are even harder to understand. Crunch. Evangeline popped another snack into her mouth instead of sighing. Corner of the barracks. Closed training grounds. This training ground, which had been half destroyed by Nightbringer's breath attack, was now unused, but one person was diligently swinging a sword there. Ha! It was Hecate. Sweating profusely with her broken body, she desperately tried to maintain her sword form. Clang! Eventually, she dropped the sword. Damn it! Gripping her trembling right arm with her left, she panted heavily. What am I supposed to do now? In a world like this, what can I even do? Hecate, overwhelmed with frustration, leaned her head against a training dummy. From a distance, hidden behind a pillar, Lucas watched her silently. Lucas, who had been observing with a blank expression, turned his gaze. At the opposite entrance to the training ground, Junior stood, also looking conflicted. Taking a deep breath, Lucas stepped away from the pillar and turned around. Their intertwined feelings had not yet reached any resolution as time passed. Southern Wall under restoration. Chain was idly perched here again today. Chain! Heavy footsteps echoed. He turned to see Torkel. Torkel, who had approached, gestured southward with his chin. The next defense battle is soon. It's one of those large-scale monster offensives that come every 5 battles. The battlefield will be fierce again soon. Will you continue to stay here? He wasn't asking if Chain would keep sitting on the wall aimlessly. He was asking if Chain would stay in Crossroad indefinitely. Unable to answer, Chain remained silent. Torkel asked again, "Have you sent a letter to your wife?" "A letter? If you're afraid to visit directly, how about contacting her to let her know you're alive?" Torkel explained awkwardly. "I gathered the courage to write to my home island after a long time of no contact. Now we're in touch again. Once this battle is over, I plan to visit." Chain, still silent, sighed deeply. "Courage, ha! I never thought contacting my wife would require more courage than facing monsters, that it would be more terrifying." Torkel nodded. "But you can't hesitate forever, can you?" Chain closed his eyes tightly and then opened them to look at Torkel. "Torkel, yes, I have a favor to ask. I'm not good with letters. Can you write it for me?" A bashful smile appeared under Torkel's helmet. "My handwriting is pretty crude. As long as it's legible. It's still better than mine, right?" "All right, let's go." Torkel gestured toward the temple. "I'll do my best to write it beautifully. It's not just the writing. Make the words sound nice too. You know I'm not good at that either." "You're asking for skills I don't have either." Torkel supported Chain, who was on crutches, and they slowly made their way to the temple. The two men limped along side by side. Time was passing. Chapter 733, Open Field near the temple. "I brought lunch, Father." Hannibal lifted a basket with a bright smile. "With another big battle coming up in a few days, we need to make sure to get proper nutrition. Come, let's eat together." "Well, thank you for bringing lunch, but—" Zenith was sweating nervously, glancing around. "Why is High Priestess Rosetta here?" Likewise, Rosetta, who had also been dragged out by Hannibal, looked flustered. Hannibal, who had brought both of them together, simply tilted his head innocently with a carefree smile. "Isn't it nice to eat together? Don't you think so?" "Ah, yeah, it is. But," quietly sweating, Rosetta nudged Zenith in the side. Startled, Zenith turned to look at her, and Rosetta whispered under her breath, "Why is he doing this?" "I have no idea, sister." Hannibal had recently been making frequent attempts to bring Zenith and Rosetta together. Both Zenith and Rosetta were bewildered, but telling Hannibal to stop felt weird and seemed to make them more conscious of each other, so they just let it be. But how long were they supposed to let this go on? "So, Zenith," Rosetta called out to Zenith and then frowned. "By the way, changing your name from Zenith to Zenith. It's just a cover-up, isn't it?" Zenith looked sheepish. After his fake funeral, he had tried to take on a completely new name, but it didn't work out, so he had changed it by just one letter as a stopgap measure. The pronunciation is slightly different. "Whatever. Anyway, Zenith." Rosetta spoke seriously, and Zenith straightened up. "Yes, sister. We're facing zombies in the upcoming battle, right?" "Yes. Holy power is the most effective against the undead, so most of the priests will be on the front lines this time." Zenith swallowed hard at Rosetta's words. "Many may get hurt or die. Even though you've already experienced a symbolic death as a priest, I'm asking you, protect the temple members as much as you can. I know you can do it. Since his fake funeral, Zenith had fought as an independent mercenary. Sometimes he cooperated with Rosetta on missions, but he kept his distance from the priests, thinking it was the right thing to do. However, Zenith had also learned something while rolling around in death on this front. You have to stay alive to discuss what's right. I will, sister, Zenith nodded readily. Trust me. I'll make sure all those zombies are sent back to the goddess in accordance with the natural order. Rosetta looked at her boastful younger brother with a complicated expression. All right, enough of the heavy talk. Hannibal jumped in between them. If necessary, I'll summon the Spirit King to protect everyone, so don't worry too much about the upcoming battle. Hannibal placed sandwiches in Rosetta and Zenith's mouths. Let's just enjoy our meal now. Both of them chewed on their sandwiches, pondering, why on earth is Hannibal doing this? Aryan Kingdom's military camp. Yun lay on a bed with a much improved complexion, but she still hadn't regained consciousness. Huilan, who visited her every day, was once again sitting beside her, quietly gazing at her face. Once this next battle is over, after a long silence, Huilan spoke, and the next one after that, once the war against the monsters is finally over. Huilan reached out and gently stroked Yun's pale cheek. Will I be able to face you when you wake up, Yun? There was no answer. Huilan continued to stare blankly at the still-sleeping Yun. Evening. Lord's mansion. I was reading reports on the defense preparations for both the Crossroad main castle and the forward base in the dungeon. Then there was a knock at the door. I spoke without much thought. Come in. The door opened quietly, and light footsteps approached me. I glanced up, expecting to see Lucas or another companion, and jumped up in surprise. Whoa, Serenade! It was none other than Serenade, the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, who had entered. Holding a tray with a teapot and a plate of cookies, Serenade approached with an awkward smile. I haven't seen you much lately, so I came to visit. Am I interrupting your work? No, no, not at all. Come over here. I placed the tray on the table and seated Serenade on the guest sofa, then sat on the opposite sofa. Serenade, however, stood up from the guest sofa and moved to sit next to me. Gasp! With a playful smile, Serenade narrowed her silver eyes and grinned. I heard you've been extremely busy preparing for the next defense battle. I thought it would be nice for you to take a short break. I brought tea and cookies for you. Thanks. Serenade poured tea into a cup and handed it to me. Feeling strangely shy, I avoided her gaze as I accepted the cup. Come on, when will I stop acting like a clueless rookie? Even after merging with the true Ash, I still haven't improved in this area. Despite absorbing all of his experiences, I'm still just a fool in front of my first love. Ahem. Have you prepared for the evacuation? I tried to regain my composure, sipping tea as I asked Serenade. The next battle would be against the zombified demons, a boss stage. While it should be objectively easier than fighting the Nightbringer, the state of Crossroads' defenses was so poor that letting our guard down could be disastrous. This was a boss stage, leading up to the final boss fight. It was not going to be easy, so as always, we were prioritizing the evacuation of civilians. Given the state of the walls and the risk of infection, civilian casualties could be severe in this stage. Yes, the entire guild is ready to move, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. Thanks for always doing this. Ha ha, it's part of being a merchant. We always need to be on the move to find good products. It's not a hardship, but a joy. The confident look Serenade gave me made me blush. She seemed so proud, as if she had just secured a great deal. Stop looking at me like that. Speaking of which, it seems like a lot of people in Crossroad are caught up in complicated romantic entanglements these days. Escaping from my own romantic troubles, I turned the conversation to the others. After explaining the complex love lines forming among our friends, Serenade laughed, covering her mouth. Ha ha, with so many young people gathered together, it's natural for romantic feelings to bloom. Yeah, but romance doesn't always lead to happy endings. I thought of the heroes who had loved each other here before. Those who died, fell into comas, or went missing. On this frontline where we constantly faced death, romance rarely led to purely happy stories. Your Highness, is there anything in this world that always guarantees a happy ending? But Serenade responded maturely. Whether here on the front lines or anywhere else, failure is more common than success. Is love between people any different? I guess not. Success is nice, but what's wrong with failure? We learn from that pain too. Just as she had advised me to live with all my pieces scattered, Serenade was embracing people's failures from the start. Even if it hurts right now, if they find a path to the next happiness, even thwarted love will have its own value. Is that so? It is, Serenade added. Of course, it's best if they fall in love properly from the start and have a smooth relationship without any pain. Ha ha. Is that from experience? Of course. Thanks to a certain cold and oblivious man, I learned it after much hardship. Cold, oblivious, and an idiot who fumbles around. I quietly reached out and held Serenade's hand. As always, her hand was pleasantly cool. Serenade blushed slightly, bit her lip, and then exhaled as if making a resolution. She looked at me. "Excuse me, Your Highness." "Yes." I'm no longer satisfied with just holding hands. "Yes." Serenade's face turned bright red, and she leaned towards me. Startled, I leaned back, but my back hit the sofa, and I couldn't go any further. Serenade, like a feline predator, licked her lips and gradually closed the distance between us. Eek. Wait, Serenade. Let's calm down and talk first. I'm leaving tomorrow and won't see you for a while, and you keep talking about other people's love lives. It's time to seriously consider our progress too. We're moving to the next stage today. Your eyes are scary, Serenade. Calm down. Wait. My desperate screams didn't carry far beyond the office and soon faded away. And time flew by. The next defense battle, Stage 45, was just around the corner. Lake Kingdom Dungeon, Zone 10. Abandoned Cathedral Forward Base. With the magic wall I regularly installed, the wall of will I manifested from the survivors, and various defensive artifacts and fortifications provided by the human side, the abandoned cathedral had already become a formidable fortress. Zombie monsters couldn't even attempt to breach it. Having regained some composure, the Demon Legion contacted other surviving monster legions, sharing defensive resources with them. Now, survivors had set up fortresses throughout Zone 10 where zombie monsters were being destroyed and repelled. One more day. The old demon, the Elder, thought while inspecting the state of the abandoned cathedral. At this rate, we can survive without any issues. Yes, they could survive, but it was then. Elder, we have a big problem. A subordinate guarding the main entrance rushed in. The Elder looked at him, puzzled. What is it? The zombie monsters. Their movements are strange. Strange? How? See for yourself. The Elder hurriedly followed his subordinate and looked outside the main entrance of the abandoned cathedral, and he saw it. The zombie monsters, which had been surrounding the cathedral densely, were now all moving back in a swirling motion. Grower, grower. The countless hills of corpses, which had been standing in disarray, began to shift as if collapsing. It was a chaotic, disorderly movement, but clearly they were all making way for something. As if someone was commanding these zombies. No way. Rumble. The hills of zombie monsters around the cathedral exploded and crumbled like a landslide. Flesh, bones, and blood flew everywhere. The zombies forced their way, creating a path. And then, thud, through the path of corpses she appeared. Her ornate masquerade mask clung to her face, and her torn dress was blackened with blood. Her once sensual red-skinned body was now swollen and decayed, turned black, and grotesquely enlarged. Her iconic large antlers, which had grown endlessly like branches, were filled with an eerie green energy connected to the surrounding zombie monsters. Ah! The survivors gasped in unison when they saw her. Lord Cromwell, the Demon Guard Legion commander and the leader of the zombie monsters. Grah! Cromwell let out a terrifying roar and charged towards the main entrance of the abandoned cathedral. Chapter 734, a long time ago. The demon race highly valued and cherished their children as the future of their kind. When a legion left their home dimension to invade another, the youngest and most talented child was appointed as the future commander of the legion, and the oldest and most experienced elder was named the elder to assist the young commander. Before leaving their homeland, the demon legion sent to this dimension was named the Cromwell Legion, because the young child chosen as the new commander was named Cromwell. She was just a baby, but she was born with massive horns and unparalleled potential, and the elder had taken care of her since before they left their homeland. A prospective commander destined for the throne and an old elder, filled with wisdom but dispensable. The elder was tasked with protecting and educating Cromwell until she matured. He devoted himself to raising Cromwell, fulfilling the last glorious role given to him, and it was natural for young Cromwell to see the elder as her father. Daddy! Every time she called him that, the elder would awkwardly try to correct her. "You shouldn't call me that, Your Excellency. We are not father and child. We are the elder and the future commander. I am just a fortunate old man, and you are the future of our legion, brimming with talent and potential." The elder reminded her again and again, but Cromwell would just smile brightly and say, "All right, elder." She changed the title, but still acted like a child, seeking her parents' affection. The elder accepted Cromwell's affection and taught her everything he could. The royal path, the conquering path, the grand vision of a legion to conquer and rule the world. Time passed. The Cromwell legions safely arrived in the targeted dimension, and under the elder's guidance, Cromwell grew into a strong and capable leader. The day before the legion's inaugural ceremony and coronation, "Elder, Your Excellency, I am so proud. There is nothing more I can teach you. He, it's because you raised me well, elder." The elder looked up at the now fully grown commander with tears in his eyes and said, "It is time for the final step, Your Excellency. Consume me as your sacrifice." "What?" Cromwell asked in a puzzled voice. She had only intended to seek the elder's affection one last time before she could no longer do so as the commander. "Take me as your sacrifice and consume me completely." The elder, who Cromwell saw as her father, was now saying this. "This is my final joy." "What do you mean?" "This is our race's tradition. The most talented child is chosen as the future commander, and the eldest and most knowledgeable elder is chosen as their mentor. After the commander grows up under the elder's guidance, the commander consumes the elder, inheriting all their knowledge. For demons with the sacrifice ability, this was the most efficient way to pass down knowledge. The youngest and most talented individual, destined to live the longest, would consume the predecessor's knowledge completely, becoming even deeper and wiser through this accumulated knowledge, repeating this process to create the most ideal legion leader. This was the long-standing tradition of the demon race. "Proceed, Your Excellency. Step over my corpse." The elder knelt before Cromwell and bowed his head towards a glorious future. He had been waiting for this moment. In a society where demons were despised just for surviving a long time, this was the final recognition of his value. He would become the sacrifice for the completion of the commander. There could be no greater glory for him. The elder hoped Cromwell would swiftly consume him, but instead, "I refuse, elder." Cromwell declined. The elder, bowing his head to the ground, looked up in shock as Cromwell spoke in an unusually cold voice. "I will not consume you. But Your Excellency, why should I consume the flesh of an old, tasteless, decayed soul like you?" Cromwell turned her back. The elder, lifting his head, cried out in despair, "You must, Your Excellency. This is our race's tradition. You must consume me and take every bit of knowledge I possess. I don't need such outdated traditions and knowledge. Your Excellency, if that knowledge is necessary, you can continue to advise me by my side." Cromwell's will was resolute. "Live, elder, live long and watch." The elder's forehead hit the ground. Cromwell declared, "Watch with your own eyes as the commander you raised consumes the entire world, not just you." He couldn't die again. He couldn't fall gloriously on the battlefield, and he lost the last chance to be consumed by the commander. So he survived, in the powerless state of a retired soldier. What should I do now? In his lingering life, the elder just watched, where the Cromwell Legion was heading. They contacted the Doomsday Play broker from a higher dimension who had requested reinforcements in this dimension, the one known as the Demon King. They began their invasion as his subordinates. Cromwell was outstanding. She diligently assisted the Demon King for a long time, preparing for the world's downfall. During this long process, Cromwell gradually stopped seeking the elder. Cromwell was busy, and the elder was tired. Their relationship grew distant. And then, Cromwell died. Caught off guard by the Black Dragon Legion, Cromwell, who was acting as the Demon King's proxy, was chewed to death by the dragon's teeth. Without even retrieving the corpse of the commander, the elder had to lead the surviving Legion members in a desperate retreat. While fleeing and struggling to keep the Legion alive, the elder thought. He had followed Commander Cromwell out of their homeland and arrived in this dimension a long time ago. And during all that time, what have I done? He couldn't tell what he had accomplished. Was this meaningless end the final chapter of his tenaciously continued life? If my life was to disappear so futilely, then rather, present, inside the abandoned cathedral. Grah! As Cromwell roared and charged, the elder stood frozen, facing her, the sight of her massive corpse. To the elder's eyes, she suddenly appeared as her very young self. Daddy! Thud. Cromwell's enormous body collided with the main entrance of the cathedral. The impact was so tremendous that the entire cathedral shook. Inside, the young demon children screamed and hugged each other. Grah! Thud, thud, thud. She repeatedly slammed her body against the door, shaking the entire cathedral as if it would collapse at any moment. But the main entrance of the cathedral didn't budge. Not only was it fortified with Ash's magic walls and the power of the imperial seal ring, but it was also reinforced with multiple layers of various magic and artifacts. No matter how powerful Cromwell was, as a zombified demon, she couldn't use any magical abilities. All she could do was physically break things, and her physical attacks couldn't break through the reinforced main entrance of the cathedral. Grah! But Cromwell, having lost all reason and driven only by the desire to kill the nearest living being, could do nothing but continue to charge. Don't worry, it won't break, Diarmuidin, who was observing the situation, said. Unless it's a stronger magical attack, no physical force can bring down this cathedral. So everyone, stay calm. Since the human side had connected this cathedral with a teleport gate, a hero took turns being stationed here. Currently, it was Diarmuidin's turn. The commander herself showed up. I knew she was zombified, but what's with those antlers? I need to report to Prince Ash quickly and gather the mages for research. As Diarmuidin thought this, he noticed something strange. The elder, as if in a trance, walked toward the main entrance and slowly reached for the lever to unlock the door. Elder, the other demons stammered as they watched in confusion. Elder, what are you doing? Click. But the elder silently pulled the lever, unlocking one of the locks. Thud. Rumble. All the locks on the main entrance were immediately disengaged. Everyone was shocked. This critical lever was magically bound to the elder's authority since he was the leader of the survivors. And now the elder was opening the main entrance with his own hands. Elder, what are you doing? Diarmuidin urgently shouted. As a fellow elder, Diarmuidin had formed a bond with the elder over the past few days, often sharing conversations. He believed there was still a chance to persuade him. The locks are in 2 stages. Though the locks were disengaged, the door wasn't fully open and the defenses weren't entirely deactivated. If the elder stopped now and didn't pull the lever again, the cathedral could still be safe. Get a hold of yourself. What are you trying to do by opening that door? The one outside isn't your commander. It's just a revived corpse. You know that, Diarmuidin. The elder turned to Diarmuidin. As an old man like me, you should understand the feeling of being alive yet not truly living. What? The feeling that the world is gradually abandoning you, saying you are no longer useful. You know that too. When your body is old and you're retired from your duties and you wonder what you've lived your whole life for, what do you do then? If you're alive, Diarmuidin's beard quivered as he spoke, you can do anything. Right now, you might be struggling, not knowing what to do or what you can do. You might be frustrated, feeling the world has abandoned you. But, Diarmuidin desperately tried to persuade the elder, if you stay alive, another path will surely appear. Don't give up. We are the youngest we'll ever be today. There's no day faster to start something new than today. So, thank you for the kind words. The elder nodded and gripped the lever tightly. They've given me the courage. See, elder, the courage to do what I've always wanted to do. Come to your senses, you fool. Diarmuidin pointed to the young demon children huddled together, trembling in the middle of the cathedral. Aren't the children of your race behind you? The only child I have. The elder, with a sorrowful smile, tightened his grip on the lever. Is the one standing outside. Diarmuidin, possessing immense magical power, was slow in casting spells and couldn't stop the elder in time. Instead, other surviving demons, who were standing by with crossbows, urgently fired at the elder. Thunk, thud, thud, thud. Ugh. Even as he was hit by dozens of arrows and coughed up blood, the elder managed to pull the lever. Click, rumble. The main entrance of the cathedral slowly began to open. All the locks were disengaged, and the magic walls and the wall of will that Ash had set up split open, creating a path. No, the survivors whispered in shock, their mouths agape. And then, thud, thud, thud. Through the open door, Cromwell, with her enormous antlers held high, slowly entered the cathedral. Her blurry eyes were fixed on the nearest living being, the elder. Your Excellency, the elder, hit by dozens of arrows and coughing up blood, spoke in a weak voice. No, Cromwell. No, my daughter. For the first time, he uttered the deepest, most hidden term of endearment he had for her. The elder slowly spread his arms wide. My lifelong regret was not being able to give you everything. Ah, ah, ah. Now, the usually lifeless and dull face of the old demon broke into a radiant smile. Eat. Cromwell slowly approached the elder, stepping between his outstretched arms as if embracing him. She opened her massive mouth wide. Crunch, she bit down. Crunch, crunch, splatter. She devoured the elder's entire body, leaving nothing behind. With a ravenous appetite, she ate it all, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. Chapter 735. Crunch, crunch. Cromwell devoured the elder's body ravenously. Mindlessly, like a starved beast, she focused solely on consuming the flesh of what had once been alive, oblivious to everything around her. The survivors, frozen around the wide-open main gate, began to cautiously step back. Quietly, move carefully. Don't make any noise, back away slowly. Inside the main entrance of the cathedral, there was another large inner door dividing the interior. If they could retreat behind this door and establish a new defensive line, there was still hope for the survivors. With this plan in mind, the survivors near the main entrance carefully moved back. That was until one of them accidentally knocked over a nearby candlestick. Crash! The fallen candlestick hit the floor with a resounding noise. The survivors, who had been cautiously retreating, froze in place. Cromwell, having already devoured the elder's upper body, lifted her head and looked in the direction of the fallen candlestick. Her blood-stained mouth slowly opened. "Ha!" she spoke. "Here is. I am." Relief and astonishment flashed across the faces of the survivors. "Commander Cromwell, have you regained your senses? It's us, your Legion members." "Ah!" A surprised Cromwell covered her mouth with her hands. "Oh, my loyal Legion members. Yes, you remember, it's us. But why didn't you save me when I died?" Moving with inhuman speed, Cromwell lunged forward and tore the throats of the two survivors at the front. Splurt. Blood sprayed everywhere. In the face of this horrific slaughter, the remaining survivors who had momentarily felt relief stiffened in terror. Crunch, crunch. Cromwell continued to chew on the heads of the dead survivors and muttered in confusion. "Ah, I died. Was I dead? Why, yes. It feels like my brain was eaten. My whole body hurts, especially my head. It itches constantly, driving me crazy." Cromwell raised her claws to scratch inside her skull, but could only scratch the surface because her antlers covered the top of her head. After a while of struggling to reach her brain, Cromwell gave up. She looked at the survivors with vacant eyes. "Give. What? Give it to me. What do you want? Give me everything in your brains. What else would I be asking for, you meatbags?" Cromwell lunged forward, grabbing the next victim's head and ripping it apart. As she tore and devoured the nearby survivors one by one, she roared. "Making sentences is so hard. I'm not even that smart. So why does everyone call me the future of the Legion? I'm sorry for not getting perfect scores. I'll do better so." The remaining survivors had lost the will to resist. They fled in terror, running away one by one. "I don't want to kill, but I have to because it's more important than being hungry. It's fitting to be a commander, I told you." "Run, run away." "But why is there a hole in my insides? Why do I keep feeling hungry even after eating? It's driving me crazy. Why won't you help? Please go inside and patch the hole. Hurry." Cromwell continued to babble incoherently as she devoured the fleeing survivors one by one. "Give me meat, Dad. I'm the youngest and need to grow the biggest, so give me lots. I'll grow up strong and lead everyone." "Ah, ah. But why don't you taste good? That's strange. Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good?" Then Cromwell's twisted face showed a childlike smile. He, never mind. It tastes good. Daddy's dinner is always the best." V. Wooham. Suddenly, a brilliant green light emanated from the massive antlers atop Cromwell's head. "Grower. Gra." The green light seemed to signal the waiting zombie monsters outside the cathedral, causing them to drool and rush inside through the main entrance. "It itches, it itches, it itches. Inside my brain, under my skin, behind my eyes. It itches and I can't scratch it. Let's eat. Eating will make me forget." With Cromwell's bizarre cries, the zombie monsters formed a green wave and poured into the cathedral. The defenses were concentrated outside. Now that the monsters were inside the main entrance, the cathedral was effectively doomed. The remaining survivors tried to close the inner door and continue their stand, but "I have a responsibility to lead our legion." Picky eating is bad, so I'll handle all the delicious leftovers. Let's open our skulls and have a truthful conversation. With a simple gesture from Cromwell, the inner door and the survivors trying to close it were torn apart. Deep inside the cathedral, the remaining survivors, trembling and hugging each other, turned pale. It was truly over. They would all be eaten by the zombies and become new zombies themselves. "Don't give up," a roar echoed, followed by a massive burst of flames. Whoosh! It was Diarmuid. The human archmage summoned a huge pillar of fire that blocked the open inner door and pushed its immense power towards the main entrance. Diarmuid's magic was powerful, but in such a confined space, its strength could be a limitation, risking the lives of allies. But with the survivors outside the inner door already wiped out, Diarmuid cast his spell without hesitation. F-Woom, the zombie monsters that had flooded into the cathedral, were instantly incinerated. Maintaining the immense pillar of fire, Diarmuid shouted, "There's a teleport gate prepared over there. Let's escape together, hurry." Deep inside the cathedral, the human side had built a teleport gate. In this worst-case scenario, Diarmuid urged the survivors to escape to Crossroad. But right after, thunk, the enormous pillar of fire wavered as a massive figure burst through its center. It was Cromwell. Even against the overwhelming flames of Diarmuid, she charged straight at him. "Vow, I swear to serve my Legion members with undivided loyalty in all seasons, in heat or cold." Cromwell's arms and hands swelled and split open in the next instant. Her fingers, swollen and split through hypergrowth, extended, and her claws stretched out in all directions. Her transformed arms, resembling grotesque maces mixed with bones and flesh, swung towards Diarmuid. Crash! Her arm, which smashed through one side of the cathedral wall, reached Diarmuid in an instant. "What?" Diarmuid was too shocked to react to the sudden movement. Splurt! Blood sprayed everywhere. Diarmuid widened his eyes, seeing the splattered blood and torn limbs flying in front of him. It wasn't his own. It was from another demon survivor who had jumped in and pushed Diarmuid out of the way, taking the blow instead. "Stop her, restrain Commander Cromwell. Everyone, attack." While the elder demons took turns attacking Cromwell to buy time, "Grandfather, this way." "Ha! We can't hold out for long. Hurry to the gate." The young survivors forcibly lifted Diarmuid and ran towards the gate installation site deep inside the cathedral. Meanwhile, Cromwell, letting out a terrifying roar, continued to slaughter the remaining survivors. The zombies that had been scorched were now trickling back into the cathedral. Sacrifice! 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 The surviving demons, sacrificing themselves to boost the combat power of others, mounted their final resistance. One by one, the oldest survivors offered themselves as sacrifices, enhancing the strength of the next demon, who then fought the zombies until they were devoured. Ah! Ah! Realizing they couldn't hold off Cromwell any longer, Diarmuid gritted his teeth and headed for the teleport gate. V-Woom, Diarmuid activated the teleport gate and turned back. "Go, quickly. I'll keep the gate open as long as I can, everyone." "No." But the children who had followed Diarmuid shook their heads bitterly. "We demons are drifters from another dimension. We don't have an inherent anchor of existence. We can't use this world's teleport magic." "Go, grandfather." The final resistance of the survivors was collapsing. The cathedral was now filled with zombie monsters tearing apart and devouring the remaining demons. Blood, screams, and cries filled the narrow space. Turning their backs on this scene, the children nodded heavily. "Thank you for the brief time. From now on, it's our legion's matter." The faces of the once naive children had turned into those of warriors. Recognizing their resolve, Diarmuid bit his lip and managed to utter a word. "Good luck," the children smiled. "Take all our luck with you." As Diarmuid threw himself into the teleport gate, he couldn't understand. They were supposed to be enemies by nature. Yet after just a few days of alliance and conversation, why did he feel such pity? "Why?" Flash. Diarmuid vanished through the gate and the children turned back. Thud, thud, thud. Cromwell had already approached. She had a piece of someone's arm dangling from her mouth like a lollipop. "Your Excellency." Preparing for their final stand, the last remaining children spoke. "We will not become your sacrifices." "Ha! Oh, sacrifice." Spitting out the arm with a tui, Cromwell scratched her teeth with her fingers and tilted her head. "What was that again?" And in the next moment, Cromwell, opening her mouth as wide as her upper body, charged at the last remaining survivors like a bolt of lightning. This place, the abandoned cathedral, functioned as a sacrificial altar on its own. The demonic consumption that took place here was a ritual in itself, transferring power to the predator. Watch over me, Daddy. As a result, Cromwell, who had devoured all her surviving kin, just as you taught me, though incomplete and maddened, I will devour this world for our legion. She regained a sliver of sanity. I will eat it all. Muttering to herself while gnawing on her fingers, Cromwell looked up with a blank gaze. I'm hungry. Staggering, she stood up and exited the cathedral. I need to eat more. Her antlers, sprawling like branches, scattered a radiant green light. And following that ominous glow, the zombie monsters, now forming a chaotic and violent horde, trailed after her. Not just from the cathedral, but from the entirety of Zone 10, the zombie monsters followed her in a long, swirling vortex. Thud, 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 an eclectic, zombified monster legion. They all began their march towards the living, to devour everything alive. Chapter 736 Dawn. I woke up from a call by Diarmuidin, who had just returned from the abandoned cathedral, and hurriedly went down to the reception room. The abandoned cathedral has fallen. Diarmuidin was covered in blood, but fortunately it wasn't his own. It seemed to be the blood of others from the battle. And Cromwell seems to have regained some level of intelligence. Diarmuidin explained in detail what had happened at the abandoned cathedral to my surprise. After hearing the whole story, I leaned my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Let's organize the situation. The forward base, which served as a buffer within the dungeon, had fallen. All the monsters that had filled Zone 10 had become zombies and were pouring out all at once for this defense battle. The Legion commander leading those zombies, Cromwell, had regained some intelligence, though she seemed quite mad. It looked like she could command the zombie monsters like her limbs. This is going to be a headache. If it were just a large number of zombies, it would be tiring but manageable without significant damage by leading them around skillfully. However, with Cromwell having regained her intelligence and control, it was clear that there would be unpredictable variables. If only she were the usual Cromwell. Currently, it's hard to predict Cromwell's thinking patterns. Based on Diarmuidin's report, she seemed to be completely deranged. We have finished preparing tactics to deal with a basic zombie monster army. But how will the zombie army led by Cromwell actually move? We have no information and can't even guess. This is the troubling part. At that moment, Your Highness, reporting. A soldier burst into the reception room, panting. Everyone had been working hard since dawn. What is it? A monster army has emerged from the Black Lake. Everyone in the room flinched, and Diarmuidin bit his lip quietly. I raised one corner of my mouth and gritted my teeth. They've come out already. They're crawling out endlessly, and just as Your Highness anticipated, they are monsters in a state no different from corpses. Strangely enough, they are moving in orderly rows. After hearing the rest of the soldiers' report, I shouted, "Prepare the airship La Mancha. When dealing with zombies, the safest and most powerful force is, no doubt, the Air Force. From the safety of the sky, beyond the reach of zombies' jaws or arms, we can crush them with overwhelming firepower. Let's break their offensive, and also check their current state." As Stage 45 approached, the airship La Mancha had been on standby, fully maintained. It was the only air force our World Guardian front had, so this was a given. The exhaustion from previous battles is hitting home. The once spacious hangar that housed more than 10 airships was now empty, and watching La Mancha slowly move out alone felt strange. Battling the King of Flies and the Black Dragon had decimated dozens of our strongest airships. The city walls fell twice. Countless equipment and artifacts were destroyed, and tens of thousands of people, so many lives that tried to protect the front lines, vanished. At least we managed to recover the bodies of the fallen. We had collected all 30,000 troops wiped out by Nightbringer. It was a relief we managed that before the zombies arrived. They are now all laid to rest in the cemetery. Returning to the point, the damage we sustained from the last two boss stages was too great, and recovery is still far off. The walls, equipment, artifacts, and troops are all damaged. This is the difficulty of this battle. Cromwell and her Demon Guardian Legion are objectively weaker than the King of Flies or Nightbringer, but our World Guardian front is also in a far worse state than back then. With damage accumulated from repeated battles, how can we endure the remaining stages with minimal damage and preserve our strength for the final stage? This is the key. But with all the monsters suddenly turned into zombies and Cromwell resurrected, it's hard to gauge her state. It's troubling. The King of Flies and Nightbringer were unprecedented enemies that shattered our game experience. The current zombie Cromwell is similar in some ways. It's hard to gauge her exact combat power. Departure preparations are complete, Your Highness, Air Force Commander Macmillan shouted. Nodding, I boarded La Mancha. Since it was dawn and I had no intention of engaging in a full-fledged battle, I didn't summon other heroes. Despite that, some heroes insisted on following me even at dawn, but I left them in the city. Calliope, you need to finish the equipment you're making quickly. Where do you think you're going? Lucas, Evangeline, make sure your respective units are ready. Junior, you need to lead the mage unit. Damien, are the sniper training sessions complete? There was no need to bring busy people since we wouldn't be fighting hand to hand. When I pointed out each of them, they pouted but obediently walked out of the airship. After leaving them all in the city, I took only Diarmuid and launched La Mancha. Whoosh! The magic engine roared to life, and the airship floated up, soon shooting southward. The heroes left in the hangar looked up worriedly at the departing airship. I clicked my tongue. I'll be back soon, so just do your jobs. Inside La Mancha, flying toward the Black Lake. This is strictly a reconnaissance mission. They will drop some bombs since we're loaded with gunpowder. Diarmuid, sitting in front of me and staring out the window, remained silent with a heavy expression. I asked, concerned. Are you all right, Diarmuid? You must be exhausted from the previous operation. I should have let you rest more. No, my body is fine. Diarmuid chuckled wryly and sighed. It's just that the human heart is too fickle. Fickle? The demon survivors who perished in the abandoned cathedral. They would have been our enemies anyway, right? I nodded. Diarmuid exhaled deeply. They were invaders. We briefly formed a temporary alliance out of necessity. I know that well. But still, you felt uneasy. Yes. Diarmuid looked at the bloodstains on his robe. Just because we spent a few days together, I felt empathy for their deaths, and pain for not being able to save them, even though they were monsters. Silent, I shrugged and said, Isn't that just human nature? Human nature? Ha ha, human nature, ha. Diarmuid clicked his tongue and fell into thought. It was a constant dilemma for me too. What defines a person from a monster? What is the line that separates humans from monsters? Even though we are on the same front now, humans have always fought wars against other species. Elves, dwarves, beastmen, merfolk, and many other races besides the four main species. Back then, other species were monsters to humans. Even if they could communicate, they killed and hated each other madly. Humans also fought wars among themselves. Not long ago, there was a war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy, and further back, a war between the Everblack Empire and the Camilla Kingdom. At that time, could they see the people across the border as the same humans? No, they were monsters to be stabbed to death. The ending I want to reach is, watching Diarmuid in deep contemplation, I repeated to myself. The conclusion I want to reach after this 3-year journey is, at that moment, Your Highness, we can see the Black Lake, Macmillan shouted from near the cockpit. And we can see the procession of monsters below. It's an enormous number. Diarmuid and I rose from our seats and went to Macmillan. Macmillan gestured toward the magic panels displayed around the cockpit. Look! In the center of the wide view from the sky was a massive black lake. And from the lake entrance, an endless procession of zombie monsters was continuously emerging. The reconnaissance team first reported the monsters' emergence hours ago, yet they have been coming out continuously since then. How many monsters were stationed in Zone 10? The number was far greater than I had estimated. I checked the stage info screen to see if it would show the exact number, but there was no proper display, just a series of question marks. Ada is preparing for the final stage. We shouldn't expect much help from the system anymore. However, these monsters are slow. Indeed. As Macmillan said, they were slow. The monsters emerging from the lake entrance moved sluggishly. It took hours for them to advance out of the lake, partly due to this slow speed. We could observe them closely while circling slowly in the air. I checked the zombified monsters. What's this, fire giants? These are giant monster armies like frost giants. They've become zombies too. Those are hellhounds. A Cerberus-led army. Even Cerberus and his direct subordinate Orthrus are here. They turned into zombies too. Crazy. There's a tentacle snail army too. How did they get bitten and zombified? As long as there's some flesh to bite, they can turn into zombies. In addition, various named monster armies were all zombified, forming a long procession and slowly advancing north. It's truly an unprecedented monster coalition, though they are all zombies. The King of Flies and Nightbringer were all beyond the norm. I broke into a cold sweat. These guys also seem beyond the norm. Thud, thud, thud. Rotten and crushed, but never stopping, the zombie monster army advanced northward. In this already insane defense game, another insane crisis had arrived. If these guys came before the King of Flies or Nightbringer, it would have been manageable. Once again, the World Guardian front was extremely exhausted from previous battles. Even just this huge number of zombies pushing in is dangerous. Let's get closer for a better look. Lower the altitude, I ordered Macmillan. While we're getting closer, let's drop some presents. Did we bring enough gunpowder? Macmillan grinned and nodded. Of course, Your Highness. Buzzing, La Mancha lowered its altitude and approached the zombie horde. At the same time, the bottom of the airship opened, revealing dozens of machine guns and bombs ready to be dropped for bombing. We'll conduct the first bombing, followed by the second, and then switch to strafing with the machine guns. Hold tight. From high in the sky, La Mancha quickly descended towards the ground, starting carpet bombing. The zombies marching in a line were easy targets. La Mancha followed them straight and dropped bombs. Boom, 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 boom. The bombs fell from the airship, causing massive explosions, flames, and smoke among the zombies. Phew, I whistled unintentionally. It felt good. Long live the Air Force. Proceeding with the second bombing, and then transitioning to strafing with machine guns, lowering altitude. Listening to Macmillan's report and nodding, I looked down at the ground and noticed something strange. Not only the zombies caught in the blast, but even those far from the explosion site. The zombies, who had been staring blankly ahead just moments ago, were now all looking up at the sky, directly at us. The eerie sensation of thousands and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, glowing with a sinister green light, all focused on me, was anything but pleasant. This doesn't feel right, and from my 3 years of experience, bad premonitions always come true. I shouted urgently. Cancel the second bombing, raise the altitude. What? No more talking up. Now, Chapter 737, cancel the second bombardment, increase altitude. What? No questions, just up. Now. But an airship is enormous and cannot move instantly just because of a command. The pilot, hearing my order, urgently moved the controls to raise La Mancha's altitude again. It was a little late. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr piling up like ants, forming a pillar with their bodies. The spontaneously built block of corpses. A pillar of zombies was created in real time, shooting upwards as the zombies climbed over each other endlessly towards the sky. Dozens of such zombie pillars surged towards the airship. Macmillan, in panic, extended his hand. "Open fire! Shake them off!" Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of machine guns mounted on the airship simultaneously blazed. The bullets poured down like rain, riddling the approaching zombie monsters with holes. However, these are not ordinary zombies. These are monsters from Zone 10 of the Lake Kingdom turned into zombies. Even though they lost their intellect and abilities, their bodies were still robust. Despite being hit by dozens of bullets, the zombies stubbornly built the pillar and finally crawled up. They clung to the bottom of the airship. I shuddered. "Increase altitude. Can't we go any faster?" "We're at full power, but the monsters are building the pillar faster." La Mancha had been lowering its altitude for bombing. Trying to raise the altitude urgently wasn't easy, and in the brief hesitation, the zombie pillars surged. No matter what, how can they build a pillar as tall as a skyscraper this quickly with their bodies? It feels faster than I can set up an automatic turret. Damn it. Such organized and purposeful actions couldn't have been done by the zombies on their own. I quickly scanned the surroundings and found it. The center of the zombie army. A giant demon woman with antlers emitting ominous green magic, staring directly at us. Cromwell. The moment I spat out the name of the enemy commander, as if she heard my voice. "Car!" Cromwell roared resoundingly and raised her hands. From her huge antlers, tremendous green magic spread in all directions, and the zombies within the range howled, stacking the pillars even faster. "Shake them off. Ascend." The brief moment it took for La Mancha to ascend, after lowering for the bombardment, was actually very short. But in that short span, the zombies built pillars with their bodies and approached, successfully reaching La Mancha. When I came to my senses, we were bound in the air by several zombie pillars. This is ridiculous. The faces of all the crew members turned grim. More zombies clung to the ship, and various sensors on the airship turned red. Emergency alarms blared painfully from all sides. Macmillan shouted urgently, "The force pulling us down is increasing. We'll crash at this rate, Your Highness." Damn! I was flabbergasted by this absurd situation, racking my brain for a solution. Let us crash, not a chance. Diarmuidin and I are here, so the means we can use now. Just then, Macmillan, watching the radar, looked at me with a shocked face. Your Highness reporting. What now? A fleet of flying entities approaching rapidly from the north. I widened my eyes at the unexpected news. The north, from the crossroad direction. They're flying in formation. It's flying troops. Flying troops coming from Crossroad. Impossible, our only air force is La Mancha. I'll show the northern sky on the screen. At Macmillan's command, a crew member manipulated the magic panel to display the northern sky, and what appeared was creatures with eagle heads and wings and lion bodies. Those are griffins, and those knights riding the griffins, clad in silver armor and fluttering scarlet cloaks. Message to the flagship La Mancha. Just then, a communication came to La Mancha. This is the Sky Knights of the Vermilion Kingdom. At the forefront of the knights riding griffins. A young man with vivid scarlet hair, a braid hanging from one side, piloted a griffin. He was no longer a boy, but had become a young man in the short time I hadn't seen him. That young man, somewhere between boyhood and manhood, smiled and introduced himself over the communication device. I am Mikkel Vermilion, the captain. Mikkel, do you need assistance? The Crown Prince of the Vermilion Kingdom, captain of the Sky Knights. The young knight who had lost everything on this front overcame it himself and returned to change his homeland had come back. Mikkel drew two long, sleek spears attached to his griffin's saddle, holding one in each hand. The tips of the spears gleamed with radiant magical power from embedded crimson jewels. Well, even if you say no, we'll help anyway. Ha ha! Everyone on the bridge brightened up at the sudden arrival of these reinforcements. Charging forward with his spear, Mikkel shouted in a clear voice. Sky Knights, charge. Save La Mancha, screech. Leading the charge, Mikkel thrust his spear forward. Following him, about 50 griffin knights surged. The Sky Knights, flying in at tremendous speed, wrapped their weapons in magical light and charged at the zombie pillars. Boom! With overwhelming power, they shattered the zombie pillars instantly. Gah! Grrrrrrrr! The zombies screamed hideously as they fell from the collapsing pillars. Mikkel's prowess was particularly astounding, swinging his two spears like a windmill, literally pulverizing the zombie pillars. The griffins also crushed the heads of approaching zombies with their massive talons and pecked them with their beaks. Thanks to the Sky Knight's efforts, the zombie pillars weakened, and La Mancha gradually shook off the zombies' grasp and gained altitude. After ascending to a safe height and circling around to ensure the area was secure, Mikkel spoke into the communication device. Message to the airship La Mancha. The young knight's face wore a mischievous smile. Is there a small spot inside that huge assault ship where our griffins can rest? We've come a long way and fought a battle, so everyone seems tired. I grabbed the communication device myself and responded. Message to the Sky Knights. This is Ash, born hater Everblack, commander of the World Guardian Front. A smile spread across my face. Permission granted. We'll open the deck. Please make yourselves at home. I continued. Welcome back to the front lines, Mikkel. Mikkel, smiling, gestured to his knights. Then the 50 Griffin knights, who had been circling the airship, began landing on the deck one by one. Prince Mikkel, the first to rush out to greet the landed Mikkel, was Diarmuidin. Mikkel, who was removing his helmet and hanging it on his griffin's saddle, greeted Diarmuidin with a smile. Diarmuidin. Diarmuidin grasped Mikkel's hand firmly. I'm so glad you returned safely. I was worried ever since you left. I was also worried about the safety of this front, but seeing you all well is a relief. Mikkel then extended his hand to me. I'm relieved you're safe too, Prince Ash. I grasped his hand firmly in return. I'm truly glad to see you alive again, Mikkel. We shook hands firmly. More than words, this handshake conveyed deeper emotions. Then Mikkel, with a hint of excitement, added, Oh, and I'm no longer a prince. Not just Diarmuidin, but I was also taken aback. No longer a prince, so, as he mentioned before, he was dethroned for the loss. Seeing our worried faces, Mikkel awkwardly chuckled and pulled out a small golden crown instead of the helmet he had just taken off, placing it on his head. I'm now a king. What? Diarmuidin and I both exclaimed in shock. Mikkel briefly explained what happened after he left this front. He secretly returned to the Vermilion Kingdom, feigning death, and succeeded in gathering forces loyal to him, though he attempted a rebellion against the Council of Elders, who practically ruled Vermilion Kingdom, conducting genetic experiments to create a perfect king. The rebellion initially failed. My people and I were captured and imprisoned, but then, suddenly the world lost its daylight and a mad snowstorm began. Ah, the Vermilion Kingdom is located at the far northwestern edge of the continent. When Nightbringer extinguished the daylight, the northern continent was particularly engulfed in an enormous snowstorm. Thanks to the night and snow, the country's security system was completely paralyzed. In that gap, I managed to gather my people again and launch a counterattack against the council. Who would have thought it would lead to this? That damned black dragon's catastrophic event had turned into an opportunity for Mikkel. Life is truly unpredictable. So I succeeded in the rebellion. The Council of Elders was completely overthrown. Now our Vermilion Kingdom no longer engages in human genetic modification. Mikkel glanced back. The griffins, occupying the hangar of La Mancha, were lying comfortably, growling softly. I inherited the throne, tidied up the internal affairs, and then led all the griffins and trained knights available to the front. So that's how it happened, this young prince. No, king had also gone through a grand adventure while away from this front. Just then, the knights of the Sky Knights rushed forward from behind Mikkel. He beamed and gestured to them. Let me introduce the new Sky Knights. They are trustworthy people who followed me since the rebellion. They're all, like me, homunculi, enhanced humans. The Knights of the Sky Knights all bowed to me in unison. Diarmuidin and I returned the gesture. Among them, 5 male knights gave me a subtle look. Mikkel cautiously introduced them. These are my sister's husbands. Oh, that sister who was originally betrothed to me, but then the engagement was called off. I heard she married 5 men out of the shock from the broken engagement, and these must be them. I understand the subtle looks now. My sister is currently in the kingdom, stabilizing it in my stead. She's smart and strong, so she'll do a better job than me. Next, Mikkel pointed to 5 female knights standing behind him. And these are not my fiancée, as I mentioned before. For some reason, Mikkel's face darkened slightly. They are my wives, that is, the queens. The female knights, one by one, removed their helmets and glared at Mikkel with sharp, fierce eyes. The atmosphere in the hangar turned cold instantly. As I sweated nervously, I carefully whispered, "Why is the atmosphere like this?" Well, actually, we came right after the wedding. I told them it was a honeymoon. What? The condition for them joining the rebellion was an official marriage with me. So, so right after the successful rebellion, we sorted out the internal affairs and held a coronation and wedding ceremony in a flash then. I told them we were going on a honeymoon to the south, and we ended up here. Ahem. The gaze of the Vermilion queens turned even icier. Mikkel desperately avoided their eyes. Good grief, calling this a honeymoon and ending up on a monster front, I carefully asked. Still, you are happy, right? Mikkel, with a forced smile, showed a hint of tears in his eyes and gave a thumbs up, saying, Ash, you must get married too. Definitely. Chapter 738, leaving behind the scene where their husband, Mikkel, was happily chatting with Prince Ash, the commander of the front lines. The 5 queens of Vermilion stepped out onto the deck of the airship. They needed some fresh air to clear their minds. Wow, did you see Mikkel's face? Yeah, he had a big smile plastered on. Boys' talk must be really fun, huh? The young new king of Vermilion, along with the prince of the Everblack Empire and the master of the Ivory Tower, was smiling brightly and exchanging words with a much more relaxed expression. The queens, recalling this sight, grumbled with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. He never shows us that kind of face. Seriously, tonight I'm going to kill him. I'm going to torment him all night until he confesses what he did wrong. As the 5 queens began to concoct a grim plan for Mikkel's grand execution that night. Creak, creak. A figure was slowly but steadily crawling up the side of the airship La Mancha against the howling wind. It was a blood-soaked hunting dog, its body mangled. Despite its severe injuries, the hunting dog, its eyes glowing green, climbed all the way up the side of the airship and finally reached the deck. GRRR. The hunting dog shook its body once it was on the deck. "Ha!" One of the queens, a beat late in noticing the dog, pointed it out. "Isn't that a monster?" "What?" The five queens turned around in shock. It was a creature from the Hellhounds unit that Ash had spotted earlier. Oh my God, it must have boarded during the contact earlier. It was a small-sized monster that managed to avoid La Mancha's sensors and climb up to the deck. The queens hurried to draw their weapons to subdue the monster, but then they realized. They had left their weapons strapped to their griffins' saddles. They thought the airship was safe. "We need to get inside the airship." But before the queens could return inside in time, Kara, the zombie hunting dog, spraying blood everywhere, lunged at them. "What's the situation?" Returning to the bridge, I asked Macmillan. Mikkel had returned, and the powerful Sky Knights had joined us. Thanks to that, the atmosphere had briefly brightened with laughter, but the situation was far from optimistic. As soon as I returned, Macmillan, who seemed to have been waiting, reported, "Perfect timing, Your Highness. The zombies have started advancing." And, at an incredible speed, after La Mancha ascended, the zombies gave up chasing it. Instead, they seemed determined to head north toward their destination, in C, at a faster pace. The ground situation was displayed on the magic panel of the bridge. Everyone present sighed in unison. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It looked like a river of corpses flowing. The zombie monsters, moving at an alarming speed, intertwined and tripped over each other, began rushing north as if their previous sluggish movements had been a lie. How long until they reach Crossroad? At this speed, in about 2 days and 12 hours, zombies moving faster than horses. Mikkel, who had followed me onto the bridge and was watching this scene with a pale face, asked me quietly, "There is a way to deal with them, right, Prince Ash?" Everyone's eyes were filled with trust as they looked at me. They believed that, as I had defeated countless monster armies before, I would solve this too. Sure, I did have a plan. However, I fell into thought. The usual method would be to gradually whittle down the zombie monster army before they reached Crossroad, and then use our forces at Crossroad to wipe out the remnants. This was the standard method for dealing with monster armies, and I planned to use it this time too. The problem was, our forces are not in full strength. The question was whether the current defenses at Crossroad were sufficient to crush the main enemy force after whittling them down, and the enemy monster army's abnormally high combat power. The rule of this doomsday game was that even deploying 2 monster armies simultaneously would incur a penalty. The penalty was so severe that after the battle with the King of Flies, which involved an imp army combined with flies, there were no subsequent defense battles for a while. But look at what we have here now. Even though their combat power had decreased due to being zombies, dozens of monster armies had united and were advancing north. The difficulty of this defense game has already gone off the rails, but this is too different. Considering the previous insane difficulties, this might sound strange, but the previous stages had subtly, if not blatantly, considered the balance of the game. There was a balance for a single showdown, especially when the Demon King was directly orchestrating the stage. The Demon King was different from the King of Flies, or Nightbringer, who wanted to destroy the world without regard for anything. The Demon King's goal seemed to be to make me suffer, but not to completely break me. Though I never met him face to face, we had crossed paths countless times. No, considering all the repeated cycles and experiences in the game, the Demon King and I had shared countless exchanges in the stages. I know his style. Considering the recall of the Royal Hole, the Demon King has indeed returned. Only the Demon King could resurrect the already dead Cromwell. So my opponent is undoubtedly the Demon King. But the unusual enemy composition of this stage, if it were the usual Demon King, it's strange to say this about an enemy, but he would have planted a loophole, a weakness that we could exploit to overcome. Or rather, he would have left it knowing. The enemy's weakness. I propped my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Let's think. The characteristics of zombies, the characteristics of demon species, the characteristics of Cromwell. As we hastened back to Crossroad ahead of the advancing zombie army in the airship, I pondered for a while. Everyone on the bridge kept a respectful silence, not wanting to disturb my thoughts. How long did that quiet flight last? Thud, thud, thud. Noise started to arise outside the bridge. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention, but the noise grew louder. No, it wasn't just noise. Screams and howls began to mix in. Noticing something strange, the people in the bridge exchanged glances. Hey, is there something going on? Diarmuidin was about to open the bridge door and ask outside when, ah! One of my soldiers screamed terrifyingly and tried to burst into the bridge. Diarmuidin froze, unable to move, but Mikkel reacted with lightning speed, spinning around and kicking the soldier. Thwack! Ugh! The soldier was flung back outside. Mikkel, suddenly looking alarmed, apologized. Sorry. I got startled when you rushed in. Are you okay? Ah. But the soldier continued to scream and tried to re-enter the bridge. Panicking, Mikkel slammed the bridge door shut, and the soldier pounded on it with his fists, screaming, "What's wrong with this guy? Let me see." Pushing Mikkel aside, I stood before the bridge door and inspected the soldier through the transparent glass part of the door. Ah, ah. His bloodshot eyes had completely lost their sanity, and he was gnashing at the glass, trying to bite us inside the bridge. And on his forearm, there were clear bite marks as if someone else had bitten him. I broke out in a cold sweat. This can't be. Your Highness, look at this. After locking the bridge door, I turned around. Macmillan was pale, manipulating the magic panel. This is the current situation inside La Mancha. Macmillan operated the optical devices installed inside the airship, showing the internal scene. Everyone was screaming like the soldier outside, rushing at the still normal people. On the screen, a normal soldier was captured and bitten. Ah, it hurts, ah. The soldier, bleeding from the bite wound, writhed in pain and then transformed, emitting a similar monstrous scream. They're infected, I said, sweating heavily. Someone was bitten by a zombie monster, and the infection spread. That's impossible. During the bombing operation, there was no chance of infection, and the Sky Knights were also quarantined after the battle. No one was injured, Macmillan strongly protested. But what can we do? This is the reality. Through a small gap we missed, the infection spread. In this world, zombies are a kind of condition. If bitten, one becomes infected, but this alone doesn't turn them into zombies. They must die in that state for the corpse to rise, attacking the living. In other words, the people outside are not zombies yet. They are in an aggressive state due to the infection. It's more accurate to call them infected. They seem more than just aggressive. I've never seen anyone bitten before, you see. Usually, people get eaten right away when bitten by zombies. In any case, a person becomes infected when bitten and turns into a zombie when they die in that state. It's easier to think of it as a three-stage mutation: human right arrow, infected right arrow, zombie. And another characteristic: they don't attack fellow infected. This is how the zombie army maintains its numbers. It seems some kind of mutual signal prevents them from attacking each other. So, they are not monsters yet. They are just patients infected with the zombie plague. Diarmuidin calmly rebutted my conclusion. That's just the commonly known symptoms of the zombie plague, Prince Ash. We don't know what mutations have occurred as the infection spread among the monsters below. And if there are fatalities among the infected outside, and we return like this, then to Crossroad too. Diarmuidin didn't finish, but the implication was clear. This airship is already contaminated. All the crew inside, except for those on the bridge, are infected. And while they are just infected, now they could turn into zombies at any time. We must not return to Crossroad in this state. It could put Crossroad and even all of Incy in danger. In that case, beep, beep. Just then, a communication came in. Macmillan, checking the source of the call, shouted, "It's coming from the communication network installed near the hangar. Connected." The communication was connected. A trembling voice accompanied by sobbing was heard shortly after. "Mikkel, are you there?" It was the voice of one of Mikkel's 5 queens. Mikkel's face had turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 739. Mikkel, are you there? Hearing the voice of one of the queens, Mikkel urgently picked up the receiver and responded as gently as he could. "Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, we went out on the deck earlier and encountered a zombie monster. We managed to knock it off the airship, but during the struggle, the sisters got bitten. The infection spread quickly, and a little while ago I got bitten too." Despite his pale complexion, Mikkel spoke with a steady voice. "Don't worry, it'll be all right." "But Mikkel, we survived that hell in our homeland. Even when it seemed everything was over, there was always a way." Mikkel spoke with conviction. "Trust me, I will save you." The Queen's voice wavered on the other end of the line. "I love you, Mikkel. I love you too. So don't worry and wait for me." Click. The call ended. Putting down the receiver, Mikkel steadied his breathing and turned to me. Prince Ash, can you tell me there's a way? There was a desperate plea in Mikkel's eyes. Tell me I don't have to lose my comrades, my family, and my wives here. Tell me. I nodded immediately. Don't worry, I have a way. I then shouted to Macmillan. Sir Macmillan, when can we establish communication with Crossroad? We entered the communication range a short while ago. We can connect anytime. Connect us now. The connection to Crossroad was made, and I called for High Priestess Rosetta. It didn't take long before Rosetta, already on alert due to the wartime situation, answered the call. This is Rosetta, Prince Ash. High Priestess Rosetta, I asked directly. Can you tell me about the cure for the zombie plague? Our enemy this time was zombie monsters. Naturally, we had considered countermeasures against zombie infection in case our troops got injured. This world has a magical civilization built firmly on the system of magic. National-level measures exist for all sorts of problems that plague humanity, monsters, epidemics, natural disasters. The zombie plague is no exception. There is a formulation for a zombie plague cure that the Order has established. However, as I mentioned before, Rosetta repeated what I had heard previously in a businesslike tone. Since the symptoms and pathology of the zombie plague vary each time it breaks out, the antidote needs to be adjusted based on the extent of the mutation. You mean you need to see the patient directly? That's correct. And up until now, we had not been able to bring any patients for study, because they were all fully zombified monsters. Although we brought a few corpse samples to the temple, it was impossible to derive meaningful research data from completely dead specimens. We needed a living, moving sample, whether it was an infected person or a zombie that had been revived from an infected person. Well, it's perfect timing. We're currently bringing back a bunch of patients. You have infected survivors. If you bring them to the temple, we will immediately assess the symptoms and prepare the antidote. The number of patients is over 100, including La Mancha's crew and the Sky Knights. In total, over 100 people were infected. Rosetta fell silent for a moment. I pressed with emphasis. Can you treat them? There is always only one thing we, priests, can say, Your Highness. Rosetta spoke in a cold and functional tone. We will do our best. Please transport the patients here as soon as possible. We're on our way. Click. I ended the call and looked at Mikkel standing beside me. Once we get to Crossroad, there will be a way. Just hold on a little longer. Not only is High Priestess Rosetta there, but also healers gathered from all over the world are on standby. Crossroad is likely far better equipped for this kind of treatment than even the capital of the Empire. All right, Prince Ash. Taking a deep breath, Mikkel nodded. I'm a king now. I must act with dignity. I will steady my heart and wait. After the call with Rosetta, the atmosphere on the bridge began to lighten somewhat. Having a method is fortunate, but Macmillan, drenched in sweat, wiped his face with a handkerchief and spoke up. Shouldn't we be concerned about whether we can safely return to Crossroad? What? I asked back at the unexpected statement, and simultaneously, thud, crash, the door to the bridge shook violently. Everyone turned around in shock to see the infected outside the bridge pounding on the door, screaming. Bang! Crack! The metal door began to dent under repeated impacts. Those standing near the door retreated in fear. At this rate, the door wouldn't hold for long. The bridge door is a secondary issue, Macmillan said, while manipulating the magic panel to check the situation inside the airship. Grinding my teeth, I asked. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point, Sir Macmillan. What's the real problem? The engine room is compromised. Macmillan displayed the engine room of La Mancha on the magic panel. The infected crew members, having completed their mutual infection, were sitting in a dazed state. The resident alchemist in charge of the magic reactor has also been infected. And what? Speak quickly. The output of the main magic reactor is dropping. A chilling silence filled the bridge. Macmillan continued. It seems the switch was flipped down during the struggle with the infected in the engine room. The output continues to decrease. We are currently relying on the auxiliary reactor, but at this rate, we won't be able to maintain flight. Remote control. I've tried, but it's not responding. It needs to be reset manually. Thud, thud, thud. Despite everything, the infected filled the corridor, irregularly pounding on the bridge door and screaming. Bloodshot eyes blinked through the cracked glass. Glancing at the chaos outside, Macmillan continued. The estimated flight time to reach Crossroad was 1 hour, But at this rate, the main reactor will shut down completely in 30 minutes, and we'll have to make an emergency landing." In the silence that followed, Macmillan suggested, "Your Highness, what I'm proposing is that if we have to make an emergency landing anyway, why not do it safely now?" "What? Flying to the limit and then landing is too dangerous. The reactor might shut down completely before then. Instead, why not land safely now? I mean, immediately. But we wouldn't reach Crossroad, and we'd be much further away. Instead, we can ensure the safety of this airship and its occupants. If we confirm the landing site and notify Crossroad, reinforcements will come to us there." Macmillan's suggestion was extremely cautious. He was essentially saying not to take unnecessary risks, to land safely, call for reinforcements from Crossroad, hold out by guarding the bridge door firmly, and then handle the situation without further losses. However, that would take too long. An hour's flight for the airship means a significantly longer distance by other means. It would take time for Crossroad to assemble and dispatch reinforcements, time for those reinforcements to reach the landing site, and more time to manage the situation and return to Crossroad. That would take too long. Right now, it's a race against time. Every second counts. Firstly, the overarching situation. A horde of monsters is advancing north from the south. In less than 3 days, these monsters will push up. We already have limited time to stop them, and taking too much time to return to Crossroad would be problematic. Secondly, the longer the infection persists, the worse it is for the patients. They're currently infected, but they could become true zombies in a few hours. If they had been taken directly, they might have been cured, but delays could make treatment impossible. Both stopping the monsters and treating the patients are a race against time. It needs to be swift and decisive. So, what are you going to do? Continue flying with the auxiliary reactor until the limit? Macmillan asked, and I shook my head before turning toward the bridge door. We just need to normalize the engine room, right? Yes, but then it's a simple matter. Thud, 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 looking at the infected filling the corridor and pounding on the bridge door. I grinned. We'll fight our way to the engine room, subduing the infected as we go. Everyone on the bridge was shocked. They probably never imagined we would voluntarily venture into the crowd of infected. We don't need a large team. A small elite force will do. I assessed the combat-capable personnel on the bridge. Me, Diarmuidin, and Mikkel, the 3 of us should suffice. Of course. Good, let's control our strength as much as possible. Diarmuidin and Mikkel began warming up. Macmillan urgently raised his hand to join us. "Your Highness, I'll go too." I blinked in surprise. "But Sir Macmillan, won't that hinder the navigation?" "The pilots handle the airship navigation. They'll manage emergency landing if needed." Macmillan smiled wryly, his mouth twitching. "More importantly, we need someone who can operate the engine room equipment." Macmillan wasn't a combatant, but he was a soldier who knew when to step up and what role he had to play. "Besides, I'm an officer too. I undergo combat training every year. I won't be a burden." As he adjusted his gloves, I nodded at him. "All right, let's go together." Bang, crack, boom. The bridge door was half destroyed under the relentless assault of the infected. The 4 of us who would head to the engine room took a deep breath. If the corridor were filled with monsters, it would be easier to cut through and kill them. But they were allies infected by the zombie plague. We had to subdue them without killing them. This would be a much tougher journey. "Mikhail, you're at the front. Clear a path. I'll follow, assessing the situation and giving orders. Macmillan, you guide us to the engine room. Diarmuidin, you're at the rear. Use your magic sparingly." Diarmuidin chuckled, stroking his beard. "Don't worry. I'll make sure not to hurt too many people." The real concern was not only the infected getting hurt, but also the airship itself might be at risk if the old man uses too much strength. I had to swallow those words. The situation was escalating quickly. Crack, rah, the bridge door was torn off, and the infected flooded in, screaming. Thwack, they were immediately thrown back into the corridor. Mikhail, with his fists clenched, had punched the infected squarely in their solar plexus as they rushed in. Since they weren't full zombies yet, a strong punch to the solar plexus left them convulsing and foaming at the mouth on the floor. That looks incredibly painful. There were about a dozen infected gathered at the bridge door. Mikkel swiftly cleared the corridor and dusted off his hands. The 4 of us exited the bridge, and I nodded to the crew inside, then invoked my magic. I created a magical barrier to replace the shattered bridge door and then turned around. Let's go. There were less than 30 minutes before the airship would crash. We had to cut through the infected-filled airship and reach the engine room before then. Chapter 740. Crackle, crackle. The broken corridor lights flickered. From the distance came the muffled cries of infected, mingled with the desperate screams of those not yet infected. Damn, I hate horror games. I rubbed the goosebumps off the back of my neck. Charging recklessly could get us bitten by the infected, leading to our annihilation. We were moving cautiously at a moderate pace. As we descended the stairs to the lower deck, I asked Macmillan behind me, "Where's the engine room located?" "At the very bottom of the ship, towards the rear." For reference, the bridge we started from is located at the very top center of the airship. We had to go down several levels and move toward the back. Given the large size of La Mancha, it was a considerable distance. Hurry, our time is running out. Was it just my imagination, or was the airship slowly descending? It probably wasn't a mistake. As the main magic reactor's output decreases, the airship must be gradually descending in preparation for an emergency landing. We moved as quickly as possible toward the engine room while staying alert. And then, at the end of the corridor leading to the stairs on this deck, gra, bang, crash. Doors on both sides of the corridor burst open simultaneously, and infected lunged at us. Mikhail, who was walking tensely at the front, swiftly punched the infected on the left in the jaw. "Get away!" And Diarmuidin, with a now familiar delicate scream, unleashed a magical shockwave that sent the infected on the right flying. Thud, crash, it was over in an instant. Mikhail, sweating, checked the infected he had punched. I hit him too hard out of surprise. This guy lost a molar. Better than dying. "Can't be helped," Diarmuidin, clutching his chest and gasping, grumbled. "Huff, huff, this is terrible for an old man's cardiovascular health. These shocks are killing me. Think of it as good for blood circulation." As we continued to subdue the infected and move forward, I started to think. We were returning to humanity's final defense line with an airship full of infected people. Is this really the right decision? What if this decision spreads the infection to Crossroad? Should we have followed Macmillan's suggestion to make an emergency landing far from Crossroad and slowly dealt with the infected there? For the greater good, would it have been more efficient to abandon the infected? We already have so little time to stop the zombie monsters. Am I wasting precious time trying to save infected patients? If it were my usual self, Diarmuidin suddenly spoke from the rear, almost as if he knew what I was thinking. I would have suggested eliminating all the infected. Isn't that right? I smiled bitterly and glanced back. That means you're not your usual self now, are you? Can I be honest? Of course, speak freely. Prince Ash, I want to believe in the convenient magic called you. Diarmuidin looked at me with deep trust in his eyes. The one who always brings miraculous turnarounds in impossible situations, who comes up with ingenious solutions I never thought of. I want to hope for that once more. I kept silent. Suddenly, the famous trolley dilemma came to mind. A trolley is headed down a track where 5 people are tied up. If you pull the lever, the trolley switches to a track where only one person is tied up. What will you decide in such a situation? Pull the lever or do nothing? Every battle on this monster front has been a fight against dilemmas. Who to save, who to abandon. But my choices have always been consistent. I always made the same decision: save everyone I can. Sometimes I succeeded, sometimes I failed. Some lived, some died. I toasted with the survivors and wept at the grave of the dead. I was never a flawless commander, and my record was marred with as many losses as wins. But yes, through this long journey, I've paradoxically held on to one thing: save everyone I can. Reflecting on the path I've walked, my journey is paved with luck and miracles. Without good fortune, my decisions would have led to this world's destruction several times over. But I also know, not all those miracles were mere luck. The karma I've built, the connections, and the will of the people who journey with me, they've sustained this front, this world, and our spirits up to this moment. I will save them, everyone I can. Those brave enough to charge the enemy and got infected. Those trembling in fear of the advancing monsters. I will do my best to save them all. With that resolve, my steps grew confident. Diarmuidin, following at the rear, noticed and chuckled. After a long, relentless advance, we reached the stairs leading to the lowest level. But due to the commotion we'd caused, we were already being pursued by infected. The number of infected rushing at us had grown significantly. They're still coming from behind. Take it easy, Diomudin. Easy. 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 Muttering while preparing his magic, Diomudin gritted his teeth. Damn it. My magic is too powerful to go easy on them. Then just break a bone or two. Break a bone. All right, that I can do. Diomudin unleashed shockwaves, and the charging infected fell back like autumn leaves. But since the strikes were too weak, they got up again and rushed at us, screaming. Gritting his teeth, Diomudin shouted, I'll hold them off here. Go ahead. Diomudin, don't worry about me. Go, quickly. Diomudin wasn't adept at this kind of situation. This old mage is an extreme firepower type. Can he hold off these feral infected who are trying to bite him without seriously hurting them? But there was no time to consider that. Time was running out. The airship was making ominous noises as it approached its flight limit. Then we'll go ahead. Be careful, Diomudin. Trusting Diomudin to hold the stairs, we dashed down to the bottom level. The engine room is close, Macmillan pointed ahead. Just through here, the large space before us was the hangar. The engine room was behind the hangar, so we had to pass through the hangar. Screech, screech. Entering the hangar, we were greeted by the ear-piercing cries of frenzied griffins. Wait! I wiped the sweat from my brow and looked at them. Don't tell me the griffins are. Every monster got infected. Macmillan, also sweating profusely, said, So why would the griffins be any different? Clang, clang, clang. The infected griffins, their eyes blood-red, glared at us and twisted their bodies. Snap! No, it was more than just twisting. The metal fences in the hangar, used as makeshift stalls, were breaking like sticks. The infected griffins took to the air. The Sky Knights who came to support La Mancha numbered 50. That means there were 50 griffins. Luckily, not all were infected. About half were trembling in a corner of the hangar. But even 25 infected griffins were a tremendous threat. Screech. The griffins soared to the top of the not-so-high hangar and then dived at us. In desperation, I pulled out a low-grade magic core and threw it. Summon. It had been a while since I summoned a defense tower. I called its name. Shield Tower. Clang. The broken fences and walls gathered in midair and settled in the center of the hangar. The defense tower, Shield Tower, was a rectangular structure covered with shields. It had no attack capabilities, but boasted considerable defense. And it had a wide-area taunt feature. Thud, thud, the aggroed griffins began pounding the shield tower. It quickly got battered, but bought us some time. I'll calm them down. Mikkel dashed forward like a streak of light. Wait, calm them down. How does he plan to calm infected griffins? Ha! With fluid motions, Mikkel mounted a griffin and crossed his forearms around its neck, choking it. Screech! Irk! The griffin, choking and gasping, soon fell unconscious with its tongue hanging out. This is how we usually subdue overly excited griffins. I've done it countless times. Running toward the next griffin, Mikkel shouted, I'll handle this. Prince Ash, go to the engine room. But Mikkel, even if you're skilled, dozens of infected griffins are too dangerous. Go, we don't have time. Go. Damn. Clenching my teeth, I nodded and sprinted toward the door at the back of the hangar. Don't die, Mikkel. I won't. Subduing a second griffin, Mikkel shouted back. Dying on my honeymoon would be too unfair. You little rascal, pretending not to care, but you were looking forward to your honeymoon, weren't you? I swear I'll turn Crossroad into the best tourist city, filled with honeymooners. I renewed my determination with thoughts of my grand tourism plan. For that dream and Mikkel's honeymoon, I needed to normalize the main magic reactor. That door leads to the last corridor in the engine room. All right. Following Macmillan's guidance, I kicked the door open and charged into the last corridor. We were almost there. And then, GRRR, GRRR. Familiar infected were gathered in the corridor. Silver armor, scarlet cloaks, the 50 Sky Knights. Oh, no wonder we didn't see them earlier. They were all here. These knights, all hero-level combatants, had turned and were staring at me with bloodshot eyes. 50 disciplined, infected soldiers turned their trained, fierce gazes on me all at once. It was anything but pleasant. Diomudin and Mikkel stayed behind to hold off the dangerous enemies with all their might. But this might be the most dangerous spot. Seeing my trembling face, Macmillan cautiously asked, Should I tell the bridge to prepare for an emergency landing? No. With a deep sigh, I took a step forward and deployed my armor. Let's get a little rough. Clank, the black chainmail made from Bale's magic core. The armor of the Lord of the High Tower enveloped me completely. Chapter 741, a moment later. Huff, huff. I wiped the sweat pouring down my face and surveyed the infected still blocking my path. Seriously. Huff, don't make. Huff me do close combat like this. Even with a few crowns and several powers, my poor stamina had not improved at all. Nevertheless, I had enough ability to beat up knights who had lost their minds due to infection. So I swung my fists with all my might. Trusting in the toughness of the Sky Knights charging at me, I believed they wouldn't die from my royal punches. Thus, I was gradually incapacitating them one by one. The problem was, all of them were hero-level warriors, and there were 50 of them. Plus, they were crowded in a narrow hallway. Most importantly, I had to subdue them alive, and time was running out. At this rate, we'll be too late. The hallway was too narrow to summon clones. I had already used Gaze of Command, which could only temporarily subdue them, not completely incapacitate them, as I racked my brain on how to get through them safely within the remaining time. Your Highness, Macmillan, who was standing behind me, called out. I turned around, wondering why. We're out of time, so I'll use a rough method. Macmillan said this, and then he brought his arm to the mouth of the subdued infected lying on the floor. The unconscious infected reflexively clamped down. Splurt. Macmillan's arm was bitten by the infected, spraying blood everywhere. Ugh! Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Macmillan roughly pulled his arm out. I blinked dumbly, not understanding the situation. Sir Macmillan, what did you just do? The usual time it takes to lose consciousness after infection is 5 to 10 minutes. Skillfully pulling out a handkerchief and stopping the bleeding from the bite wound, Macmillan explained. And infected individuals do not recognize other infected as enemies. Since I'm now infected, the infected in the hallway won't attack me anymore, and the ones in the engine room won't either. Macmillan, who had taken a deep breath and stood up, glared at the engine room beyond the hallway. I will go in alone to reactivate the mana reactor. I'll pretend to be dead inside the engine room, so please, come wake me up later. Sir Macmillan, did you plan this from the beginning? Heh. Soldiers exist to prepare for the worst. Macmillan slowly began to walk forward. Well, I'm off. He approached the infected head-on with tense steps. The other infected didn't even glance at him. Indeed, the infected did not attack their own kind. As he steadily walked away, I shouted at his retreating back. Any messages for your family, or anyone? There might be no problem if the cure was developed safely, but if not, perhaps. No, Macmillan answered coolly and scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm an orphan with no family, and I haven't married yet. What? I didn't know. For some reason, I had the impression he had a wife and kids. Ha ha. Instead, introduce me to a nice woman later, Your Highness. He glanced back and gave me a charming wink with his characteristic smooth face. Then Macmillan walked briskly, reached the engine room door. Bang! Opened it and disappeared inside. A moment later, VRRRR, a loud mechanical noise began to emanate from within the engine room. Following that, a voice shouted from the speaker installed in the hallway. Main mana reactor reactivation successful. It's a success, Your Highness. The entire airship slowly but surely began to lift off. Phew, after a sigh of relief. All right then. Crack, crack. I loosened my fists in the chainmail and looked at the remaining infected in front of me. Since we have some time until we reach the crossroad, shall I finish cleaning up the ship? We had to start treatment as soon as we returned. But before that, I needed to pacify the patients. Roar, rah, as I approached, the infected roared and charged at me one by one. Today's exercise is intense, seriously. Grumbling, I grabbed the infected one by one and slammed them to the floor. Crossroad, airship hangar. VRRRR. The airship La Mancha, which had returned safely, landed, and as the lower hatch opened, rumble. The crossroad heroes who had been waiting entered the airship with tense faces. I waved to my subordinates. Hey! On my left and right were Diarmuidin and Mikkel, both looking extremely tired. The three of us had just finished subduing and restraining the infected inside the airship. It was really exhausting. Lucas and Evangeline, fully armored with shields, spotted me and shouted, My lord, senior. Yeah, it's me. As you can see, I'm safe. Lucas and Evangeline wore complicated expressions mixed with worry and concern, but there was something more important than my safety at the moment. The infected, 104 people, 26 griffins, all restrained, transport them all to the temple. Is the temple ready to receive the patients? High Priestess Rosetta has been urgently preparing since she received your message, my lord. Good. Proceed immediately. Oh, and be careful not to get bitten while moving them. The primary infection route is through bites. In case of any accidents during the transport, we decided to use Lucas, Evangeline, and the melee troops, who were in full armor, to move the restrained infected to the temple. I'll follow. Mikkel, without taking a break, immediately went to the temple with the patients. Of course he would, given that his subordinates and wives were among them. I'll go as well. See you later. Diarmuidin also accompanied them. The old mage would convey all the necessary information to the priests. The Sky Knights pledged to support you as soon as they joined, my lord. Lucas, observing the situation, sighed. Who would have thought something like this would happen right after they set out? All the more reason to ensure they are healed, concentrate all remaining resources on treating the patients. But my lord, Lucas glanced southward. I heard the number of zombie monsters is unusually high. Even if we use all our forces to stop the zombie horde, it might not be enough. Shouldn't we prioritize and consider the severity of the situation? There's no time to waste resources here. Delaying treatment and using resources for defense might be more prudent. No, I shook my head. The Sky Knights will be an important force in our future battles. If the treatment is delayed and we lose that strength, it will be an even greater loss. Treating them is very important, and I rested my chin on my hand and spoke cautiously. I think this might lead to a strategy. Pardon. Though not intentional, we managed to secure a significant number of infected survivors. I nodded. This might be the key to making the upcoming defense battle easier. That night, when I was contacted by the temple, I found Rosetta, looking exhausted from the day's work, waiting for me. Reporting, Your Highness, we have identified the cause, mechanism, and cure for the zombie plague. All hail the goddess. This is why people worship priests. I will donate a lot. It was because we were able to secure so many infected survivors. As you know, when usually attacked and infected by zombies, the bleeding and injuries are so severe that death is the most common outcome. This time we were fortunate. Of course, we couldn't save everyone. During the treatment process, some infected succumbed and had to be put to eternal rest after becoming zombies. In front of my grim expression, Rosetta quickly added, "Sorrow can come later." In any case, while examining the survivors, I formed a hypothesis and needed to verify it. Verification. I needed to observe the actual infection process, so I was going to get bitten myself. As I stared at Rosetta, who was calmly saying such crazy things, she smiled bitterly. Everyone was vehemently opposed, but a volunteer stepped forward and got bitten instead. Volunteered to be bitten. Yes, throwing themselves in for the greater good. I had no time to stop them. I thought of Macmillan, who had voluntarily gotten his arm bitten earlier on the airship. Seriously, everyone. Why are they so desperate? Thanks to that volunteer, I could understand the transmission mechanism and treatment method. I couldn't tell if this was a romantic or barbaric aspect of the fantasy world. In any case, since it had already happened, I quietly followed Rosetta. And that foolish volunteer is this guy. In the center of the temple corridor, Zenith was tied to a chair, gagged and struggling. My mouth dropped open, and Rosetta nonchalantly walked over and pressed her index finger against Zenith's temple. He has remarkable self-healing and divine power, so it took him an hour to become fully infected. Thanks to that, we were able to understand most of the zombie plague. Responsibility for the extreme experiment lies with me, so you can hold me accountable later. Let me continue the report. Catching her breath, Rosetta picked up several potions from the table next to Zenith. This zombie plague is caused by a parasite. A parasite? Yes, and not just any parasite. It's a magical parasite originating from demonic creatures. I was dumbfounded by the unexpected explanation. Should I say it's typical of a fantasy world's zombies? Magical parasites. This parasite enters the body through the victim's mouth, infecting their mana core and seizing control of their body. Rosetta continued her terrifying explanation. And when the host dies, the demon's power sacrifice drains their life force and transmits it to its master. What? Then, the parasite uses the remaining mana to animate the corpse, seeking the next victim, spreading the infection endlessly. Rosetta shrugged. That's how the parasitic infection works. Such a cruel method indeed, fitting for a demon. Could the zombie plague that once ravaged the continent have worked like this too? I can't say for sure. However, given that the treatment used back then still works to some extent now, it might be somewhat related. Rosetta began mixing several potions. Despite being an exhausted middle-aged priest mixing the cure, her highly skilled movements felt like a bartender making a cocktail, giving a strange sense of style. This should do. Rosetta inserted the completed cure into Zenith's gag, forcing him to swallow it. Zenith, with bloodshot eyes, glared at us, twisting his body and making monstrous sounds. GRRK. Cough, cough. He spat something out through the gag. Rosetta deftly extended her tweezers to grab it, a small, thin, red, worm-like creature. Rosetta held it up to my eyes. This is the parasite. See the horn at the end. It's a symbol of the demonic species. Pot it so can you get rid of it. It's pretty gross. At that moment, Zenith, gasping and wheezing, asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it?" Resolved. Seeing you speak properly, it seems so. Despite the reckless actions, a solution had been found. Rosetta immediately summoned her priests to start mixing the cure. I let out a sigh of relief. Now all surviving patients could be treated. Shortly after, I looked at Rosetta. She too was looking at me with a significant smile. "Rosetta, by any chance?" "Yes, I knew you would ask." After transferring the parasite to another glass container, Rosetta gestured toward the cure on the table. "You wonder what would happen if we poured this cure on the zombie monsters." "Correct." Chapter 742. What do you think will happen if we pour this cure on the zombie monsters? Is that what you were asking? I nodded heavily, and Rosetta scribbled the cure recipe on the parchment on the desk and handed it to me. "I think, Your Highness, that we will need a substantial donation to our temple this time." I grinned and took the recipe, then shouted outside the temple. "Call all the production guild members and all the heroes. Right now, in the zombie apocalypse genre, the cure is the ultimate way to save the world. I never thought I'd be planning a tactic to pour the cure. I will explain Operation Carpet Curing," I shouted to the heroes gathered in the drawing room. "We will mass-produce the zombie plague cure and pour it over the heads of the advancing zombie monster horde." The heroes all looked at me with blank expressions. I smiled and tapped the blackboard. "It's similar to how we use holy magic to defeat undead monsters. We're using medicine to eliminate the disease. No matter how much." I continued to explain to the bewildered heroes. "The most effective way to administer the cure is orally, but our tests have shown that applying it to the skin also works." With many patients available, we were able to observe how the cure worked in various ways. Mikhail, listening nearby, swallowed his tears. "Our Sky Knights are used to being experimented on." When he said it like that, it made me seem like a real jerk. Clearing my throat, I pointed at the operation outline on the blackboard with my staff. "So the main points of this defense operation are as follows." Tap, tap. I knocked on the blackboard and spoke in order. "First, pour the mass-produced cure over the heads of the monsters advancing towards Crossroad. Second, repeat this process up to the fields in front of Crossroad. Third, clean up the remaining zombie remnants." "That's it." Lowering my staff, I looked around the room. "Any questions?" Lucas immediately raised his hand. I gestured with my chin. "Speak, model student." "My lord, is there a way to produce that much cure?" He cut right to the main problem, as expected from my trusty blocker. "I understand that the cure is effective against the zombie plague, but to see a definite effect, we need a considerable amount of the cure. I don't think we can produce that much in such a short time." "Good point, Lucas." I nodded. "That's the tricky part. Before addressing the mass production of the cure, let's clarify this first." I glanced southward, towards the direction where an enormous number of zombie monsters were advancing even now. According to our analysis, the size of the zombie monster horde advancing towards Crossroad is about 100,000. Hearing the exact number, everyone's faces turned pale. The largest monster horde we had faced before was the Goblin Horde. Numerically, the King of Flies was larger, but since that creature was a single entity and an irregular case, let's exclude it. The Goblin Horde that nearly overran Crossroad in Stage 15 numbered about 50,000. Now a horde of zombie monsters, each far stronger and larger than a goblin, was coming in twice that number. Of course, the Goblin Horde had a brilliant commander, Kali Alexander, and though individually weak, they were an extremely well-trained, cohesive army. On the other hand, this zombie horde, while strong individually, was just a mindless swarm, not moving like an army at all. Even so, 100,000. It's an unbelievable number. The horde's destructive power is unprecedented. It's unrealistic to stop that many monsters with cure bombing alone. Using explosive bombs isn't a viable option either. I judged that using the cure in this tactical manner was the most effective solution. So the primary effect we aim to achieve with this cure bombing is weakening them. Weakening. Yes, and this weakening can be achieved with a diluted cure according to our tests. That's right. Dilute the cure with water, like turning espresso into an Americano. The point is to enjoy it and just stay awake, right? If Italians on Earth heard this, they'd probably spit blood, but I'm a proud Korean who loves iced coffee all year round. No problem with dilution here. When the diluted cure is applied, even if it doesn't kill the zombie parasites, it significantly disrupts their control over the infected's bodies. In simpler terms, the zombie's combat power will plummet. I poked the map attached next to the blackboard with my staff. So, for the next 2 days, until the horde reaches Crossroad, we'll keep applying the diluted cure over their heads, thoroughly and repeatedly. Would you pour bleach undiluted when cleaning mold? It's wasteful, right? You dilute it and clean repeatedly to save bleach and keep the bathroom clean. Then, when the weakened zombies reach Crossroad, we annihilate them all at once. I immediately turned my head to the side. Of course, even with dilution, we need to produce a large amount of the cure. Currently, all priests, magicians, and alchemists in the temple are working together to produce and replicate the zombie cure. Lily and the head of the alchemist guild nodded at my gaze. What's the best part of magic? It has the power to turn ridiculous commands into reality. Fortunately, all kinds of potion ingredients, which are the raw materials for the cure, have been piled up as support supplies from all over the world. There's enough to work overnight for 2 days to produce the cure. Additionally, since the cure is liquid, our merfolk king, despite being in pain, will use his people's powers to help replicate the cure. King Poseidon, who was leisurely lying in a portable bathtub watching the meeting, looked startled and pointed at himself. Wait me, but I'm still sick. I nonchalantly gestured with my chin. King Poseidon, aren't you still a vigorous youth? Well, yes, I still want to live as a youth. Being a youth means enduring some pain. It's okay. Let's go. Serenade appeared behind the bathtub with a smiling face. Shall we go, Merfolk King? Ah. Serenade grabbed the bathtub handle and rolled it out. The waiting alchemists immediately surrounded King Poseidon, grabbing him from both sides and disappearing somewhere. King Poseidon's belated scream echoed through the mansion corridor as it faded away. Let's exert some strength before retiring, King Poseidon. As I nodded internally, I noticed someone else raising a hand. It was Hannibal and the spirit users. When I gestured with my chin, Hannibal cautiously looked around and spoke. Your Highness, we can also help with the liquid cure replication. Water spirits, good. I'm counting on you, Hannibal. After the meeting on mass producing and replicating the cure ended, I raised my voice to the remaining heroes. However, weakening the zombie monsters doesn't end the battle. In the end, we must directly annihilate the monsters that withstand the cure bombing and reach Crossroad. Tension flickered across the heroes' faces, especially since the condition of the southern wall of Crossroad isn't good. You all, who will face the monsters directly, must be very worried. Everyone nodded slightly at my words. We couldn't complete the repairs on the southern wall. Though it's maintained in shape, it doesn't function as a real wall. Will the repairs be finished before this defense battle, or even by the final battle? It's a worrying situation. So how do we deal with the zombie wave in this situation? To solve this issue, our non-human comrades and the blacksmiths have been working hard. Celebi, who had been listening, nodded vigorously. Verdandi and Cuelan watched the boasting bald dwarf with displeasure. The remaining heroes, unaware of the details, blinked in confusion. I smiled. Now, my heroes. With the spirit of Santa Claus distributing presents to children on Christmas, I pulled out new visual materials and attached them to the blackboard. I will introduce the new wall of our monster front that we've been working on. Flap. The materials attached to the blackboard. Seeing the aerial view and operational mechanism of the new wall depicted there, all the heroes who hadn't heard the news yet simultaneously gaped in shock. What? Unbelievable. No way that. Great reactions. This is why presenting new products is so satisfying. Suppressing a smile, I glanced at the aerial view attached to the blackboard. Indeed, the one who breaks it must restore it with all their might. That's the way of the world. Isn't that right, Nightbringer? Mass production and replication of the cure proceeded smoothly. There was an unexpected jackpot, and it was none other than Hannibal, when Hannibal summoned a spirit using the mountain spirit's axe. Flash. Another rainbow color, another spirit king. Hannibal's summoning luck is insane. From now on, we should let him handle all the summoning, and the one summoned was, perfectly timed and fitting for the situation, the water spirit king. Your salary will be doubled this month, Hannibal. He. I was just lucky. Thus, with the power of the merfolk king who had been struggling, combined with the water spirit king, the already prepared cure multiplied several times over. I don't know the principle behind how they handled the liquid to replicate the cure, but hooray for magic. Seriously, the cure was copied. Once enough was ready, La Mancha immediately prepared to fly south again. The continuous flights were wearing down both the airship and the pilot, but the situation was urgent. The Air Force involved in this carpet-curing operation included La Mancha, and are you sure you're up for this? Of course, Prince Ash. Mikhail, smiling confidently, tightened his grip on his griffin reins. Alongside him were about 20 griffins. The Sky Knights were all being treated in the temple, but only half of the griffins were infected, and the rest were fine. Mikhail had proposed using these healthy griffins for the cure bombing operation. Handling over 20 griffins alone seems tough. My griffin is also the leader of the pack. Mikhail patted his chest. My heart contains griffin blood as well. Don't worry. I'll lead them well. And griffins are very intelligent creatures. They can handle the cure dispersion without difficulty. I was worried about the success of the operation and the griffins, but mostly I worried about Mikhail. Last time he lost all his subordinates, and this time he almost lost his new subordinates and wives. Though he was nursing his wives in the temple, he never complained about the situation. I'm a king now, Ash. I have to protect all the lives of my country's people waiting in the north. Mikhail, with his still young face, showed a more mature smile. And to protect my country, I know I must first defend this front. Well, I'm off. With a short salute, Mikhail and the griffins boarded La Mancha. I quietly watched his back. Back then, he seemed like a little kid, but now he's grown so much. Everyone is growing. Here on the front lines, facing their own trials, everyone, regardless of age or gender, was growing in spirit. When this winter ends, when all the invasions end, will I be able to see them all fully grown? After putting aside thoughts of the distant future, I watched the airship take off from the hangar until it was out of sight before turning around. The operation was established. The route was confirmed. Now all that was left was to face it with all our strength. Let's get ready to welcome our guests. As the zombie parade approached from the south, it was time to prepare Crossroads' specialty, the Trap Festival, which the monsters love to death. Chapter 743. For the next 2 days, La Mancha and the Griffins poured diluted cure over the heads of the zombie horde. At first, most of the zombies endured with little reaction, but as the cure application accumulated, changes began to appear. The zombies' condition weakened, and the parasites controlling the hosts gradually lost their grip. The number of zombies unable to move swiftly grew like a snowball. Some zombies even started showing signs of the parasites being completely eradicated. And these, cured, zombies were attacked by the still infected ones. It seemed the zombies judged friend from foe based on whether the parasites controlled the host. Every time a zombie was cured of its parasites due to the repeated application of the cure, the remaining zombies instinctively attacked and killed it. A zombie without its parasite was merely a lifeless corpse. Those whose parasites were eradicated by the cure were inevitably killed by the remaining zombies, who finished them off. Such a grotesque sight. Watching the 100,000-strong mass of corpses attacking each other was horrifying. But if they reduce their numbers on their own, that's to our advantage. The zombie horde, steadily weakening and decreasing in number, continued to advance northward. Watching the recorded footage from La Mancha, I nodded. The plan was working. However, it was becoming increasingly clear, even from the video footage, that Cromwell was growing larger. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but as the horde came within a day's march of Crossroad, it became certain. The leader, Cromwell, was enlarging. Its horn, after repeated abnormal growths, now resembled a massive tree, and its body had become so bloated that it couldn't support its own weight. At some point, it began crawling on all fours, as if it had been a quadruped from the start. Yes, like a giant reindeer. A monstrous reindeer with grotesquely twisted muscles, leading the zombie horde, its giant antlers shrouded in a ghastly pale green magic. I suddenly recalled Rosetta's explanation. The parasite burrows into the host's body through the mouth, infecting the host's magical core and seizing control of the body. Upon the host's death, the parasite, using its demon-like ability to sacrifice, siphons the host's remaining life force to its master. The entire zombie outbreak was related to the demon-like ability to sacrifice. When zombie monsters die, Cromwell absorbs their last remnants of life force, strengthening itself. That must be the mechanism. Is this some RPG raid boss tradition where the boss gets stronger as the minions die? Despite the growing burden of a giant Cromwell, I can't avoid fermenting the soy sauce just because I'm afraid of maggots. It's ridiculous to let the zombie horde roam free out of fear of the boss's growth. The preparations are complete. I estimated the location of the zombie horde, which had advanced near Crossroad, on the map and thought, I will definitely clear this. Stage 45. The last boss stage before the final battle, stage 50, the toughest hurdle before facing the final boss. Nothing will change. Kill the monsters, save the people. From the beginning until now, that's the only path I have chosen. With just a few hours left until the zombie horde's arrival, the night at Crossroad was desolate. Even normally, the city wasn't very populous, but with the non-combatants evacuated ahead of the monster horde's assault, it was even more deserted. And in this empty city, in the likewise empty training ground of the abandoned barracks, huff, huff, Hecate was still desperately swinging her sword. Despite her broken body and lost swordsmanship, she kept trying, repeatedly losing her grip in the process. Hecate, Lucas, who had been watching her from behind, finally spoke. Why didn't you evacuate? Why are you still here? Ha ha. Hecate, picking up her sword again, replied bluntly. His Highness told me to stay in this city, so I'm staying. Don't act like a child. That's not what he meant. I know, but where else would I go? Hecate shook her head. Wherever I am, it's the same. I'm a useless person now, with nowhere to go back to. That's why I'm here, to find a reason to live, as His Highness said. Clang, the training sword Hecate had dropped rolled on the ground. Staring blankly at her calloused, bleeding hands, Hecate muttered, Lucas, if I'm in danger of dying tomorrow, will you come to save me? After a brief silence, Lucas met Hecate's gaze with his bright blue eyes. You're one of my best friends, Hecate. If it weren't wartime, of course, I'd drop everything and come to save you. But Hecate bitterly smiled at his rational answer. Now I am the bodyguard of my lord and the lieutenant of the frontline commander. I have a position to uphold, so I won't be able to come. If you were me, you'd make the same judgment. Right. You're right. Even if I retained my strength and remained a knight, our judgments would be the same. Letting out a long sigh, Hecate leaned against the training ground wall and looked up at the sky. I just wonder, if I hadn't been broken, if I had remained useful, would you have ever looked back at me? Hecate, hesitating, Lucas cautiously asked. After this battle, would you like to go on a date? Hecate's eyes widened. Did she hear that right? A date? Did you just say a date? Yes, a date. You know, having a meal together, walking around a bit. Lucas tilted his head. Is that a no? No, it's not that. Why is this stubborn guy suddenly proposing this? Flustered by this unprecedented event, Hecate stammered. Lucas nodded. Then I'll take that as a yes. No, okay. Lucas laughed softly and stepped back. Since you're staying in the city, wait in a safe place. Let's survive and meet again. Lucas quickly left the training ground. Hecate stared blankly at his retreating back. Even after receiving a date invitation from her longtime crush, Hecate's expression remained complex. She couldn't help but think that if she hadn't been broken, Lucas wouldn't have been so considerate. It's difficult. As a child, her greatest wish was to get a date request from that stubborn guy. Why wasn't she happy now? Shaking her head slightly, Hecate picked up the training sword from the ground. She didn't know what to live for anymore, but she didn't intend to die pointlessly to the zombies either. I should live a bit longer, to see what that stubborn guy would prepare for a date, and to find what or whom she should die for. At least for this battle, she resolved to survive. That's what Hecate thought. The expected time for the zombie horde to reach Crossroad was early dawn. During the night, as she prepared for the siege with the melee unit heroes, Evangeline suddenly felt hungry. "Shall we get something to eat and continue?" "Let's do that, Captain Glutton." Laughter erupted among the soldiers. Evangeline retorted, "I'm still growing, you know," as she led the way. The melee unit heroes all headed to the field kitchen together. In preparation for the early morning operation, the field kitchen was providing simple meals throughout the night. The heroes were served cups of hot soup and simple sandwiches with large chunks of meat. As soon as she took a bite of the sandwich, Evangeline happily puffed out her cheeks. "Wow, this is delicious. A southern twist on New Terra style. It's just my taste." Ha! Even she felt something was odd and opened her eyes wide. "Wait a minute, this cooking style, I've had it before." At that moment, she noticed a cook standing awkwardly in the field kitchen. Ah, it was a familiar young man. Startled, Evangeline pointed at him. "Ha, that waiter." "Ha ha, yes, that's me." The waiter who had suddenly confessed to her at the cafeteria. Evangeline was dumbfounded. "Why didn't you evacuate? What are you doing here? And what's with the uniform?" "Well, I volunteered and enlisted temporarily. They said they needed more cooks, and on impulse. I've helped out in the restaurant's kitchen before, so I can cook." Evangeline was at a loss for words. The waiter scratched his head in embarrassment. "A few days ago, a soldier who visited our restaurant said something. He told me that even though I said I liked Miss Evangeline and lived in this city, I knew nothing about her or the city. I didn't know what fighting monsters was like, or what this city was protecting, so I felt a bit ashamed. I wanted to know, that's why I enlisted." Evangeline slapped her forehead. "Your heart is admirable, but this place is really dangerous. You haven't had combat training. You could really die. You should evacuate right now." "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless." The waiter waved his hands hurriedly and added, "I just want to understand what kind of battle Miss Evangeline is fighting. Whether I truly deserve to live in this city." Evangeline sighed deeply and warned him earnestly. "When the battle starts, hide in a safe place. Got it? Don't ever come out." "Yes, I will remember that." The waiter smiled innocently. Evangeline turned around and downed her cup of soup in one gulp, feeling frustrated. She didn't have special feelings for the young man, but he was a resident of this city, and Evangeline was the heir to its lordship. There's a lot to protect. If she became the actual lord, she would have to embrace the diverse hearts of many more people. It's not easy. Monsters and people's hearts. None of it was easy. Exhaling sharply, Evangeline finished her meal cleanly and headed back to the front lines. The melee unit heroes watched her departing figure with gentle smiles. After a night of tangled emotions, dawn approached. In the dark hours before sunrise, thud, thud, thud. Finally, in the distance of the southern plains of Crossroad, the advancing zombie horde appeared. After 2 days of continuous cure bombing, their numbers had halved, and their speed and presence had diminished. But they were still numerous, still fast, and still terrifying. Breaking through the dark night, their ominous green eyes gleaming, the approaching zombie horde was eerie and horrifying. Grrrr, grrrr. The terrifying screams of tens of thousands of zombies reached Crossroad. And amidst the soldiers swallowing their dry throats in tension, Ash smiled confidently and spread his arms forward. "All right, let's get started." And he shouted confidently, "Activate the wall." Chapter 744. Cromwell was walking forward. "Ha!" Using her bloated arms as forelegs, she crawled along the ground and noticed an ant colony crushed beneath her tree-like hand, pondering in a daze. "Where am I going?" The fragments of her torn thoughts slowly entangled and stitched together. Ah, right, to Crossroad, to the gateway of the mortal realm. Why? Why was she going there? To destroy the mortal realm. Why must the mortal realm be destroyed? Because that's my final mission. Why must the mission be carried out? To uphold the honor of our legion, the great demon species. We left our distant home to conquer all dimensions. As her thoughts reached this point, Cromwell became puzzled. Home, where is that? She couldn't recall any memories associated with her home. She had left it too early in her life to have any attachments to her country or species. However, she enjoyed listening to the elders' tales about home. Stories about their great homeland where they gathered stardust to create paths and harnessed the sun to illuminate cities. Elder Cromwell's slow but unstoppable march suddenly came to a halt. Who was that? Very slowly, an image of an old demon's face surfaced in her mind. Ah, father! Thud. Cromwell's advance stopped entirely. The entire zombie monster horde following her also came to a halt. Listen, Dad, I really tried my best. Cromwell opened her mouth to speak. Gra, ah, ah. But her vocal cords had mutated into a form incapable of producing speech. Unaware of this, Cromwell continued to speak, addressing the phantom image of the elder demon she had revered as a child. I became the Legion commander, as you said, allied with the Demon King, and tried to lead our Legion well. But I failed. I was a proxy for the Demon King's authority, but was utterly defeated. The capital fell, and I was torn to pieces by the Black Dragon. I wanted to do well. I gave it my all. I wanted to be a good Legion commander and lead our Legion proudly. I had no other path but this, but I completely messed it up. From the moment she became self-aware as a very young child, Cromwell had been trained and grown as a Legion commander. She grew up with everyone's expectations. You are overflowing with talent. You will make a great Legion commander. Lead our Legion to victory. You will succeed. We all believe in you. But however, no one told her. After a loss instead of a victory, after failure instead of success, what to do and how to cope, how to get back up after suffering a heartbreakingly severe wound. Help me, Dad. Comfort me. I feel like I'm suffocating. I feel like I'm going to die. Cromwell cried out to the silent image of the elder. Why are you just watching? Because I failed to meet your expectations. Do you think I wanted to fail? Do you think I wanted to ruin our Legion? But I did my best, and it still turned out like this. Please tell me. What do I do after a failure, after a defeat? Still receiving no response from the elder, Cromwell reached out in desperation. Crunch, 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 splat. The next moment, the image of the elder turned into chunks of flesh. Only then did Cromwell notice the taste of blood and flesh left in her mouth. Ah! Gazing blankly at the bloodstain on the ground where the elder's image had vanished, Cromwell slowly lifted her head and looked around. Where is everyone? Then she slowly recalled the scene at the abandoned cathedral a few days ago. She remembered that she had devoured the last of her comrades, just like replaying a recorded video in reverse. The flesh, bones, and entrails torn and stuffed into her mouth began to gather together, forming the shape of her Legion members, and they all stared at her with empty black eyes, opening their dark mouths to speak. This is our last chance, bought with our lives, Commander. The mortal realm must be destroyed. This time, we must succeed no matter what. A slow smile spread across Cromwell's blank face. Ah, I see. There is nothing after failure. Once defeated, it's just death. This time, she had been revived by sacrificing her entire race, so now I just need to succeed. Yes, the previous defeat is null and void. It doesn't count. She had revived spectacularly. She would conquer Crossroad, destroy the mortal realm, simply resume her path to success, reclaim the honor of her species, and lead the Cromwell Legion once more. Once more. Gra! Roaring fiercely, Cromwell resumed her advance. The monster, who couldn't accept defeat and chose to return as a corpse, charged forward with a roar, to ensure she wouldn't fail again, to destroy the mortal realm ahead. Gra! Leading the zombie monster horde. Momentarily pausing, Cromwell, transformed into a giant reindeer-like creature, let out a fearsome roar. Thud, thud, thud. Her massive body advanced rapidly, followed by the entire zombie horde. The earth and trees trembled at their advance. Watching this, I extended my arms and shouted, "Activate the wall!" This was the moment the new wall of Crossroad, prepared since the Black Dragon incident, was revealed. SSSSHHH. Simultaneously with my command, magic rails were laid along the guidelines installed in front of the southern wall of Crossroad. Using the power cores and components of the Iron Horse Legion we had defeated, we had mimicked their movement system, a magic railway that could designate new routes each time. Following these rails, clunk, 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 9 waiting magic trains emerged. More like long carts on wheels than trains, each one was equipped with a dark power core. The 9 carts lined up in a row outside the southern wall, separated and arranged at regular intervals. Confirming the trains were in position, Lily shouted, "Wall activation ready, deploying." The next moment, clunk, the 9 power cores installed in each train simultaneously floated into the air. Hovering in midair, the 9 power cores emitted an eerie, beautiful glow, with the central core being the largest. Looking at the ominously glowing black power core, I smiled wryly. It was bound to attract attention. The central power core was an X-grade dragon heart obtained from Nightbringer. The remaining 8 power cores were SSR-grade cores also obtained from Nightbringer. Clatter! As the 9 power cores resonated and emitted magic around them, they began extracting parts from within the trains and rapidly assembling them. The dragon's bones formed the framework, covered densely by dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, the structure was assembled according to the design, and the 9 power cores poured out ink-like magic to fill the gaps and solidify the framework. Although the explanation was long, the actual setup time took only a few dozen seconds. Thud! When I regained my senses, a newly built black wall stood in front of the southern wall of Crossroad. I smiled satisfactorily at the sight of the astonished soldiers' gaping mouths. The artifact we constructed, pooling the maximum resources of the World Guardian Front, an unprecedented mobile fortress. Its name is Nightbringer, meaning the one who carries knights. But honestly, the name was chosen to mock that black dragon. We used the power cores and components of the Iron Horse Legion to create the movement system. We implemented the fusion and separation system using the power cores and components of the Wraith King Legion. Then we poured everything we obtained from Nightbringer into creating this. It's made from the materials of 3 legions. We almost used up the entire Black Dragon. Since seeing the option for portable walls in New Terra's fortress, I've been contemplating this design. The timing of the monster legion's appearances allowed us to implement it. Click, 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 soldiers orderly mounted the beautifully completed wall. As a magical artifact, this wall's defensive power was unparalleled, but it consumed immense magic just by being activated. Fortunately, Crossroad was a source of mana stones, so we had a plentiful supply, but it was still resource efficient to deploy it only right before battle. But Your Highness, Lily, who had been working tirelessly to control this black dragon wall until just yesterday, asked with a tired face, couldn't we just build a wall in front of Crossroad with these materials? Why did we have to include such a complicated system of fusion, separation, and movement? To this, Calliope, who was admiring the wall with an impressed look, shouted in response, because it's cool. Seriously, Ash is a genius. I mean, who else would think of making such an awesome mobile fortress? This kid understands romance, really. Lily squinted. Well, that's Calliope's opinion. Of course, it's nice that it's cool, but having a wall that can move, separate, and merge means it can be deployed anywhere. In other words, advancing the wall turns that area into a forward base. Even sending only 3 trains can create a small base. From the Black Lake to Crossroad, we can create, dismantle, and retreat forward bases at strategic points. Although it was barely completed and couldn't be deployed forward this time, it will be flexible from Stage 46 to the final battle, Stage 50. Listening to my explanation, Lily nodded and then looked at the approaching zombie monster horde. Everyone on the front worked hard to make this, so I hope it withstands the upcoming battles. It will hold. The blood, sweat, and tears of the people who built this intricate wall are immense, and additionally, Nightbringer, though he was an enemy, he was monstrously strong, and this wall made from his entire being is also strong. BZZZZZ. The 9 power cores resonated inside the wall, emitting the sound of artifact activation. The black wall, a defensive artifact in itself, prepared for defense, its magic fluctuating. Grrrr, Gara. The zombie monster horde charged towards the wall like a tidal wave. Chapter 745. It was still early dawn, the time when light and darkness switch, enveloping the world in a dim glow. Grrrr, Gara. The tide of corpses surged toward Crossroad. Under the dawn sky, the writhing bodies of the zombies appeared grey. The mass of zombies, swarming over the land, resembled a fluttering cloth or a cluster of caterpillars. Grah! Leading the horde was a giant reindeer, its antlers massive like the branches of the world tree, and its huge body the size of a hill, no, a small mountain, thundered forward. Cromwell. This demon, zombie, and monster, the Nightmare Legion commander, charged directly toward the first line of defense set up on the southern plains of Crossroad. The Kill Zone, a fenced barrier designed to restrict the monster's movements. The Kill Zone, fortified through the accumulated experience of carpenters and continuous upgrades, was sturdy enough to rival any stone fortress. But, boom! Before the charge of a Legion-level monster, it was meaningless. The fences forming the kill zone shattered into pieces. Cromwell roared fiercely, trampling the fence as she entered the southern plains. Gah! While Cromwell's speed slowed momentarily due to destroying the kill zone, the horde of zombies poured in, trampling the broken fences and barriers. Now, the zombies swarmed ahead of Cromwell, filling the southern plains of Crossroad as they tangled and intertwined with each other. The kill zone has been breached. Kill zone breached. Responding to the soldiers' reports, I remained unperturbed. Don't panic. This was anticipated. The kill zone was set up in hopes of amusingly slowing down the small zombies. Though it's a shame it was breached, it was within expected parameters. The zombies, having crossed the kill zone, marched furiously into the next area. A scout shouted. They've entered the first section of the party hall. Good. Let the fun begin, right after the kill zone. Named the party hall, it means, of course, a fun party area. What kind of party? Of course, it's a bomb party. The foremost zombie stepped into the party hall zone. Beep. A mechanical activation sound rang out. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted from the ground. That's right, landmines. Every single mine remaining in Crossroad was buried in this party hall zone. Boom, boom, boom. The landmines triggered by the zombie steps turned the southern plains into a field of smoke and fire. Hooray! The volunteer soldiers who had joined more recently cheered at the sight of the horde's vanguard being engulfed in explosive flames. Meanwhile, the seasoned soldiers, who had been fighting on this front for a long time, remained silent, coldly glaring ahead. These soldiers had grown up dealing with various monsters over time. They could roughly guess how the battle would change depending on the monster they faced. And the seasoned soldiers were right. GRRR. The zombies continued their advance through the explosions and flames. The startled new recruits stopped their cheers. I smiled bitterly. This time, the enemy was zombies. Even if their legs were blown off, even if their lower bodies were gone, even if their innards were burning, they would keep coming. Moreover, they weren't even in the human form one usually associates with zombies. These were all monsters that had turned into zombies. Zombie dogs, zombie rhinos, giant mantis zombies, zombies galloping like horses, cicadas digging through the ground, centipedes that split and crawled even when their waists were severed. It's like a twisted farm of horrors. These monster zombies were far tougher than human zombies. GRRR. Gah. The zombie monster horde continued charging through the exploding party hall zone. Bodies on fire, dragging their innards, crawling on their hands instead of their blown-off legs, the zombies didn't stop. The first party hall has been breached. The party's just getting started. Why are they in such a rush? Let's keep the dance going. The monsters that passed through the first minefield entered the next zone. Beep, a magical sensor embedded in the ground responded. The next moment, thud, boom, the ground-based claymore mines triggered, releasing a storm of shrapnel and metal balls that shredded the monsters' bodies. This was a trap I devised, modeled after the claymore antipersonnel mines from Earth. In this fortress city, scrap metal and debris piles up like mountains. We collected these and used them as ground-based mines to scatter shrapnel toward the enemy. The storm of shrapnel tore through the zombies. Their bodies were ripped apart, limbs severed, and holes punched through them. But they were zombies. GRR. Gah. Even with their bodies shredded, the monsters didn't stop advancing. They pushed through the first party hall filled with ground mines, the second party hall with claymore mines, and even the third party hall packed with every other trap we had. The zombie monster horde kept moving forward, burning, shattered, and shredded. These stubborn creatures. The third party hall has been breached. The monster horde isn't stopping. It doesn't matter. Focus on your tasks. While the soldiers were significantly shaken by the rapid breach of the kill zone and the three party halls we had meticulously prepared, I didn't bat an eye. I never had the naive expectation that the kill zone or the party halls would eliminate the monsters. Our Crossroads defensive facilities are all top-notch, but the ultimate weapon is still. I gazed at the hundreds of cannons orderly positioned on the wall. Firepower, for the past 3 years, the class with the highest kill count among monsters. Our Crossroads main dealer, the Monster Slayers, the highly trained artillery soldiers glared fiercely. Prepare to fire. At my command, hundreds of cannons began their targeting sequence. A scout, holding binoculars and observing the vanguard of the zombie horde, shouted with all his might. The vanguard is within cannon range. Not yet. Let the vanguard through. The artillery's target is the second wave. GRRR. Gah. The advancing zombie monster's forms became clearly visible to us on the wall. Gulp. The sound of soldiers swallowing their dry throats echoed. I shouted, "Hold, wait for it." A few eternal seconds later, the scout, drenched in cold sweat, whipped his head around and reported, "The second wave is within cannon range." Now, I thrust my hand forward. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The command echoed along the wall, followed by the thunderous sound of cannons firing. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted from the cannons in sequence, creating a beautiful wave of fire. Hundreds of cannons unleashed a perfectly coordinated crossfire. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. When the elite soldiers I had nurtured from the beginning perfectly executed my commands, there is no greater joy for a commander. The rain of shells, carving through the sky, fell on the zombie monsters. Boom! The shells landed in succession, drawing a line of pure fire on the ground. The zombie monsters caught in the bombardment could no longer move. Yes! I clenched my fist. No matter how tough they are, after partying all night 3 times in a row, they had to be exhausted. The zombie monsters, having passed through 3 trap-filled party halls, were now in a tattered state, perfect for our bombardment to finish them off. I extended my arm and continued to shout, "Pour it on. Spare nothing and unload everything. Turn this southern plain to ashes, don't stop. Firepower, more firepower." My command was eagerly followed by the artillery, who began firing continuously. The barrage of shells crushed the zombies one by one. Even so, due to the toughness of the monster zombies, many still managed to push through the fiery inferno. The vanguard I had intentionally let through was also closing in on Crossroad. To deal with these, we had the ballista squad commence fire. Archers, follow up with your shots. Ballista and archer squads. The archers picked off the approaching zombie monsters one by one. Aim for the head, aim for the head. The parasites are in the head. Destroy the head and they can't move. 3 trap-filled party halls, a crossfire bombardment zone, and finally the ballista and archer squads. The zombie monsters, having survived all this, crawled towards the wall but were now significantly slowed. For skilled archers, hitting the slow-moving monsters' heads wasn't a difficult task. Everything was working smoothly, with the ideal form of defense in place. GRRR, Gah. Yet there were still too many of them. After passing through 3 party halls, the crossfire zone, and the ballista and archer fire, the zombie monsters, driven by their indomitable will to breach the mortal realm, crawled up to the wall. Don't bother with zombies that are already incapacitated. Focus on those still charging in. Following my command, the archers continued to target the most threatening enemies, but they kept glancing nervously at the zombies nearing the wall. Understandably so. Even though their limbs were blown off, the zombies were still getting close to the wall. But really, there's no need to worry. It wasn't just because the incapacitated zombies lacked climbing ability or that our melee units could safely deal with them. The real reason we didn't worry about these scattered monster remnants was BZZZZ. This. When the vanguard of the zombie monsters finally reached the wall, the power core inside the wall vibrated with a faint hum. And when the leading zombie, crawling on the ground with its only remaining arm, touched the wall with its fingertips, whoosh, the wall unleashed a fearsome shockwave, as if swatting away a disgusting fly. Boom, boom, boom. The zombies clinging to the wall and those approaching it were all blasted apart, their bodies exploding and being flung backward. BZZZ. Once all the zombies within range were eliminated, the power core inside the wall calmed down again. The soldiers on the wall looked down at the base of the wall with a mixture of shock and awe. This was the true power of the wall created by entirely repurposing the cores of 3 Monster Legion commanders, the Nightbringer. The wall made with the core of that black dragon. It was never going to be a gentle protector. It's good, but... Evangeline's lips quivered as she tapped the wall with her foot. This wall feels strange. It's on our side, but it feels extremely dangerous. I nodded. That's right. It was made to be dangerous. Chapter 746. For a while, the battle proceeded smoothly in this manner. After passing through 3 party halls, there was the crossfire zone, followed by the ballista and archer squad, and then a very formidable new fortress wall. The zombie monsters that arrived first tenaciously endured, but eventually, after passing this long defensive line, they fell and died, though the early stages of the battle went well. The monsters were not going to let themselves be easily defeated. Grrrrrrr. Ah, with a scream that seemed to scrape from the depths of the zombie monsters' souls. Thud, thud, thud. Gigantic zombie monsters poured out from the front. Other zombie monsters were also larger compared to humans, but these particular monsters were especially tall and robust. I ground my teeth as I surveyed them. Flame giants, a powerful legion even among giant species, as strong as the frost giants. A typical crushing with specs type of monster. And such spec-type monsters fully benefit from zombification. Since they have no supernatural abilities and fight solely with physical prowess, they lose nothing and gain everything by becoming zombies. Moreover, these guys, true to their name, the flame giants are immune to explosions and flames. Bang, boom, boom. Amidst the exploding mines and falling fire from the artillery, the flame giants remained unscathed. The ones that stepped forward easily withstood the artillery barrage. In an instant, the entire zombie monster legion behind them approached Crossroads significantly. The crossfire zone was breached. Panic spread among the soldiers. But this was all part of the pre-planned operation. Then let's move to the next phase. I raised my hand into the air and swung my fist in a circular motion. Then, VRRRRR, an airship soared up from the crossroads side, La Mancha, and escorting it were Mikkel and the Griffins. Go, Scree. The air force of the World Guardian Front closed the distance in an instant and flew over the heads of the monsters. I stretched out my hand and shouted, "Pour it on!" As if in response to my words, the bottom hatch of La Mancha opened at the perfect timing. SSSSHHH. Literally, the cure was poured out. It was reminiscent of how planes in large-scale farms on Earth spray pesticides. The cure, poured like rain, fell on the heads of the zombie monsters. The zombie monsters writhed in agony. In case they developed resistance to the cure, we gradually reduced the dilution and increased the concentration of the cure. At this decisive moment, we didn't hold back and dropped the undiluted cure. Grrrrrrr. Ah, a vast number of zombies, showered with the undiluted cure, were forcibly cured, with parasites emerging as the zombie state was lifted. I clenched my fist as I watched this scene. This was the tactic we devised. Deploy multiple layers of defenses to melt down regular monsters with general firepower, and for the elite monsters that penetrate these defenses, drop the cure, and the elite monsters, cured of their zombie state, would temporarily, Kaira, serve as a wall of monsters. The monsters, who had not been hostile to each other as hosts of the same zombie parasite, began to attack the cured monsters in a frenzy. The flame giants, who had been leading the charge, were instead attacked, and as they fell and died, they swung their fists backward, smashing other zombies. Chaos ensued rapidly, causing a bottleneck among the monsters. I nodded in satisfaction. Even two monster legions appearing simultaneously could bring the game to the brink of over. That's how difficult this defense game, Doomsday Feast, is. But in this stage, dozens of monster legions appeared simultaneously, even if zombified. As it stands, the stage wouldn't be feasible. Neither the Demon King nor the Watcher would tolerate such a thing. Therefore, there must be a gimmick that allows for clearing, and the route I chose was this cure. And so far, it's working perfectly. Not only does it forcibly cure their zombie state, rendering them powerless, but it also makes them fight each other, reducing their numbers. At this rate, we can manage. Cure drop complete. Withdrawing temporarily to resupply, and will return. The pilot of La Mancha communicated as the large airship circled back towards Crossroad. They had used up all the cure they carried in one go. Now they would return to the hangar to refill the cure and re-enter the battlefield. This process would be repeated. All the cure stockpiled up to now would be used without reservation. Thus, a new section was created on the battlefield, dividing it into 4 major zones. The 3 layers of party halls with installed traps. The crossfire zone formed by the crossroad artillery. The chaos wall of monsters fighting each other after being cured of their zombie state. The sniper zone of ballista and archers. Most of the mines and traps in the party halls seemed exhausted, but the newly created chaos wall of monsters provided a new solid defense line. The bodies of the monsters killed by fighting each other literally piled up as a wall of flesh. The monsters constantly bottlenecked and slowed down. Our ballista and archers melted the enemies trapped on this path, and La Mancha, now refilled with cure, flew over their heads and dropped the cure again. Observing the battlefield, which started to operate smoothly again, no one let their guard down. Everyone knew that the real battle hadn't started yet. And then, thud, the real one appeared. Thud, 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 thud. A giant larger than any flame giant seen so far stepped forward. While the bodies of the previous flame giants burned red, this giant's body was already charred black. Above its head was a halo made of flames. I ground my teeth as I recognized the opponent. Flame Giant King. Indeed. This zombie monster legion comprised the majority of the monster legions from Zone 10, all zombified and pouring out at once. Naturally, the legion commanders were also zombified and advancing with them. The Flame Giant King opened its mouth wide, spewing not a roar but a massive flame. Then, exhaling black smoke, it began to charge forward. Thud, 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 thud. It was as imposing as a steam locomotive spewing smoke. Crash. In an instant, the Flame Giant King approached its own cured legion, the Flame Giants, and extended a massive fist engulfed in flames. Boom. It blew off the upper bodies of what were once its subordinates. The mighty arms of the Flame Giant King instantly demolished the wall of flesh. The cured monsters couldn't hold out long and were annihilated. Huff! Exhaling flames, the Flame Giant King turned its fiery gaze toward us. Indicating its zombified state, the flames in its eyes were tainted green. And then, thud, it began to stride towards us. Fire, fire, stop its advance. The ballista and archer units, aghast, focused their attacks on the Flame Giant King. Rattle, however, the Flame Giant King marched forward, unfazed by the rain of arrows. Its body was so massive that even direct hits didn't seem to faze it as it kept advancing. An absurdly, transcendently durable body. Realizing that standard sniping was ineffective, the archers lowered their bows with pale faces. This is the dignity of a legion commander. Moreover, this wasn't the end. Thud, thud, thud. Shaking the ground, giant zombie monsters appeared one after another behind the Flame Giant King. Observers screamed reports from all directions as they confirmed the appearance of named monsters. Report: multiple Legion commander-level entities are emerging. Not only the Flame Giant King, the Cerberus and Authoress of the Hellhound Legion have appeared. Squid Snail Legion Commander, entity name Maelstrom, confirmed. The wingless Cicada Lord is leading its swarm. And following are 10 horns, Bride Devourer, 1,000 legs. They keep appearing. The last ones are the Legion commanders of the Rhino, Mantis, and Centipede legions. After the regular zombie monsters were culled by fire and explosions at the previous defensive lines. Finally, all sorts of Legion commanders emerged and took the lead. This is an all-star lineup. I clicked my tongue as I surveyed the impressive assembly. One would think this was the final stage, right? Thud, 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 thud. The parade of Legion commander-level entities crushed through the party halls and crossfire zone. Even if zombified, they all possess boss-level specs. It's difficult to inflict significant damage with standard artillery or ballista shots, and there's an unusually high number of them. At least 10, perhaps more. VRRRRR. La Mancha flew in again, pouring the cure over their heads. Despite being drenched in undiluted cure, whether due to some Legion commander buff or the parasites in their brains also being boss level, they continued advancing, unaffected by the cure. The soldiers paled at the rapidly closing distance between us and the monsters. Stick to the plan, I encouraged the soldiers. Ignore the Legion commander-level zombies. Focus on culling the rest. Why, yes, sir. Fire, fire. Pour the barrage. At my command, the soldiers deftly adjusted their aim, intentionally avoiding the Legion commander-level monsters and pouring firepower on the rest. One of the advantages of bombardment is the splash damage. It delivers area-wide impact at the point of impact. The zombies following behind the robust Legion commanders began to explode one after another. Regular zombie monsters started to get culled again. The problem was the advancing horde of Legion commanders. Unleashing such a number of Legion commander-level entities at once, it's either merciless or lacking in balance. Unfair and shitty, but what can we do? I grinned as I turned to my side. Life is always like this. Isn't that right, Damien? Indeed, Your Highness. Damien, who grinned back, sat at his assigned modified ballista gunner's seat, and overcoming such ordeals is also what life is about. Well said, my sniper. Click, click, click. As Damien prepared the ballista for firing, priests and alchemists loaded special rounds into the modified ballista. Special rounds were large arrows with a head filled with a mysterious liquid. We sprayed diluted cure at first, then administered the undiluted cure. So what's next? It's concentrated special cure monsters. This is the highest grade special concentrated cure made by working our temple priests, alchemists, spiritists, and even King Poseidon to the bone. Only a few are available on this front. Treat them diligently, Damien. Yes, sir. Damien meticulously adjusted the firing angle of the modified ballista. Then he imbued the rounds with his magic power. Knowing Damien's skills, I could recognize the craftsmanship he put into the rounds. On the outside of the rounds, magic bullet of annihilation. Inside the rounds, magic bullet of healing. He combined two types of magic bullets into one round. Magic bullet of annihilation increases the penetration power of the round, and magic bullet of healing enhances the effectiveness of the cure. Damien, his large brown eyes flashing, placed his hand on the trigger. Firing! Without hesitation, Damien pulled the trigger. Thud! With a short, intense echo, the modified ballista fired the special round. Scree! The round flew straight towards the Flame Giant King's forehead. The Flame Giant King swung its massive hand to block the special round, but did I mention that I possess farsight? The special round, curving mysteriously and altering its trajectory, narrowly slipped through the Flame Giant King's fingers thunk, and pierced through the Flame Giant King's eye, embedding itself into its head. Chapter 747. Ah! A desperate scream erupted from the Flame Giant King's mouth. The special concentrated zombie cure had pierced through its eye and lodged directly into its brain. The giant parasite inside, allergic to the cure, must have been in immense pain. Unable to withstand the concentrated cure, the gigantic parasite burst out from the Flame Giant King's head. The Flame Giant King's zombified state was instantly cured, and the surrounding zombie minions turned their glowing eyes towards it and attacked. Grrrrrrr, growl. Various zombies clung to the Flame Giant King's back. The Flame Giant King exhaled flames and fiercely swung its arms smash. The zombies attached to it were turned into a pulp. Just moments ago, the Flame Giant King had been killing its cured subordinates. Now the situation was reversed, with the cured Flame Giant King killing other zombies. Arg! Spewing flames from its entire body, the Flame Giant King turned all the zombies in the area into ashes. And towards this Flame Giant King. Gra! Grrrrk, grrrrk. Screech! Other Zombie Nightmare Legion commanders charged, emitting all sorts of terrifying sounds. The Hellhounds Cerberus and Orthrus bit into the Giant King's legs. The tentacle snail wrapped its body around it, and the mantis, rhino, centipede, and other monsters took turns attacking. The Flame Giant King, resisting for a while, was eventually torn apart and crushed. Although the Flame Giant King was a prominent named monster, it couldn't hold out long against the combined assault of equally powerful monsters. Thud, thud, the shattered body of the Giant King collapsed to the ground, but it had bought enough time. Damien, keep firing. Yes, sir. Damien continued to fire the special rounds in succession. Thud, thud, thud. With heavy firing sounds, the special rounds containing concentrated cure tore through the air. The three fired rounds successively hit the heads of the Rhino Legion Commander 10 Horns, the Mantis Legion Commander Bride Devourer, and the Centipede Legion Commander 1,000 Legs. Thud, 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 grag! With the parasites expelled, the three monsters roared fiercely. Next, the zombified and cured Legion commanders glared at each other and clashed. Boom! They began to tear into each other with immense ferocity. 10 Horns was a gigantic rhino with 10 massive horns, which it used to smash everything around it. Roo-ah! With a massive roar, the rhino's horns impaled other zombies. Blood from the monsters splattered everywhere. Slash, slash. Next, the Mantis Legion Commander, Bride Devourer, swung its gigantic scythe-like forelegs in all directions. Its name came from the fact that it beheaded and devoured its mates after mating. With each swing of the terrifying mantis's forelegs, nearby zombies were sliced apart. Finally, 1,000 Legs. As its name suggests, this gigantic arthropod monster, a colossal centipede, had endless legs. Even when cut, slashed, or severed, it moved separately, discarded damaged segments, and rejoined the remaining parts. It was a robust and disgusting monster. The colossal centipede wrapped its long, massive body around other zombies, crushing and bursting them. While our people on the fortress walls cheered loudly at this terrifying scene, the meticulously prepared strategy was working. It was a moment of joy. "Success, Your Highness! The Legion-level monsters are fighting each other," Damien shouted excitedly. As Damien said, although it was a somewhat gruesome and horrible sight, the Monster Legion commanders were entangled in a deadly battle. The Rhino, 10 Horns, and the Hellhounds, Cerberus and Orthrus, rolled on the ground, fighting each other. The Mantis, Bride Devourers, scythe-like forelegs repeatedly sliced the slimy body of the tentacle snail Maelstrom. The Centipede, 1,000 Legs, and the wingless Cicada Lord engaged in a fierce melee, causing massive tremors in the ground. The sight of the massive named monsters entangled and causing chaos was itself a spectacle. It resembled a reenactment of a mythological era. The other zombies caught in the middle of this colossal clash were crushed one after another. The battlefield of the Monster Legion commanders became a new flesh wall, and the zombies couldn't pass through. Good, if we can maintain this situation. If we could make them keep attacking each other, depleting their own forces, we could manage this battle stably, just as I was thinking that. Thud, the air trembled. From the rear end of the countless zombie monster lines, an eerie, ominous presence spread out widely. I turned to look, goosebumps all over my body. There stood Cromwell, who had not shown herself since the start of the battle. Standing on all fours like a giant reindeer, the demonic guardian commander had transformed. No, she got bigger. She had grown larger, more massive than at the start of the battle. And as I observed her crouching, munch, munch, she was eating the bodies of other monsters. From the southern plains of Crossroad to the long, wide battlefield stretching across the 3-party hall zones. Cromwell had been slowly following the rear, voraciously devouring every fallen monster corpse. While feasting on the monster corpses, Cromwell slowly raised her head. Her empty, blood-soaked eyes stared at me. A sinister green aura flickered like starlight from the antlers of the flesh-eating reindeer. Damn! I trembled. It's not uncommon for a boss to power up by absorbing their fallen subordinates. I've encountered and defeated both blood-sucking monsters and cannibalistic creatures before. But why? Cromwell felt different. More ominous, more horrifying. In the game, she was just a high-spec Legion commander who fought similarly to humans. How did she turn into this, Cromwell? I realized instinctively. Cromwell must not be allowed to eat anymore. She must not grow any bigger. I urgently ordered Damien. Damien, fire the remaining special rounds. Target the rest of the zombified Monster Legion commanders. You understood. Damien, momentarily frozen, quickly complied with my order. He fired all the remaining special rounds from the modified ballista. Thud, thud, thud. The special rounds embedded themselves into the heads of the remaining zombie Monster Legion commanders. Cerberus, Orthrus, Maelstrom, and the wingless Cicada Lord all were cured of their zombification. The Monster Legion commanders, who had been fighting to the death just moments ago, suddenly stopped, and simultaneously they turned to face the enormous reindeer slowly approaching them. Grag, the one who had zombified them and turned their legions into walking corpses. Cromwell. The enraged Monster Legion commanders all charged at once, pounding the ground. With fierce roars, all the horrific monsters rushed towards Cromwell. The rhino, the mantis, the centipede, the hellhounds, the tentacle snail, the wingless cicada. Their eyes filled with hatred. These mighty monsters, capable of destroying the world, charged with clear intent to kill. And then crunch. They were devoured. Cromwell's mouth opened unnaturally wide, like a dislocated jaw, and she swallowed Cerberus, the leader, whole. The 3-headed hellhound, swallowed up to its upper body, furiously kicked and resisted. Crunch. When Cromwell finally bit down, all 3 heads were simultaneously torn off and the hellhound stopped moving. Munch, munch. As Cromwell chewed slowly, a sticky, slimy aura spread from her like a swamp. Orthrus, the second in command of the Hellhound Legion and subordinate to Cerberus, tried to flee in the face of its leader's death. But SSSS. Something long and tentacle-like extended from Cromwell's side, wrapping around Orthrus' entire body, and pulled it in, swallowing it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing and swallowing echoed from Cromwell's side. Giant teeth-like structures moved like a crusher, swallowing the Hellhound monster. My God! Everyone froze, watching this scene. Munch, munch, munch. Cromwell proceeded to devour the remaining Monster Legion commanders one by one. 10 horns, Bride Devourer, 1,000 legs, Maelstrom, and the wingless Cicada Lord, all of them. They resisted fiercely, but in vain. They were captured by the countless tentacles sprouting from Cromwell's body, pulled in and either torn apart by the newly formed teeth or chewed up by the reindeer's head. Before long, all the Monster Legion commanders remaining on the battlefield were devoured by Cromwell. Even after devouring such a large number of colossal monsters, Cromwell didn't seem satisfied. She raised her head. Woo-woo-um, her gigantic antlers emitted a green glow, and the ominous wave spread across the entire battlefield. The remaining zombies, who had been advancing towards us, all turned and walked towards Cromwell. They quietly lay down in front of her, one by one, as if offering themselves as live sacrifices, orderly, one by one. And Cromwell began to meticulously devour these zombies one by one. The massive reindeer's entire body was now rippling with long tentacles and numerous teeth. The tentacles and teeth moved incessantly, continuously devouring the zombies. Can't it just stay a pure zombie apocalypse? I ground my teeth at this apocalyptic, nightmarish scene. Instead of turning into a mutated creature horror show, ha! Well, the two genres are closely related, but still. Chapter 748 Wriggle, Wriggle. The tentacles sprouting from the massive reindeer-like Cromwell pulsated. It looks like the parasites we saw before. The tentacles resembled the zombie parasites that Rosetta had extracted and shown. It was as if these parasites were enlarged and attached haphazardly without any design considerations. Snap, snap. At the same time, the giant teeth that had grown all over Cromwell's body snapped together, making a chilling, bone-cracking sound. The teeth moved like a crushing press at regular intervals, but the issue was that these teeth were growing all over Cromwell's body. They clacked incessantly, as if demanding more food. Grrr. The bloated body of the Monster Legion commander was filled with those massive teeth and tentacles. The teeth consumed, and the tentacles assisted. The entire body was designed solely for devouring something. The battlefield had fallen silent. The remaining zombies on the extended battlefield were either killed by our firepower or died in mutual destruction. Their corpses were completely devoured by Cromwell. If they were going to end up like this, they should have just stayed underground and eaten each other. I grumbled inwardly, but I vaguely understood the reason. Cromwell had used this battlefield itself as a sacrificial altar. She had taken the lives offered on this altar as sacrifices. Randomly devouring each other wouldn't have fully utilized the effect of the sacrifices, but this method allowed her to completely absorb the spiritual and physical essence of her subordinates. Truly a demonic way of thinking. Thud, thud, thud. To prove this point, Cromwell's body continued to grow in real time, swelling into a massive mountain-like form. With no more corpses left to eat, Cromwell finally began to slowly march towards Crossroad. I licked my dry lips. My mind raced. Cromwell didn't appear like this in the game, but this doomsday feast had long deviated from its game incarnation. Complaining about it was pointless. What mattered was how to deal with this monster. That's all. How to protect the world. That's all. Rag! As Cromwell slowly approached, she raised her head and let out a high, ear-piercing roar. The antlers on the monster's head, demonic in shape, gleamed with an ominous green power. They looked like trees swaying. A moving mountain of corpses with a tree planted on top. Thud. In an instant, Cromwell, having kicked off the ground, began to charge at the fortress wall. She used not only her 4 legs, but also her tentacles to run. The grotesque tentacles on her body gripped the ground, propelling her forward with movements reminiscent of cephalopods like an octopus or squid. Fire! Shoot, shoot! The soldiers on the wall responded as if they had been waiting. Boom, boom, boom! Hundreds of cannons and ballistae unleashed their firepower simultaneously. The barrage formed a literal cross on Cromwell's body, exploding continuously in a spectacular display of fire and destruction. However, damn it, it's not working. A translucent green barrier enveloped the monster's body. It was probably a protective magic created by those massive antlers. Ordinary physical attacks couldn't penetrate it. Keep firing. Yes, sir. At my command, the soldiers persisted with the bombardment, and I shouted to the side. Damien. Yes, sir. Damien had finished loading the last special round, and I nodded. Damien's brown eyes gleamed as he pulled the trigger. Thuum. The final special round containing the concentrated cure shot out from the modified ballista, slicing through the air towards the monster's head amidst the barrage of explosions. Zap! The green barrier flashed, seemingly holding off the special round. Boom, boom, boom. The preceding crossfire shook the barrier. No matter how sturdy the protective magic was, the simultaneous barrage of hundreds of cannons and ballistae would create a moment of instability, and Damien had aimed precisely for that moment. Shatter! With a sound like glass breaking, the special round penetrated the barrier. The arrow part of the special round burned away instantly, but the warhead, as if alive, twisted its way through thwack and lodged into one of Cromwell's eyes. Hit! The scouts and soldiers watching cheered in unison. The special rounds that had effectively neutralized the zombie monster commanders earlier were believed to work again. But Damien and I remained focused, staring ahead. As expected, thud, 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 Cromwell didn't stop. She kept charging at the fortress wall. Suppressed groans escaped the soldiers' clenched teeth. The zombie cure didn't work on Cromwell. The creature was essentially the parasite itself, or its master, so injecting a cure for the parasite was useless. Even considering that, it's still running despite losing an eye and having something lodged in its brain. Just as I grumbled inwardly, from the wound in Cromwell's eye, something wriggled and seeped out. It was small tentacles. Soon, like a dam bursting, tentacles poured out from the eye socket, hardening and turning white. It looked as if antlers were sprouting from inside the eye. A very dynamic response indeed. I clicked my tongue and waved my hand. Artillery, cease fire, fall back. Cease fire, cease fire, fall back. At the command, the artillerymen and archers swiftly retreated behind the fortress wall in practiced motions. Everyone else, prepare for combat. Combat ready. Combat ready. Damien dismounted from the modified ballista and armed himself with his magic rifles. Not just Damien, but all the heroes and soldiers who had been watching the battle stepped forward, ready for combat. Thud, 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 thud. Cromwell was close. The vibrations from her legs and tentacles pounding the ground were transmitted through the earth, shaking our shoulders on the fortress wall. Hold! But I took no action, merely staring down the approaching creature. The heroes and soldiers glanced at me nervously. I ignored them and shouted. Hold! Gulp, gulp. Dry swallows echoed from the heroes and soldiers. The monster was almost upon us. Just a few steps, just a few seconds before it would slam into the wall, but I remained still, shouting. Hold! Thud! Cromwell, right before the wall, prepared to ram into it with great force. Some of the soldiers, unable to bear it, tightly closed their eyes. The heroes gripped their weapons and shields tightly. Cries of suppressed terror erupted. Sweat-soaked stares pierced my back. But I said, trust me, hold your ground. Stay combat ready. And Cromwell slammed her massive body into the wall. Boom! A tremendous shockwave, explosion, and vibration shook the ground. Some soldiers instinctively raised their arms to protect their heads. They assumed that being hit directly by the giant monster would break the wall and cause mass casualties. But everything was intact. The soldiers who had closed their eyes and covered their heads hesitantly lowered their arms and opened their eyes. Wah! They gasped, looking up. The other heroes and soldiers, as well as I, followed suit. Zap, ZZ zap. A black barrier enveloped the fortress wall and protected us. Indeed, the monster wasn't the only one with a barrier. The new Crossroad Fortress, Nightbringer, also possessed a top-tier barrier. A magical barrier extended from our fortress wall, shielding us from Cromwell's barrier and her charge. Rarag! Cromwell strained, pushing with her massive body, but the Black Dragon fortress stood firm like a mountain. Barrier at maximum output, Your Highness. We've stopped the enemy monster commander's charge. But Lily, reporting to me, looked slightly upset as she shouted the rest of the report. This wall still doesn't listen to us. VRRoom. As if waiting for her words, the 9 black dragon power cores inside the wall resonated simultaneously. And then zap, 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 zap. With a crackling sound, they began to consume Cromwell's green barrier. Cromwell flinched and tried to pull back, but it was too late. SHHHHK. Like a seasoned soldier disarming an enemy, the Black Dragon Fortress smoothly absorbed Cromwell's barrier. Phew! Despite the tense situation, I couldn't help but whistle. This was the special ability of the new Crossroad Fortress, Nightbringer. It could steal and use the enemy's defensive measures. The effect was temporary, but its performance was insanely good. All right, great. Really great, but I trembled with excitement. What a bad personality, this black dragon. Look at this natural act of plundering. Even in death, it had such a rogue mentality. This ability couldn't be activated at our will. The fortress did it on its own when it felt like it. Despite being classified as a special artifact, most of its abilities were random activations. What kind of fortress is this? Anyway, it's effective. Cromwell, her charge halted and her barrier stolen, stumbled back. "Oh no, where do you think you're going? We finish this now," I turned and shouted. All mages, the strategic weapons of our side, having completed their assigned spell castings, nodded at me. I extended my arm forward, nodding back. "Give her a taste of this." "Yes, sir." The next moment, swoon. A dazzling array of magical lights lit up the fortress wall. First, Junior's elemental disintegration distorted the space, severely reducing Cromwell's magical defense, followed by boom, boom, boom. A relentless magical barrage from the mages rained down on Cromwell. Chapter 749. Boom. The mages' magical barrage struck Cromwell with full force. Waves of colored magical energy spread out, melting and crushing Cromwell's entire body. Grah! Cromwell groaned and staggered backward, hit by the barrage of spells for the first time. Now is our chance while her defenses are down. I extended my arm and shouted. "Pour all our firepower into her. Shoot." "Yes, sir." "Shoot. Give it everything we've got." The mages, who had been charging their magic all this time, unleashed their spells without holding back, casting group spells. Artifacts installed on the main wall of Crossroad, behind the Black Dragon fortress wall, also belatedly unleashed their defensive magic. Sniper heroes like Damien, along with the artillery that had momentarily retreated, rushed back and fired at Cromwell. Sword energy, arrows, holy power, and spirits, even the various defense towers I had summoned. Every attack method we could muster at this range was unleashed. Boom, 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 with the barrier stolen by Nightbringer and her magical defenses shattered by elemental disintegration. Cromwell had no way to fully withstand the damage. No matter how many lives Cromwell had devoured to grow massive under such conditions, damage would pierce deep into her core. Gra ag! Cromwell roared continuously in pain. Her massively swollen body splattered blood, and the horns that had grown endlessly shattered and splintered. The tentacles that had spread out wildly also burned and shriveled pitifully. Thud, thud, thud. The barrier had been neutralized, and the magical defenses shattered for only a few dozen seconds. But a few dozen seconds was more than enough to turn the tide of battle. As Cromwell pulled back, trying to protect herself with hundreds of tentacles and shake off the elemental disintegration effect, the monster had already suffered irreparable damage. Thud, thud, thud. Blood and fluids poured from Cromwell's body, drenching the ground as she barely managed to put some distance between herself and the wall. The monster glared at us, frothy blood bubbling from between her jaws. At this point, I sensed victory. Although we had exchanged only a single round of attacks, that round had proven a lot. We had ample means to cut through her defenses and counterattack, while Cromwell lacked a way to bring down our wall. This is the essence of a siege defense. To overcome a well-fortified fortress, the attackers must possess means that surpass the fortress's defenses. But did Cromwell have such means? Could she breach the Black Dragon wall? She might still have more tricks up her sleeve, but surpassing the Black Dragon's defense would be beyond her power. Even though it's a pointless thought, if Cromwell had appeared in her original form, leading the original demonic guard corps, she might have devised a way to breach the fortress. They fought like humans, with physical specs superior to humans, as a military. They might have set up a camp far off, waiting for the Black Dragon Wall's magical supply to be cut off, and bombarded us with superior demonic artillery. But they had all become zombies, and this monstrous Cromwell, which had devoured the zombie horde, had no way to breach this high wall. "So, what will you do, monster? What's your next move?" Cromwell, wrapping her body with tentacles to shield herself from our attacks, paused to regroup. As I watched her, various simulations ran through my mind. The attack methods possessed by the demonic guard corps, the special abilities of the monsters Cromwell had devoured. "No matter what attack you use, I'll block it. On this fortified wall, I'm above you." In the end, this was a siege defense. A defense game played on a battlefield favorable to the defenders, the wall, and the fortress. No matter what attack you use, I'll break your thrusts again and again. Ah! And then Ah, arg! Cromwell opened her mouth wide, emitting an incomprehensible roar with a distorted voice boom. She kicked off the ground and began charging at the black dragon wall again. I was taken aback, charging again, trying to ram it with her body again. Is she pulling out a new card? No, she's not. There's nothing new. Without any noticeable magical movement or new special abilities, Cromwell was simply running straight at the wall again. Why? I broke out in a cold sweat. It's a monster. A nightmare creature driven to kill the humans in front of it. I've seen countless monsters slam into walls, knowing they couldn't break through, smashing their own heads. But there's one strange thing. This thing isn't stupid. It wouldn't repeat an ineffective attack. That's right. Cromwell had reason. Though she had died and been revived, clearly in a maddened state, she had regained her reason through the demonic ritual of devouring sacrifices. This had been confirmed in reports from Diarmuidin and others. Cromwell wasn't stupid. She surely knew she couldn't break through this wall with a bodily charge. Yet she charged again, knowing it wouldn't work, preparing to counterattack, pour it on. While I struggled to grasp the enemy's intentions, my heroes preemptively launched their attacks. Once more, elemental disintegration shattered her defenses, and our various attacks rained down on her. Blood, flesh, and bones flew. The monster's entire body crumbled. Though not enough to take her down in one blow, the damage was undoubtedly accumulating. Cromwell, foolishly, charged straight again, making it easier for us to counter. If this continued, we'd win without incident. But I felt chills watching Cromwell's seemingly reckless charge. Her flickering green gaze locked onto mine. In that moment, I was sure, this thing is up to something. She's planning something strange. Damien, I called out to the sniper, and Damien immediately equipped Black Queen and took aim. Orders, Your Highness. Where should I shoot? Shoot her head. I stopped mid-sentence. Thud, thud, thud. Cromwell's stride towards the wall was different from before. She wasn't just running. She was gaining momentum. She was adjusting her steps, gathering strength in her legs to leap. Leap for what? To slam the wall with more force. No way. I alternated my gaze between the charging giant and our wall, estimating the height. No way. Is she trying to jump over the wall? The Black Dragon wall was taller than the original Crossroad wall, much taller than Cromwell. And Cromwell wasn't a light deer. She was more like a mountain of corpses that had swelled to its limit. No matter how agile she couldn't possibly leap over this wall. No monster had ever tried to leap over the wall directly before. That's why she's doing it, I was certain, attempting what no one had done before. None of the many monster commanders trying to breach this wall had attempted this, and so Cromwell would, because she was once the commander of the demonic guard corps, not just a zombie monster. As the commander leading an assault on the human world. To win, she must take an unprecedented path. She's trying to jump over the wall. Prepare to intercept, by any means, I shouted, glancing at Damien. Damien had already adjusted Black Queen into railgun mode, ready to fire. If it were a regular zombie monster, targeting the head would be correct. But I remembered how tentacles had burst from Cromwell's skull and hardened into antlers. Most likely, even if the head was destroyed, she would keep moving. So, shoot her legs off, Damien. Yes, sir. Damien quickly adjusted his aim. 7 magic bullets from Black Queen converged in midair, aligned on the extended rail, and then boom, fired. The projectile flew straight, obliterating 2 of Cromwell's right legs as she ran. Cromwell stumbled. The right front and hind legs were blown off at the joints. Losing balance, Cromwell began to topple sideways. Nice shot, Damien. We'd stopped her charge. Briefly celebrating, I suddenly saw whoosh. Cromwell's tentacles, sprouting from all over her body, struck the ground. Turning all the tentacles she had been using to shield herself from the barrage into makeshift legs, Cromwell kept running at the wall with even more ferocity. This insane bastard. No barrier, with magical defenses shattered. She had repurposed all her defensive tentacles to move, absorbing the full brunt of our firepower with her body. The massive monster's body was riddled with wounds. Flesh was torn and mangled, bones shattered and scattered. Yet Cromwell kept running, as if she felt no pain, like a true zombie. Whoosh! Despite being battered by countless spells and attacks, Cromwell reached the wall and gathered strength in her legs. The tentacles bulged fiercely. And then boom! Creating a huge crater where she had kicked off, Cromwell soared into the air like a rocket. Maybe she had poured all her life force into this one jump, as her tentacles burst and sprayed blood everywhere. but that allowed her to leap high. Everyone stared in shock as the monster loomed overhead, all the defenses we had prepared. This sturdy wall, the well-trained elites, the facilities, the artifacts, and the final line of defense, the monster had leaped over them, rendering them powerless. "I'll stop you." Thud. Whoosh. I planted the flagpole into the ground, summoning a magical barrier while activating the Imperial Seal Ring to gather and convert human willpower into physical force. The grey magical barrier mixed with the white power of human will and formed atop the black dragon wall. The massive hand-like barrier shot up into the sky. I extended my arm with all my strength, using the barrier responsive to my will to grasp Cromwell's body, and got it. In midair, the barrier I had summoned succeeded in capturing Cromwell's lower body. "Hold her. Take her down." The mages and heroes on the wall relentlessly fired upon Cromwell. Hanging momentarily in the air, Cromwell was hit by all our desperate attacks, becoming a bloody mess, shredded to pieces. That's right, shredded. Rip. Cromwell twisted her body, tearing off her lower half held by my barrier. She continued to endure our magic and attacks, and cleared the wall. Thud, crash. Blood and flesh scattered as the mangled zombie monster leaped over the wall and fell inside Crossroad. Chapter 750. Typically, monsters instinctively prioritize attacking the humans in front of them. Thus, the soldiers on the walls serve both as defenders and a kind of bait. This principle has allowed Crossroad to endure as humanity's last line of defense. Intelligent monsters, capable of tactics, have tried various methods to destroy the city. They have targeted weak points in the walls or used overwhelming force to break through. However, charging headlong into our firepower, sacrificing themselves to break through, was a first. A moment of silence followed. Cromwell had leaped over the wall, an unprecedented feat. The wall was not only tall, but also wide, extending from the front Black Dragon wall to the original Crossroad wall, spanning the width of a small river. Cromwell had leaped over all of it. Of course, the damage the monster sustained in the process was immense. Without a barrier or magical defenses, she took the full brunt of our firepower. Moreover, she used her own life force to propel her massive body over the wall. Inside Crossroad, Cromwell lay in a mangled, shredded state, barely distinguishable from a corpse. Normally, such a reckless attempt would result in the monster's death. However, the problem was, she was a zombie. Wriggle, the shredded flesh of the monster heaved violently. A thick, white steam rose from her pulverized body. Tentacles, lying limp, began to twitch, gripping the ground, and countless teeth clacked together, gnashing at the air. And then, rip, rip. Cromwell, once a massive reindeer or stag-like creature, began to split apart along the lines of the wounds we had inflicted. The chunks of flesh staggered, each taking a step and standing. Parts of the antlers, individual tentacles, and the gnashing teeth formed. Grotesque, monstrous versions of Cromwell's fragmented body began to walk, their limbs trembling. They opened their gnashing jaws, emitting eerie sounds. Ah, 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 arg, ara, ah, rip, rip. Countless monsters began pouring out of Cromwell's body. Humanoid forms, dog-like forms, rhinos, mantises, centipedes. Grotesque masses of flesh with gnashing teeth, emitting distorted voices, and flailing tentacles spread out in all directions. The artillerymen and mages on the Black Dragon wall desperately attacked, but due to the old Crossroad wall, their angles were not optimal. Moreover, the sheer number of emerging monsters meant a few shots wouldn't suffice. These disgusting creatures, I ground my teeth, watching the monsters stagger and spread into the city, really causing trouble. Fortunately, Crossroad is a fortress city. The monsters breached the southern wall and entered the city. However, this doesn't mean the end of humanity's last line of defense. Crossroad is fortified on all four sides. The monsters had essentially trapped themselves within walls. "Everyone!" I shouted to the soldiers and heroes, stunned by the unexpected situation. "Regroup and move to the northern, eastern, and western walls of Crossroad. Reinforce the defenses. As long as we hold the outer walls, the monsters inside can't escape. Block the exits and take them down one by one. Don't panic." The civilians had already been evacuated from Crossroad. By sealing off the city and methodically eliminating the trapped monsters, we could still defend the human world's entrance. We still held the advantage. "Move quickly. Defend the other walls before the monsters break out," I commanded, extending my arm. Dash, dash. The heroes and soldiers on the wall began running with all their might. Lucas quickly organized which units should move where and issued orders, ensuring the soldiers relocated without confusion. Protect the walls at all costs. We must stop them. Yes, sir. Some heroes and soldiers ran, while others used magic or other means to fly to their positions. Watching the coordinated movements of our forces amidst the chaos, I bit my lip. We're still okay. We can still fight safely. I had aimed to avoid close combat in this battle, using long-range firepower to defeat the monsters. The reason was obvious. The monsters were zombies. A single bite could cause infection. In the worst-case scenario, our own could become the enemy, forcing us to eliminate them ourselves. That's why I hadn't deployed Kraken or Yermungandr earlier. Using close combat specialists risked them being bitten and turning into zombies. Though the defensive area has expanded, Cromwell and her spawn are undoubtedly weakened. We just need to hold the walls and intercept those trying to escape Crossroad. However, this containment plan had one significant problem. There are still people inside the city. Even if civilians were evacuated, non-combat personnel remained. Priests, alchemists, laborers, cooks, supply soldiers. Not civilians, but individuals who could easily fall victim to the monsters. I glared at the monstrous spawns pouring out of Cromwell's body and spreading through the city. Like insects swarming from a broken nest, the tangled masses of flesh burrowed into every corner of the city. If we surrendered the interior to the monsters and focused solely on defending the walls, we could safely use firepower to eliminate the threat, sacrificing the non-combat personnel inside. But do you think I'd do that? Even in this dire situation, I decided to be greedy. Before the city was overrun with monsters, I would rescue every non-combat personnel. Quickly formulating a plan in my mind, I turned to the side. Damien. Yes, sir. Having just fired the Black Queen and rolled back, Damien promptly stood by my side. The sniper heroes gathered behind him. I issued my command to Damien and the snipers. Take positions on the towers near the walls and survey the entire city. Yes, sir. Monitor for any monsters trying to escape and rescue any allies in danger within the city. I'm counting on you. Leave it to us, Your Highness. Damien quickly gestured, and the sniper heroes followed him. Next, I called Lucas, who had just finished issuing orders for the troop redeployment. Lucas. Yes, my lord. Fire a signal flare. Alert everyone to the emergency and direct all remaining personnel inside the city to move towards the walls. Understood. As Lucas prepared the signal flare, I turned to the elite heroes still on standby. They knew what I was about to ask of them. I need you to handle a difficult task. Using map creation, I quickly identified the locations of the remaining non-combat personnel in the city. Enter the city, rescue the non-combat personnel before the monsters reach them, and bring them out. Can you do it? No one said a word. They simply looked at me with unwavering eyes. I nodded heavily. Good. I'll assign each of you a specific location. Enter the city, rescue the people, and get them out. Avoid combat and focus on survival and rescue. I allocated the rescue missions based on the heroes' mobility and combat capabilities, covering the various groups of non-combat personnel scattered throughout the city. The moment the orders were given, the heroes leaped into action, heading into the city without hesitation. Lastly, the farthest and most difficult rescue operation. I clicked my tongue as I confirmed the final location. The old barracks housing retired and injured soldiers. It's in the center of the city. This included Chain, Hecate, and others who couldn't participate in combat but had no place to go outside Crossroad. Normally, being in the city center would have been one of the safest places, but now it was the most dangerous. Who will rescue them? I glanced at Lucas. Lucas lowered his bright blue eyes, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke in a dry voice. Ah, arg, arg. Emitting meaningless screams, the grotesque masses of flesh traversed the city. The monsters indiscriminately captured any living beings within the city, shoving them between their gnashing teeth and devouring them. From livestock to small rats, nothing in their path retained its form, torn apart and consumed. The retired soldiers hiding in the barracks watched in silence. Chain trembled, her face drenched in sweat. What the hell are those things doing in Crossroad? Did the wall fall? That's unlikely. A signal flare went up just a moment ago. Hecate glanced skyward. It seems these monsters somehow got over the wall, but our forces are still fighting. The signal flare is a call for all survivors to move towards the wall. Move towards the wall. How the hell are we supposed to do that? That was the problem. The distance from the barracks to the wall was considerable. Even if it wasn't too far normally, it was an impossible distance for the retired, often injured, soldiers here. Chain grabbed her crutch, swallowing curses. She could move, albeit with difficulty, but some of the retired soldiers had no legs or were bedridden. How could they possibly make it to the wall through those monsters? Thud! Suddenly, the door to the barracks shook violently. The retired soldiers peeked through the windows and saw monsters swarming the entrance. Thud! Thud! Crack! The barracks door was ripped off and fell to the ground. The masses of flesh, emitting suffocating screams, staggered into the barracks. The retired soldiers turned pale, looking at each other in a cold sweat. Schling, Hecate, and the 4 other glory knights drew their weapons from their sheaths. We can't escape on our own. Everyone, gather in the large room, block the door and build barricades. Hold out until the rescue team arrives. What? But there were already over 100 monsters inside the barracks. How could they hold out in such a situation? We'll create a distraction. Hecate exchanged glances with the other glory knights and gave a bitter smile. We're still useful for at least that much. Chapter 751, the glory knights are no longer able to fight as soldiers. However, volunteering as bait, Hecate thought. Everyone else is in pain too. Not being able to move properly, not being able to fight properly, is the same for all the retired soldiers staying here. But there is one crucial difference between the other soldiers and the glory knights. We have nowhere to go back to. No hometown, no family, nothing left. Even the small remaining ties were deliberately severed. The glory knights were an order adjusted to serve and die solely for the emperor. If Ash hadn't forcibly held them back, they would have inevitably left this place, melted into the shadows of the world, and disappeared without a trace. But others are different from us. Chain is a prime example. As a wizard whose lifespan is over and who has lost all his comrades, he claims he has nowhere to return to and is dithering here. But in fact, doesn't he have a wife and daughter back in his hometown? And now a grandchild has been born. They are different from us. They have people and places to return to. If someone has to die, it should be us, the Empire's ghosts who have nothing. So the Glory Knights volunteered to lure the monstrous creatures pouring into the barracks, forcibly stuffing those who opposed into rooms on the 2nd floor, and carefully descended to the 1st floor of the barracks. Ah, ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. The creatures, with their teeth chattering, wriggled and poured into the barracks. The Glory Knights exchanged glances. Having worked together for so long, they quickly reached a consensus. We need to lure as many creatures as possible out of the barracks, so that as few creatures as possible remain inside, so that the gathered retired soldiers can hold out as long as possible. The World Guardian Front never abandons its comrades. Commander Ash will definitely send a rescue team this time too. So, until then, the Glory Knights will draw as much attention as possible. Now, signaled by Hecate, the first to rush out, the remaining Glory Knights scattered and ran in all directions. Even though the curse had drained away, rendering them unable to fight properly as soldiers anymore, they were still the elite among elites, the knights among knights known as the Glory Knights. Luring these foolish creatures is no difficult task. The 5 glory knights surveyed the barracks, then each ran in different directions, and the monstrous creatures, with their bizarre cries, chased after them. Good, we've lured most of the creatures inside the barracks out. If they continue to lead the creatures and keep running, they could buy enough time, just as Hecate thought this. Ah, ah, one creature far off trembled violently, shwag, and suddenly extended its tentacles from the middle of its body. It was an entirely unexpected attack, and they had lost the ability to respond to such ambushes. Hecate was helplessly caught by the tentacle wrapping around her neck. As Hecate choked and struggled, other creatures closed in, each spewing tentacles to bind Hecate's hands and feet. Damn, what the? Hecate wasn't the only one. All the glory knights, who had each tried to escape in different directions, were bound and struggling against the creature's sudden tentacle attack. Dozens of tentacles bound Hecate as the creatures slowly closed in. With her vision blurring due to lack of air, Hecate sensed the end was near. She had no regrets about life. But when this battle is over, how about we go on a date? Lucas's face suddenly came to mind, making such a proposal. The first time he asked me out. Without finding out what he really meant, she was going to die like this. She fleetingly wondered if, like a prince in a fairy tale, he might come to rescue her. If it wasn't wartime, of course, I would drop everything and run to save you. But now I am the bodyguard of the Lord and the adjutant of the frontline commander. I have a duty to protect my position. That blunt voice simultaneously echoed in her ears. With a bitter smile, Hecate slowly closed her eyes. Seriously, I never had any luck with men. The creatures drew closer, baring their teeth and lunging at Hecate. And at that moment, flash, a dazzling flash of light erupted in the sky. Immediately after, a beam of light struck the ground, hitting the creatures, binding Hecate with their tentacles. They screeched and fell back. The tentacles loosened. Barely able to breathe, Hecate looked up at the sky with blurred vision. Who? Could it be that Lucas noticed her plight and really came to save her? But it wasn't a prince from a fairy tale who appeared. Get down! With a blinding lightning bolt, Jupiter Jr. descended from the sky. Zap! Crackle, crackle. The residual lightning fried all the creatures, and the remnants sparked on the ground. Hugh! Junior took a deep breath, straightened her knees, and stood up, looking around. Not only Hecate, but all the other captured glory knights were safe. Junior had poured out precise magical bombardments to the limit, ensuring the area was cleared. Hecate, still seated, looked at Junior with a blank expression. Junior scoffed. What, are you disappointed because it's not Sir Lucas? No, it's not. Sir Lucas couldn't come because he had another important mission. So I came instead. Junior grinned playfully and made a joke. You can say thank you, you know. But Hecate didn't answer, still looking tensely at the alley outside the barracks. Ah, 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 ah. Perhaps reacting to the heat of the magic, more creatures started to swarm. Seeing the creatures densely filling the alley, Junior's face also paled. There's so many. Who up? Boom, 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 boom. Junior kept summoning lightning and wind, blowing the creatures away, but the monsters pouring into the city center were endless. Junior's spells kept the creatures at bay, but they kept pushing towards the barracks. Despite Junior's relentless magic, the number of creatures infiltrating was increasing. At this rate, as Junior was gritting her teeth, Hecate, using her sword as a cane, barely stood up. I'll go out and draw their attention. What? Junior, please take the rest of the retired soldiers and retreat. Where would be the best place to run to draw the most attention from the creatures? Hecate assessed the surrounding terrain and then staggered forward. At that moment, Junior, angrily casting spells in all directions, shouted sharply. Why are you so eager to die, really? Someone came to save you. Then are you going to risk your precious mage life for a few broken retired soldiers who can't even fight anymore? What kind of foolish calculation is that? I came to save comrades who fought with us. You can't save the world with such a weak heart. Hecate coldly retorted, and Junior slightly shook her head. I know, it's a story far from the iron-blooded logic needed for efficient combat, but that's exactly what Prince Ashes and this Frontland's flag is about. We've all been fighting to protect this weak heart, and because of that, we've remained human until now. Hecate continued to walk forward. Junior desperately shouted, Sir Hecate, do you really have no attachment to this world? Is there really nothing you want to do, even a little? Hecate's steps towards the wriggling creatures halted. Who? Clenching her teeth, Hecate took a deep breath and spoke in a suppressed voice. Yes, nothing. I lost everything, my curse, my swordsmanship, my rank, pride, duty, revenge. Everything is gone. My life disappeared entirely. Unable to wield the sword she trained with her whole life, and having to forcibly lay down the revenge she built up over her life due to the era of harmony. The retired soldier, whose life was dennied by the era, shouted roughly, Answer me, Junior, what value do I have left to live for? With my sword and revenge lost, I don't even know what I am anymore. No, actually, Hecate knew the answer. Having lost everything, she was nothing. Being nothing, her best use was as a discard. So Hecate didn't wait for Junior's answer and was about to take another step forward. Then, when you lose everything, Junior answered, you just become yourself. What? Hecate looked back with bewildered eyes. Junior slowly nodded. Not the heir to a curse, not the avenger of an old war, not the knight of the empire, just a 24-year-old you. Who you are is not decided by your job or career, the curse you inherit, or the person you serve. Junior repeated the words Ash had once told her, now in her own voice. Who you are is decided by what you do from now on. So, please answer me, Sir Hecate. Is there really nothing you want to do? It could be trivial or insignificant. Do you really have no dream? Aye. As Hecate hesitated, Junior smiled. By the way, my dream is to build a magnificent villa with a swimming pool in the south and live a fantastic retirement life. Hecate exhaled in disbelief. Why is someone younger than me already dreaming of retirement? So what? It's still a wonderful dream, isn't it? Suddenly, the faces of two people who had once shared this dream, though they eventually parted ways without realizing it, came to Junior's mind. A mother who wasn't a mother, a teacher who wasn't a teacher, the silly dream they both had passed down to her. When I build my villa, you must come and visit. I'll let you stay for free. Now I've shared my dream, so it's your turn, Sir Hecate. Come on, Hecate, staggering to a halt, shook her head slightly. I've never thought about what I want to do. Then start thinking now. At this point, Hecate gestured towards the creatures filling the alley and asked, with the world's end at our doorstep, precisely now. Junior nodded firmly. We're still young, and even if the world's end is near, it hasn't reached us yet. From now until the world's end, let's find it together. Whatever foolish or ridiculous thing it may be, I'll be with you. Hecate's shoulders slumped. Ha! Letting out a long sigh, Hecate turned to Junior. I don't like you, Junior. Yes, dislike me. I will never forgive the kingdom of Camilla that killed my parents. Yes, don't forgive. Junior, too, would never forgive the empire that burned her hometown and scarred her body with burns. Remember the grudges between Camilla Kingdom, the empire, and us, and live together like that. Junior slowly extended her hand forward, across the unbridgeable chasm, beyond the cliff that remained unreachable, as if asking for a handshake. By the way, I like you. From the beginning till now, and continuously. I want to be your friend. Hecate shook her head slightly, sighing again. Seriously, this is absurd. Then Hecate slowly raised her hand, reaching out towards Junior, and just as their hands were about to meet, wham! Junior's eyes widened. Monstrous creatures, having violently breached Junior's magical barrier, were pouring down right behind Hecate. Chapter 752. The monstrous creatures behind Hecate lunged with teeth, claws, and tentacles. Just before they could reach her, Hecate's body was swiftly lifted into the air, as if someone had snatched her away. Soon, the rest of the Glory Knights and Junior were also floating in the air. While floating, Junior looked down at the wriggling creatures below and broke into a cold sweat. Wow, that was really close. Tentacles flew at them repeatedly, but Junior blocked them effortlessly with magic. With a sigh of relief, Junior looked up and waved her hand. Nice timing, bodybag. Above them was the psychokinetic bodybag, her face red and sweating profusely. All the retired soldiers inside the barracks were also floating around her. Although bodybag wasn't as fast as Diarmuidin, she could simulate flying. So she had flown in with Junior for the rescue mission, lifting the retired soldiers into the air while Junior dealt with the surrounding creatures. After grabbing the last remaining Glory Knights and Junior, Bodybag, struggling to hold dozens of people in the air, began to fly towards the city walls. Junior assisted her with wind magic. Hecate, floating in the air with a blank expression, looked at Junior using wind magic beside her and slowly opened her mouth. I've thought of something. Ha! What is it? Something I want to do. A faint smile appeared on Hecate's lips. Something really silly and absurd, something I've only imagined. At the same time, near the southern wall, help, somebody help us. The soldiers and volunteers in the cooking unit screamed incessantly. Because soldiers need to eat and drink to fight, the cooking unit had to stay within the camp under any circumstances. Although the cooking unit received minimal combat training, they generally had low combat capabilities. For them, the fleshy monsters with tentacles and teeth were terrifying and horrible enemies. You were among them, a cafeteria waiter who had joined as a volunteer before this battle. The one who confessed to Evangeline was in a panic, crying his eyes out. Crash, clang. The monster that rushed in swung its tentacles, knocking over all the kitchenware. The waiter screamed and hid under a table. The fallen kitchenware clattered loudly. As he curled up, trembling, someone grabbed his shoulder. The terrified waiter saw it was the large cooking unit leader holding a kitchen knife and shouting, Hey, newbie, get a grip. Do you want to die like this? Why yes, of course not. Then fight back. Even the cooking unit are soldiers. You received basic training too. But how can we fight such monsters? Who said to kill them? Just grab something sturdy and block their attacks instead of cowering. The cooking unit leader handed him a large pot. As the waiter awkwardly took it, the leader nodded. Hang in there a little longer. The prince will send a rescue team soon. Dee Dee, do you think the prince would care about us in the cooking unit? Of course. The prince is that kind of person. The cooking unit leader grinned and then drew another kitchen knife, charging at the monsters with a loud battle cry. The sound of breaking kitchenware, the screams of people, the wails of monsters. Amid the overwhelming noise, the waiter, who had put a pot on his head, suddenly opened his tearful eyes wide. I will too. He thought of Evangeline, the successor of the lord who always fought for the city, his crush. Hadn't he told her he wanted to know what kind of battle she was fighting? That's why he enlisted. But what a mess he was now. I will prove that I deserve to live in this city too. The waiter crawled out from under the table and stood up, shouting, Bring it on, you monster. And right in front of him stood a gruesome, fleshy monster, wriggling its long tentacles and chattering its teeth. Ay. Food. Terrified, his legs gave out. He plopped down, and it was his good fortune. Swoosh. The tentacle that aimed for his heart narrowly missed the pot and grazed him. The impact alone split the pot, and the waiter was knocked backward. Thud. Gah. Cough, cough. The waiter, barely catching his breath, saw the monster slowly approaching him, step by step. Sensing death, the waiter closed his eyes tightly. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of powerful blows echoed through the kitchen unit. When the monster's attack didn't come, the waiter cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes. In front of him, swoosh, swoosh, slice. There was the faint afterimage of Evangeline moving like a flash. The girl knight in white armor, her white scarf fluttering behind her, crushed the monsters with a weapon that combined a sword and a shield, then immediately moved on to the next one. In no time, all the monsters that attacked the cooking unit were annihilated. Without breaking a sweat, Evangeline shouted, All the monsters are taken care of. Everyone, evacuate to the wall quickly. Thank you, Lady Evangeline. Don't mention it. It's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, if anyone's been bitten, let me know. I'll administer the antidote right away. After quickly and concisely giving instructions and handing over extra antidotes to the cooking unit leader, Evangeline turned to leave for another rescue. She met the eyes of the waiter still stuck in the corner. The waiter suddenly felt embarrassed and wanted to hide. Blushing, he bowed his head deeply. Sorry for showing such a disgraceful sight. There's nothing to apologize for. Evangeline approached and helped him up, smiling brightly. We're all fighting together on this battlefield, just in different fields. Keep up the good work in the remaining battles. Then, Evangeline lightly stomped her foot and swiftly left the cooking unit to rescue others. The waiter watched her retreating figure with reverence, then looked down at his still trembling legs. As the waiter bowed his head, the cooking unit leader approached and patted his shoulder. Lady Evangeline is right. Now let's go to where we can fight. Yes, with mixed feelings of joy, embarrassment, and sadness. The waiter packed his belongings and started to evacuate with the other cooking unit soldiers, stumbling. Bang, bang, boom. Signal flares exploded in the sky, indicating the success of the rescue missions across the city. As I assessed the overall situation, I glanced sideways. Lucas was silently checking his equipment. I cautiously asked, Are you sure you don't need to go? Everyone has their necessary places and roles. Lucas drew Excalibur and the bestowed sword, taking a deep breath. I am indeed worried about the comrades left in the barracks, but it's also true that I'm more needed in this immediate battle. Besides, Junior, who is as capable as I am, or even more so in some situations, has gone to rescue the barracks. They'll be fine. Originally, I intended to send Lucas and other melee heroes to the barracks, but the barracks were too far from the city wall, and I couldn't send just one or two of the frontline heroes. Moreover, to safely escort the non-combatants out, we needed at least 2 parties. That's when Junior volunteered to go. Leave it to me. I will definitely rescue the retired soldiers in the barracks. Being seasoned and well-trained, Junior was entrusted with the barracks rescue mission. Of course, not alone. I paired her with Bodybag, a psychokinetic who excels in various situations beyond combat, the two-mage duo. With Junior handling the firepower and me supporting, the 2 of us can manage. Please send us. I decided to trust the 2 veteran mages who volunteered. The barracks rescue team had just sent up a success signal flare. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Additionally, the evacuation of the cooking unit, priests, alchemists, and other non-combatants was progressing one by one. The remaining elite heroes by my side watched the city's center with determined faces. Ooh, the massive carcass of the giant reindeer monster, which was regurgitating the monsters it had eaten, spewing them out all around. Amidst this steaming mass of flesh, an antlered demon creature stood wobbling with dull eyes. Cromwell. It was the true form of the enemy monster commander who had shed layer upon layer of its hide. We have to take it down before it causes more trouble. Taking a deep breath, I exchanged glances with the surrounding heroes. Although we should avoid close combat if possible, we cannot miss this opportunity. While the dispatched rescue team evacuates the non-combatants and the zombie remnants are dealt with at the 4 defensive walls. With the remaining personnel, we strike at the heart of the enemy camp, Cromwell's main body. "Let's end this in one go," I shouted, pointing the flag forward. "Charge!" "Yes!" Led by Lucas, the elite heroes clad in heavy armor smoothly scaled down the wall and charged towards Cromwell. At the same time, I turned sharply to the side. "Lily, activate all the prepared artifacts." "Yes, sir." Following my order, Lily sent hand signals around. Then the wizards and alchemists on the walls of Crossroad Castle began moving busily. The Black Dragon Wall, Nightbringer. Surrounding the castle is a structure that transforms on-site. So when installing a new wall, we also need to install the defense equipment anew. The Black Dragon Wall was completed just before the siege began. Cannons and ballistae were installed immediately as trained, but artifacts require magical engineering processes such as connecting the magic circuits. We only used the ones installed on the castle wall of Crossroad, firing at angles that came into view. Now the enemy is inside Crossroad. All the artifacts installed on the castle wall can be used by simply turning their direction. They all have clear angles. We can't just ravage the city, though. Of course, if it comes to it, we must be prepared to do so, but we should minimize damage if possible. We chose to use artifacts that would effectively eliminate the enemy with minimal damage to the city. Zing, click, click, as various artifacts loaded and aimed at the enemies. "Please, let this be a big hit this time. Make it worth the cost." Muttering her prayer, Lily and the alchemists carefully took out and installed a large metal plate artifact. An SSR-grade artifact that sends the target stamped within it to the southern plains. Back to square one. Chapter 753, the walls of Crossroad Castle were lower than the newly installed Nightbringer walls on the outskirts. For this reason, most of the artifacts installed on the castle walls couldn't be used in previous battles due to lack of visibility. This time, however, the situation was the exact opposite. To deal with the monsters that had entered the castle, artifacts were more effective than cannons or ballistae. As the artifacts lined up against the monsters, the alchemists and wizards in charge thought, "We can't keep losing to the artillerymen." Unbeknownst to most, the soldiers of Crossroad had a prideful rivalry between their different units, with the artillery having the highest pride. Not only were they favored by Ash, but they also recorded the most kills, making them the elite unit. But that was just in terms of regular monster kills. When it came to boss monsters and critical stage completions, it was always the artifact team that played a decisive role. Today, the artifact team was determined to assert their presence in the remaining battle. Among them was the pride and joy of the artifact team. The highest grade defensive artifact, back to square one. An equipment that forcibly teleports any opponent captured in its metal plate to the southern plains of Crossroad, usable only once per stage. Though costly and time-consuming to maintain, its performance in real combat had always been ambiguous. Recently, it had performed well in the battle against the King of Flies by destroying part of the King of Flies' wings and finding a way to attack, and in the Black Dragon battle by teleporting the allied squad right in front of the Black Dragon. Yet it hadn't fully utilized its original function, forcing the enemy's core force away from the front line. This time, for sure. As the alchemists aimed the metal plate at the monsters, they swallowed their dry throats. Currently, numerous monsters still surrounded Cromwell, the enemy commander whom our heroes were charging at. If they could capture these monsters, except Cromwell, and teleport them to the end of the southern plains, it would greatly aid our charging heroes. Get ready, get ready. Besides, back to square one, Other various artifacts also completed their activation preparations. After waiting for the optimal timing, Sharak, led by Lucas, the melee heroes slid down the walls as if gliding. They didn't descend directly on the vertical wall. I had connected a magical wall to the ground like a slide, which they deftly rode down. "We have no clear information on the current state of the enemy," I shouted, running alongside the 10th row. "Fight flexibly according to the situation. Don't let your guard down for even a second. Always stay alert." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. My heroes were already veterans among veterans. There was no need for such reminders. The crucial part was my role. No matter Cromwell's state or form, I had to give the most appropriate instructions at each moment. The heroes, having completed their descent, naturally formed an assault formation and charged forward. Various monstrous creatures spilled from Cromwell's main body and filled our path. Ah, ah, grrrk, grrrk, grrrk. It hurts, it hurts. Most of the fleshy monsters had spread throughout the city, but there were still quite a few clattering their teeth around Cromwell. I gritted my teeth. Before fighting Cromwell, it seemed we'd have to struggle through these many creatures. Zing. Just then, the sound of an artifact activating was heard, click. With a sound like a camera shutter, over 100 massive fleshy monsters blocking our path vanished in an instant. "Ha! What? This is..." The leading heroes widened their eyes in surprise. "So did I, this is..." Forced teleportation, I looked back. There on the castle walls, alchemists and wizards were hugging each other and jumping around with the metal plate artifact in the middle. Victory! Finally, we did it. See, this tin can artifact can do it. I finally realized the situation clearly. After a long period of humiliation, Back to Square One had finally fulfilled its original role. Of course, the forcibly teleported monsters weren't dead, just thrown far outside the city. But still, what a relief. The enemy's front defense is empty. I waved the magic flag forward and shouted, "Now is the time. Charge!" At my shout, other artifacts on the castle walls also activated in succession. Flash! Flash! Flashes of light poured out, casting various beneficial magical effects on us and harmful ones on the enemies. Determined not to miss this golden opportunity, our heroic assault team charged forward like the wind. And then, with most of the creatures cleared by Back to Square One, only a few fleshy monsters remained around Cromwell's main body, the carcass of the giant reindeer monster. Near Cromwell, especially large fleshy monsters lurked. Huge beings resembling a giant, a mantis, a dog, and a snail. Fleshy monsters that looked similar in size and form to the monster commanders Cromwell had previously devoured. These monsters seemed too large for Back to Square One to capture entirely, thus they weren't cleared. Sharak. Countless tentacles and a terrible malevolent aura surged from these monsters' bodies. "Ah, chick. We are hungry too, let us eat." The giant fleshy creatures, baring their countless teeth, charged at us. "No need to advertise that you're boss-level monsters." I clicked my tongue. Rumble. A huge centipede-shaped fleshy monster rushed at us, extending its legs like tentacles in all directions. In a siege, we might avoid close combat, but since we've committed, we'll use everything. Finishing my judgment. Kraken. Yermungandr. I activated Kraken's ring and opened the subspace for captured monsters, shouting, "Come out!" F-whoosh. Magic circles intertwined in the air, and a gigantic cephalopod monster, Kraken, roared fiercely as it emerged. At the same time, the small serpent, Yermungandr, activated Shell of the Old God, reverting to its prime form as the World Serpent. Boom! The two massive monsters crushed the centipede-shaped flesh monster as they landed. The flesh centipede twisted its enormous body in resistance, but facing Kraken, the Lord of Tentacles, and Yermungandr, who could destroy the world in 10 minutes, it was futile. Crunch, crackle. Kraken and Yermungandr seemed to cooperate as if they had long worked together, swiftly wrapping around the centipede-shaped flesh monster and crushing it instantly. Rip, rip. With a horrendous sound of tearing flesh, the centipede-shaped monster was smashed and slowly collapsed. Rag! SSS, North SSS. As the victorious squid and serpent rose slowly, chur, eat. The mantis and giant-shaped flesh monsters joined the fray, roaring. Boom, boom. The giant monsters collided, devastating the surroundings. A cloud of dust rose in the area. Luckily, it was an empty southern lot with few buildings, but please moderate the destruction. I'm sick of the restoration work. Two huge dog-shaped flesh monsters charged at us. They resembled a three-headed dog and a two-headed dog. Clearly, they were Cerberus and Orthrus, which Cromwell had devoured earlier. Looking like chewed gum. I decided it wasn't too difficult to deal with them, seeing their tentacles and teeth. They're zombies. Just meat monsters without any special abilities other than tentacles and teeth. Sure, the tentacles and teeth were scary, but that's just physical prowess, far from their abilities in life. Though it wasn't a long time. Observing the monster's behavior on the wall led me to this conclusion. And indeed, the two flesh dogs couldn't use their hellhound abilities. Rah, rah, rah. Still, their terrifying physical abilities remained, and they charged at us with their huge mouths wide open. Thunk, thunk. Two spears like missiles fell from the sky, piercing each one's chest and pinning them to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Looking up, I saw Mikkel descending swiftly on his griffin. He had thrown the spears while riding down. Screech. Mikkel, who descended in an instant, grabbed the double spears he had thrown and pulled them out with a burst of crimson energy. Rip, the two struggling hellhound-shaped flesh monsters were split apart. Spinning his spears lightly, Mikkel smiled and kicked his griffin's sides to take flight again. Commander, I'll guard from above. The youngest king of the Vermilion Kingdom, no, the youngest king, soared back into the sky instantly. My heroes also roared and charged forward, clashing with the monsters. While Torkel blocked the tentacles with a huge shield, Kuelan scattered red aura-laden punches, smashing the monsters. Verdandi's green magic-imbued dagger unleashed ranged slashes, cutting down all the flesh in its path. Celebi used a chisel and hammer to break through the tall flesh barrier, creating a path. Zenith and Rosetta, having completed their respective rescue missions, activated Oath of Healing and Oath of Protection, unleashing divine power like rain. The holy energy incinerated the small flesh pieces, wriggling and trying to sprout tentacles. Screech! Lastly, a giant slug-shaped flesh monster blocked our way, letting out a grotesque scream. Move aside, monstrosity. Swish. Lucas dashed forward and delivered a fierce slash, splitting it apart and setting it ablaze simultaneously. Excalibur and the bestowed sword emitted a blinding light as they shattered the monster. Lucas lightly shook the twin swords, flicking off the remains, then respectfully bowed to me. My lord. Good. I walked along the path my heroes had carved. Not once did the path falter. Swish, thud. Other heroes, having completed their rescue missions in different parts of the city, began joining up and following behind me. After breaking through all resistance, our main force finally stood before the enemy commander. Standing still among the corpses and flesh remnants was the boss monster of this stage, Cromwell. Chapter 754, it was about Cromwell's childhood. While sparring with a young demon, Cromwell slipped and fell, resulting in her first defeat. The tip of the demon youth's sword touched Cromwell's neck. Her first defeat ever. Though young, Cromwell's talent was overwhelming, and she had never lost in a sparring match. Cromwell was surprised, but the young demon who had defeated her was even more shocked. The elder watching the duel turned pale with bewilderment. "Ha ha, you're amazing." Momentarily stunned, Cromwell got up, laughed brightly, and extended her hand for a handshake with the youth who had defeated her. The youth, still dazed, accepted Cromwell's handshake. Cromwell patted the youth's shoulder. "You're the first to beat me. Let's spar again next time, all right." But that never happened. That night the youth was eliminated. Thunk, thunk, thunk. With an expressionless face, the elder swung his knife, stabbing the youth tied to the pillar in the stomach. The youth twisted in pain and eventually died. The elder wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. "Elder," Cromwell, arriving a step too late, was horrified. What on earth have you done? Why did you kill him? Your Excellency," the elder spoke coldly, "Your Excellency must neither lose nor fail." "What? As the ruler of the Legion, you must be flawless." Thus, anyone aware of Cromwell's defeat was eradicated. Though an absurd thought and action, the elder's eyes held an eerily firm conviction. Cromwell asked in a trembling voice, "So, you're making it as if this never happened?" "Yes, Your Excellency has never lost. Such a thing never happened." After setting the limp youth's body on magical fire, the elder whispered sternly into Cromwell's ear, "If Your Excellency truly loses, truly fails, then it will be I and our entire legion who will be tied to a pillar and killed." Never lose. Never fail, achieve only victory. In an instant, the youth's body was reduced to ashes. As Cromwell stood frozen, staring at the charred spot, the elder reiterated coldly into her ear, "For the Legion, only victory." And it turned out as such. Throughout her growth, Cromwell buried all her mistakes and pretended they never happened. She was forcibly made flawless. She never once lost, never once failed. Cromwell grew to be the greatest commander of the Legion, and because of that, Cromwell never learned to accept failure. She never learned from defeat, never learned to steady her heart after a loss. Ha! And at some point, Cromwell stood at a dead end. Defeated by Nightbringer, she could no longer move forward and came to a halt. Ah! On the brink of life and death, she thought blankly. Stopping is comfortable. In truth, she never understood from the beginning why she had to conquer the world, what the ambition of her race was, what the glory of her homeland was. She was just pushed to the forefront because everyone expected it, because everyone was watching her, because everyone said she was the only hope. But now that tiresome race was over. She could let everything go and rest. Your Excellency. Then a voice came from behind. Turning around, she saw the elder standing with open arms. Let's make this defeat as if it never happened, and from now on, continue to achieve victory. She didn't want to. She no longer wanted to get up and fight. Why she had to fight, why she had to win, why she must not lose. Cromwell still didn't understand, but she was the commander. She had to fight for the Legion, for her beloved Legion members and her beloved father. She had to muster up strength one more time. Eat, so she devoured. She devoured everyone in the Legion, regardless of gender or age, to erase her defeat. If she could achieve her ambition and destroy this world, everyone would be happy. Ha! Crushing through the dead-end wall with the flesh and bones of the Legion members. As she crawled through the blood-stained passage with her resurrected body, Cromwell suddenly realized. She had pursued victory for her father, for the Legion members, and now she had devoured her father and all the Legion members for that victory. Ah! Ah! The beast roared. Ominous green magical light scattered chaotically and surged everywhere. And at the center, Cromwell's entire body, holding up enormous green antlers, boiled. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, I gritted my teeth. How many phase changes are there, really? For once, could she just die quietly? But this was stage 45, the last boss stage before the final stage 50. As befits a boss monster of such a stage, Cromwell had no intention of going down easily. Whoosh! Separated from the reindeer corpse, Cromwell, now about the size of a slightly larger human woman, raised countless tentacles above her head. The tentacles, writhing as they rose, immediately hardened and intricately intertwined, making the already huge antlers even larger and thicker. Ah! Whoosh! Whoosh! The hundreds and thousands of entangled tentacles each held different magical powers and began emitting complex colors. At the same time, thousands of magical patterns surged like waves from Cromwell's antlers. This is, sensing the magic, Diarmuidin muttered with a pale face. It's the magical patterns of other Legion commanders Cromwell devoured. What? And not just them. The patterns of all sorts of minor monsters remain as well. I gritted my teeth and glared at Cromwell. Could it be? That bastard. Did she absorb all the abilities of the monsters she devoured? Now, the messy process made a bit more sense. Why she bothered to devour and regurgitate all her allies. Where the abilities of the zombified remaining monsters went. Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, locking herself in a mass of flesh, and then coming out again. That form. Ah! As if she had merged all the monsters in this world into one. The antlers, which were emitting ominous multicolored auras in all directions, suddenly stopped emitting colors. The enormous antlers, having ceased to emit magical light, turned a dull green. Cromwell, swaying with an enormous tree-like structure on her head, finally opened her closed eyes. Flash! With a terrifying green glow, a dreadful aura spread across the area. Immediately, dozens of intertwined antlers turned red and began to shine. This is the power of the Flame Giant Legion. Is she manifesting all the power of the flame giants she devoured at once? Cromwell drew back her right fist and then thrust it forward. Flames whirled out from the reddened antlers, forming a giant arm in the air, and slammed down toward our heroes rushing at her. Boom! An enormous explosion and smoke spread everywhere, but there was no damage. Is that all? Just before the flaming fist fell, I conjured a magical barrier in the air and blocked it precisely. The real-time melting and evaporating of the magical barrier bought us a few seconds, but it was enough. Our heroes had already approached Cromwell. Then Cromwell swung her left hand horizontally. Whoosh! Likewise, some of the antlers glowed cyan, and this time a long, blade-like arm formed in the air. The cutting ability of the Mantis Legion, slash, and the incoming Mantis Scythe, slash, hoop. Thud, Torkel took it head-on. Normally, it's a kind of curse that would inevitably slice its target. But Torkel activated his ultimate skill. Humans are not born to lose, and neutralized the curse with his body. Nice, Torkel. But I stopped mid-praise, feeling awkward. Clang, 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 clang. So far, only parts of the antlers were glowing, but now they were starting to light up in succession, spewing colors. Ah! Cromwell's green eyes widened menacingly, and around her, all kinds of monster attack methods materialized from magic. Ah, Father, watch over me. Crunch, crack. It was clearly the sound of magic resonating, but it echoed like the eerie cracking of bones and joints. I will lead our legion. Cromwell opened her mouth wide and roared. To glory! Boom! A fierce magical storm erupted in all directions. The teeth of a hellhound, the venom of a centipede, the leg muscles of a cicada, and countless tentacles. All of these took form through magic and poured out indiscriminately. The heroes who had barely approached had to retreat quickly to avoid being swept away. What kind of creature is this? Ash, we can't find an opening. Fall back. We need to find a way. The close-range heroes, having barely distanced themselves from Cromwell, caught their breath and searched for a gap. But even getting this close had left them covered in wounds. Watching Cromwell's constantly glowing antlers, I clicked my tongue. The ranged attack team. Our wizards and snipers were, of course, attempting to attack. Slash, slash. But since the transformation phase, Cromwell's antlers had spread a thick mist-like magical barrier, neutralizing all attacks in the air. Junior, who had joined us late, was struggling to unleash elemental disassembly. But Cromwell, having devoured all the monsters in the area and made their magic her own, was producing power more rapidly than elemental disassembly could deplete. The only fortunate thing is, her attacks are not precise. Cromwell's attacks were reckless. It was like a boxer who had taken a barrage of punches and was unconscious, swinging their fists at anyone who came close. In this case, the only attack method we can use is... I was quickly calculating when a voice came from beside me. Prince Ash. I turned to see Diarmuidin. The old mage, with a somewhat complex expression, nodded at me. I know a way to neutralize that beast. What, really? Yes. Glaring at Cromwell, Diarmuidin gave a bitter smile. When I was at the abandoned cathedral living with the demons, I learned of a weakness. Then Diarmuidin sighed deeply. Once again, such a role falls to an old man. Chapter 755. While Diarmuidin prepared the operation, the battle continued. Instead of aiming for complete annihilation, our tactics shifted to suppression or stalling. If we could annihilate Cromwell, we would, but killing Cromwell, who had devoured tens of thousands of monsters and spewed out their powers in all directions, was extremely difficult. The power output was too high. The violent currents of magic bursting out with her raw boiled and tangled like tentacles, bouncing in all directions. The enormous antlers on Cromwell's head continuously spewed magical light, devastating everything around her. Seeing the flashing antlers on the monster's head, I shivered. It's like a damn Christmas tree. Come to think of it, it is the end of the year. There's no Christmas in this world, but the timing is about right. Like a Christmas tree wrapped in lights, Cromwell was radiating light and magic in all directions, and we were desperately trying to suppress and hold her in place. Boom, boom, boom. The magic bursts imbued with all kinds of abilities smashed roads and buildings, and the melee heroes on that side agilely flipped through the air to dodge. We're reaching the limit of stalling, my lord. Lucas, cutting through the tentacle-like magic currents with a blade of light, shouted urgently. The monster is expanding its territory. At this rate, all of Crossroad will fall under her magical influence. Having devoured tens of thousands of monsters, Cromwell wielded that magic indiscriminately, and the range was gradually increasing. Moreover, these attacks also served as defense. The wildly spewing magic field was condensing around her, transforming into an impenetrable layered barrier. Our long-range attacks were neutralized, and the melee heroes couldn't withstand the waves of insane magic and were gradually pushed back. If this continued, Lucas's worry that Cromwell might destroy all of Crossroad could come true. but her magic is extremely unstable. Right now, Cromwell was vomiting out the magic she had consumed without restraint. There was no design or strategy. She was just wielding it reflexively, desperately, like a tantrum from a very angry child. The magic wave was unstable, the output reaching unbelievable highs and then dropping to lows. We have to aim for the moment when her magic pattern hits the low point and disappears. At that moment, Prince Ash, a voice came from above. Looking up urgently, I saw Diarmuid soaring in the sky with the magic robe old Phoenix. And why am I doing this again? Clinging to his side, wriggling, was the illusionist Violet. Ignoring the struggling Violet, Diarmuid shouted, "We are ready." Though Violet seemed unprepared, I trusted her to pull through as she always did in actual combat. "Everyone, listen up. Follow the plan I instructed earlier." While Diarmuid was preparing, I had already briefed the heroes on the plan. Now it was time to execute it. I will give the timing signal. When I do, pour everything into it. Yes. As soon as I finished speaking, a terrifying surge of magic erupted from Cromwell. "I have to win." Crying blood like a waterfall, Cromwell roared. "I have to win since I ate so much uo." The antlers glowed a dazzling light green, and the monster's magic burst out indiscriminately the next moment. Magic spewed out without any concept of conservation or operation, forming huge tentacles. No, branches that grew rapidly and targeted the living humans around. As Lucas warned earlier, it was power capable of destroying all of Crossroad. "Melee units, all." Evangeline then dashed forward. "Block it!" Dozens of melee heroes with shields fearlessly rushed forward into the raging currents of magic that would surely leave no bones behind if they were swept away. Clerics had wrapped the heroes' bodies in holy armor, and I also created real-time magic fortresses around them to support them. "Who up?" Evangeline timed it perfectly, slamming her shield into the ground. Flash. Rectangular magic shields formed over the bodies of all the heroes, charging forward against the magic currents. Evangeline's ultimate, the last fortress. Boom! All the shield bearers surrounding Cromwell in a circle shone brightly as they nullified the enemy's attack. Their magic walls evaporated and disappeared in front of them, and even the holy armor melted away. But Evangeline's the last fortress held firm until the end. "It really hurts." Evangeline, sharing the burden with her allies due to the last fortress, smiled with a bloody nose. "Your attack lacks true malice. Indeed, it's different from the Lord of the Flies or the Black Dragon. Those two monsters attacked with pure intent to annihilate humans, trying to kill us. But Cromwell, perhaps because she had become a zombie, her attacks were indiscriminate and reckless. That's all. There's no keen edge of malice, no determination to kill, as if unsure of where to go. You're bearable, you zombie bastard." Thud. The melee units endured to the end. "Yura!" Evangeline let out her characteristic war cry, raising her shield sword overhead. The last fortress grants a wide-range damage save effect to allies. In other words, it collects all the damage dealt to allies and boom, returns it with damage payback. Raising her shield sword glowing like it was on fire, Evangeline wore a resolute expression. Simultaneously, Cromwell's magic output dropped sharply. Having expelled immense output, her magic pattern plummeted to a low point. "Now, Junior," I shouted, and Junior, who had been preparing a magic circle with other wizards in the rear, screamed back. "This is our last hit today." Magic artifacts aiding Junior's spell shone, and the wizards channeled their magic into her. For this one hit, almost all the wizards on the monster front had abandoned their subsequent magic usage. We had to finish this with this hit. Junior gathered all the support and cast elemental disassembly. "Take this." Boom. A halo appeared in the sky, space shattered, and elemental disassembly exploded onto Cromwell. Junior's ultimate pierced through the gap created by the dropped magic output, significantly thinning the dense magic field around Cromwell. "Now, pour everything." As I shouted, Evangeline hurled her shield sword. The shield sword, imbued with damage payback, flew like a missile toward Cromwell and exploded on impact with the magic field. Crack, crack. One layer of the magic field surrounding Cromwell cracked, boom, and shattered with an explosion. But it was only one of the many layers of the magic field surrounding the monster. There were still layers of the magic field left around the monster. But the crack has formed, and this was our only chance to break through all those magic fields. With Evangeline's shield sword marking the spot, it became the target of all our attacks. "Fire!" Pour everything in. Verdandi sliced with Isagam. Kuelan unleashed his ultimate technique, and Mikkel continued to throw crimson magic spears without rest. All the heroes poured out their ultimate moves. Crack, crack, crack. Unable to withstand it, the magic fields broke layer by layer. Celebi, using the Imperial Seal Ring, I gathered all the will of humanity I could, forging it into a giant nail. Flicking the giant nail of will into the air, I shouted, "Finish it off! Leave it to me!" Celebi, summoning the power of the ancestral god, swung his war hammer, which glowed with golden magic, making it hundreds of times larger. Spinning like a top in the air, Celebi struck the head of the nail with his hammer. Thud! The nail of will, flying like a beam of light, struck Cromwell's magic field at the exact point we had all been attacking. Crack! The nail shattered the magic field like breaking glass, tearing through dozens of layers of magic fields at once. "Lucas!" I turned and shouted. "Finish it!" Lucas was already running. Rushing forward, Lucas leaped into the air, slashing his dual swords in an X shape. Slash! The long-range slash of light struck the nail, shoving it in, and instantly split the remaining dozens of magic field layers. But by then, Cromwell's magic pattern was recovering. Ah! The monster's surging magic erupted again, attempting to form new magic fields at that moment. "I've got it!" Boom. Damien, waiting atop a spire, took the shot. In the brief moment between the disappearance of all magic fields and the formation of new ones, his precisely aimed shot pierced through that instant gap and struck Cromwell's forehead. Thunk! It wasn't an attack bullet. It was the last of our concentrated cure, all packed into a single shot. Cromwell was the source of the zombie parasites. This cure bullet wouldn't kill her, but it could disrupt the zombification mechanism, stop the function that made the dead body move. As if in disbelief, the surging magic stopped, and Cromwell staggered. Whiz, Diamudin and Violet descended from the sky. "Please let this work," Violet, eyes tightly shut, shouted. "Daydream," and Violet's fingertips, imbued with a pale purple magic, touched Cromwell's forehead. Chapter 756. Cromwell's voice sounded dazed. Just moments ago, she had been fighting. For the sole remaining goal, conquering the human world, she was engaged in a life-and-death battle with enemies she could no longer distinguish. But when she came to her senses, she was inside a familiar ship. The dimensional transport ship that departed from her homeland. This ship, which carried the Demon Legion to other distant dimensions, was like a cherished old home for young Cromwell, almost her true homeland. Cromwell had also reverted to her childhood form. There were no overgrown antlers, no flesh covered in blood and mucus. Cromwell blinked as she looked at her small, intact body. "What is this?" Then footsteps echoed. Startled, Cromwell turned to see a familiar figure approaching slowly. Cromwell unknowingly smiled brightly and called out, "Daddy!" She quickly corrected herself. "Oh no. Elder, your excellency, here you are." It was the elder who approached. The elder, smiling with a more sorrowful expression than usual, slowly knelt on one knee in front of Cromwell. "I was worried because you weren't at the training ground." "Oh, sorry. I'll go back quickly," the elder cautiously asked the flustered Cromwell. "Do you not want to train today?" Cromwell, blinking her eyes wide, quickly shook her head. "No, I like training. I also enjoy the military strategies and politics you teach, and I love the combat techniques and magic. Your Excellency, you always said, I must not lose. I am the hope of our legion. So, Your Excellency." The elder gently interrupted Cromwell's words with a soft smile. "Today you may rest." It's okay to not study or train today. Today you can do whatever you really want to do. If you could spend today freely, what would you like to do? This had never happened in her life. Not once had there been such a day. So, with wide-open eyes, Cromwell stood frozen for a moment before finally smiling brightly with a flushed face and grabbing the elder's hand. Then I want to play with Daddy, I mean Elder." The elder gently patted Cromwell's head, who hurriedly corrected her address again. "Today you can call me Daddy." Really? But I've never. Today is okay. Just for today, you can do whatever you want." The elder stood up, holding Cromwell's small hand and leading her forward. "Now, what shall we play today, Your Excellency?" Cromwell, unable to believe whether this was a dream or reality, followed him with tears welling up. The two spent a happy day inside the empty ship. They cooked and ate together in the kitchen, read storybooks while lying down, played hide-and-seek, toured the ship while singing. like an ordinary father and daughter spending a weekend together. Cromwell experienced the happiness of an ordinary life she had never known. Yawn. The happy day quickly drew to a close. The elder, seeing Cromwell nodding off, picked her up and carried her to bed. He laid her head on a pillow, pulled the blanket up to her neck, and sat by the bed, stroking her hair. "Did you have fun today, Your Excellency?" "Yes, it was the most fun I've ever had." Cromwell smiled sleepily. "Actually, I didn't want to study military strategies or politics. I always envied other children who could sing and play. I wanted to eat sweets like other kids instead of growth stimulants, and I wanted to read storybooks with Daddy instead of training with a sword until my muscles burst. I hated training, fighting, eating, and growing up." Cromwell's whining confession gradually softened. "But I am the commander of the Legion. I have to take responsibility for our Legion. Failure is not acceptable. I must be perfect, so it's okay." Cromwell's eyes, which were closing, opened halfway. The elder smiled gently and stroked Cromwell's cheek. "You did your best. It's okay not to be perfect. It's okay to fail. It's okay to lose. You did your best. So please, don't suffer and accept what follows failure." The elder gently kissed Cromwell's forehead and whispered in her ear, "Sleep well tonight, my daughter." Cromwell, faintly smiling, responded in a fading voice, "Good night, Daddy." Cromwell lay still. Violet and Diarmuid had their hands on the forehead of the fallen monster commander, with Violet maintaining the daydream and Diarmuid directly infiltrating his consciousness into it. While Violet and Diarmuid subdued Cromwell with the daydream, I neutralized her. I meticulously separated and destroyed each of the countless antlers, no magical parasites that had grown on Cromwell's head. These parasites were the source of the zombification, stealing the magic and abilities of each Legion monster and supplying them to Cromwell. Using precision akin to surgery, I removed and exterminated each parasite with will. Originally, I would have been baffled by the complex magical formula, but with the knowledge and experience borrowed from the real Ash, I managed it without much difficulty. Sir, with each antler separated and turned to dust, the other monster's magic absorbed by Cromwell dissipated into nothing. Kyra. Ah, ah. Each time I exterminated a parasite, distant flesh monsters shrieked their death throes and collapsed. There seemed to be some magical connection. When I had removed most of the antlers and parasites, the eastern wall monsters subdued. We just received a report of completion from the north. The west is almost finished, too. We'll enter the castle and exterminate the remaining monsters. The tide of battle had turned, and victory was within reach. At that moment, "Hoo!" Diarmuid sighed deeply and opened his eyes. At the same time, Violet, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, and Cromwell, subdued in their daydream. She was dying with a faint smile on her lips, still lost in the dream. I gently patted Violet's back in gratitude and turned to Diarmuid. "What dream did you show Cromwell?" I asked this because Cromwell's face was so peaceful, not a typical expression for a monster, especially one that had been rampaging like a fiend after being zombified. It was a startlingly serene face. Diarmuid muttered bitterly, "The dream this child most longed for, and the same dream that her father, the elder, longed to see." Diarmuid had heard stories from the elder while living with him at the abandoned cathedral. The elder treated Cromwell like his daughter, and Cromwell also regarded the elder as her father. But it was never expressed. Cromwell was a Legion commander from birth, and the elder was merely her trainer. Years passed, and after Cromwell was killed by Nightbringer, the elder regretted it. Regretted. He regretted training his daughter solely to function for the Legion, and he also regretted not being more than that. He wished he had treated her more warmly, let her live like a person more. Such belated regrets. We quietly looked down at the dying enemy commander, who was peacefully dreaming. With all the parasites removed and the zombification undone, Cromwell was dying quietly. Diarmuid sighed faintly. I understood his regret. You understood? I raised many disciples like my own children. I've seen countless young ones leave before this old man. Diarmuid fixed his intense gaze on me. Of course, Prince Ash, I do not regret sending my disciples into harm's way. Human history, magical history, is built on blood and lives. My disciples fulfilled their roles splendidly. It's a cause for sorrow, not regret, Diarmuid repeated. I never had regrets like the elder, but I understood his heart. Heart, indeed. So, I wanted to give this child a peaceful end, to let that father and daughter experience the happiness they never reached, even if only in a daydream. Not because it was the only strategy, but to fulfill the last wish of someone he empathized with and understood, even if they were an enemy and a monster. Diarmuid had proposed this strategy. In truth, I had other strategies, perhaps safer and more certain methods. I possess various powers and abilities now, but I followed Diarmuid's proposal because the heart he harbored would be necessary for my future strategies. While living with them at the abandoned cathedral, I thought about the difference between humans and monsters. Diarmuid tried to speak in a calm tone. You once said, Prince Ash, that what distinguishes people from monsters is the heart. If we can hold hands and look in the same direction, regardless of race, we should be treated as the same people. Indeed, the World Guardian Front is an alliance of various races and nations that once fought each other. We now stand shoulder to shoulder with enemies from 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, and even 10 years ago. I thought the demons at the abandoned cathedral could be like that too. We tried to build an advanced base fortress at the abandoned cathedral in District 10 of the Lake Kingdom. The demon survivors were trying to survive against zombies, and we needed bait to draw the zombies' attention and reduce their numbers. Our interests aligned, and the cathedral functioned as a forward base for a while. For a time, we were allies. The idea of monsters becoming allies is absurd, but isn't it no different from the history we've experienced? I thought so. Diarmuid clicked his tongue bitterly. I believed they could become like us, because they had human nature, ko indisangdang. Human nature. Yes, even those who mistreated the elderly and tried to burn this world down had a heart that resonated with ours. Despite cultural differences and pointing weapons at each other, there was room for agreement and understanding, just like the people of our world. Reflecting on the days at the cathedral, Diarmuid eventually shook his head. But I know, Prince Ash, this is the result. Everyone at the cathedral died, and the demon who devoured her kin became a zombie and invaded our world. Granting a peaceful end to such a monster might be nonsensical. Diarmuid's voice trembled. But I saw a glimmer of possibility, even if it was a fleeting ember. The moment when yesterday's enemy could become today's comrade. Ha ha, for the great Diarmuid to say such weak words. Diarmuid pressed his hand firmly against his chest. Perhaps this human nature is our greatest weakness, and possibly our greatest strength. Human nature has led to countless crises, but also brought us here. And this human nature, the ability to empathize and sympathize with the enemy, even a monster. I need this weak human heart for the path I intend to take. Diarmuid, letting out a bitter sigh, slowly extended his hand forward. Sleep well. He gently closed the eyes of the monster, who was taking her last breath, and whispered, Sleep well. Chapter 757, the 45th Defensive Battle, which plagued us with an unbelievable number of zombies and their infectious nature, ended as anticlimactically as it had begun. Even after Cromwell was completely dead, some monsters still moved according to their individual principles, but within a day they each ceased movement. Like toys with their batteries drained, they stopped and hardened. It seems the Legion was fundamentally flawed from the beginning and couldn't sustain itself for long. 3 days after the battle ended, I stood on the wall, looking over the city as it was being cleaned up, listening to Macmillan's musings. Structurally and fundamentally, they were literally monsters gnawing away at their own flesh. They consumed their limited magic and bodies, as well as their own members, rushing towards inevitable destruction. I confirmed through map creation that there wasn't a single monster left. I turned to look beside me. You've worked hard too, Sir Macmillan. Not really. I just got up after lying in the infirmary the whole time during the defense. Macmillan, speaking nonchalantly, was missing his left hand, and a metal prosthesis was attached to his lower jaw. He leaned on a crutch. To keep La Mancha operational and make an emergency landing, Macmillan had entered the engine room filled with infected people alone. Thanks to him, La Mancha made it back to Crossroad, leading to the timely development of the cure, ensuring the patient's safe treatment and facilitating the defense. But Macmillan himself was severely injured. I looked at the metal prosthesis where his impressive jawline used to be, which once added to his suave appearance. No need to be so regretful, Your Highness. I can speak perfectly fine. They say I can even smoke my pipe again once I'm healed. Scars can be covered with a beard. He spoke a bit awkwardly and then smiled, rubbing his jaw. He then moved his hand to his philtrum. Well, since it won't grow on this side, I'll have to grow a mustache instead. Planning to cover your mouth with a mustache. I should gift him a splendid wig. No, a fake beard later. We stood in silence for a while, looking at the monster carcasses being cleared outside the city, then sighed softly. These zombies, in the end, we can only guess at their mechanism, but nothing has been clearly revealed. It's unsatisfying. That's the essence of monsters. Macmillan laughed heartily. Unknown principles, unknown reasons, shapeless and originless evil sweeping through our world. Your Highness, you've had an uncanny understanding of monsters so far, but in reality that's not normal. Only then did I vaguely understand the mindset of others on this front. I have information. I know most of what the monsters look like, their weaknesses, their origins. For me, monsters are targets to be strategized against rather than feared. But what about most people? Unknown, strange monsters appearing out of nowhere, attacking in incomprehensible ways, destroying homes and taking lives. Fear stems from the unknown, and thus, monsters are terrifying. Having faced these inexplicable monsters several times, I began to grasp the true appearance of monsters as seen by the people of this world. No matter how incomprehensible monsters are, they can't be harder to understand than people. Macmillan suddenly laughed shyly. I blinked. Is something wrong? Well, ahem. Macmillan's voice was excited. I've had a lifelong unrequited love. I confessed more than 10 times and got rejected every time, so I gave up. He scratched his neck, looking away. But apparently she heard about my severe injury and coma. When I woke up in the infirmary, there she was, nursing me. Well, and then, ahem, somehow we ended up talking and we've decided to get married once this war is over. The sentence, when this war is over, is dangerous, but the smile on his prosthetic-jawed face looked genuinely happy, so I couldn't help but laugh. Macmillan couldn't hold back his laughter either. Losing a hand and splitting my jaw, yet ending up with my unrequited love. Life is unpredictable. Congratulations, Sir Macmillan. Can I congratulate you? Of course, Your Highness. Thank you. Is this also part of the love blossoms on the monster front? For a moment, I had such a whimsical thought, and then asked the smiling Macmillan. So Macmillan, yes, you said understanding people is as difficult as understanding monsters, right? Yes. So, are you more afraid of people you can't understand, or monsters you can't understand? Macmillan smiled with his injured jaw and asked me back. Your Highness, are you more afraid of a ghost under bed in the dark, or a person? I was momentarily speechless. Just then, a woman appeared, striding up the wall. She wore a practical coat, had a tall and strong build, and her deep eyes radiated intense determination. Ah! As soon as I saw her, I knew she was Macmillan's beloved. Macmillan's shoulders tensed visibly, and his cheeks flushed even more in the winter cold. Then I'll be going. Have a good time, Sir Macmillan. As I was about to leave, patting Macmillan's shoulder, he called out, Your Highness. It may be an incredibly presumptuous request, but Macmillan spoke loudly, as if for his fiancée to hear. Would you officiate our wedding? Ha! To ask the Crown Prince to officiate, and at a wedding whose date is unknown. But I nodded readily. Macmillan was also my comrade, and this was a very cheap favour. As I stepped aside and nodded to Macmillan's lady, she hurriedly bowed deeply to me. Then she began to scold Macmillan. Why wasn't he resting when he was hurt? Why was he spreading news of the wedding already? Why was he making presumptuous requests to the Crown Prince? Leaving Macmillan to be soundly scolded by his fiancée, I thought. He's a man who dares to ask such things of the Crown Prince. Hold on to him tightly. He's a genuine man. Imperial Airship Commander Macmillan thus withdrew from the front line. Another cherished hero left my front. The sight of griffins flying over Crossroad has become an everyday scene. Mikhail and the Sky Knights patrolled from the sky to ensure no monsters were left. Mikhail! I waved to Mikhail as he landed after his regular patrol. Good news, good news. As he dismounted from his griffin, looking puzzled, I grinned. All the other Sky Knights who were being treated at the temple have regained consciousness. Among them were Mikhail's 5 wives, all infected but safely recovered. Mikhail's face lit up, and he hurried with me to the temple. Inside the temple, the 5 queens of the Vermilion Kingdom were gathered in the same room. Mikhail, as we entered the room, all 5 queens rushed out to hug Mikhail. We were so scared. We thought we'd never see you again. Are you okay, Mikhail? You're not hurt, right? I'm fine. You all went through a lot. Mikkel hugged his 5 crying wives, also tearing up. The young king and queens, still children, touched each other's cheeks to ensure they were safe. I stood quietly outside the room, watching this scene. It's fortunate they survived, but one of the queens looked down at her arm dejectedly. Our bodies are covered in scars. During the infection process, the infected bit each other. The queen's bodies bore numerous human bite marks. Some wounds were deep enough to leave scars that wouldn't heal easily. For newlyweds wanting to look beautiful for their partners, this was a disaster. I felt sorry that they were brought to this monster front during their honeymoon and were injured in their first battle. But I didn't need to apologize. Mikkel kissed each scar on his wives' bodies and whispered with a smile, "It's okay. I'll make sure these scars don't matter by leaving my bite marks on your bodies every night." Wow, what? Is he crazy? This is the kind of line a boy king with 5 wives would say. As a lifelong bachelor, I was frozen by this terrifying line, while Mikkel's 5 wives blushed deeply and playfully hit their husband, saying, "What are you saying in front of guests?" But they were clearly pleased, their smiles reaching their ears. Does that actually work? Is this the power of being married? If I said that to Serenade, I imagined it briefly. No, no, I can't. It would be terrifying. I could vividly picture Serenade, completely out of control, storming towards me like a Terminator. I'm scared. That line is too heavy for me. I'll leave it for a distant future. Anyway, the atmosphere among the queens, who were struggling with physical and emotional wounds, quickly lightened. As Mikkel continued to comfort his wives, he glanced at me and whispered, "Learning from my sister helps in times like these." Is this the spouse-soothing technique learned from his sister, who has 5 husbands? It seemed the future of the Vermilion Kingdom was very bright. For some reason, that thought struck me. Is this also a conclusion of love blossoms on the monster front? Facing a monster invasion, it almost turned into a bloody honeymoon. No, it was somewhat bloody, but seeing Mikkel and his queen smiling happily reassured me a little. As I left the room, I fell into thought. Since they came here for their honeymoon, I should provide some entertainment for them. In a few days, it would be the New Year, the usual New Year's festival. Although it would be difficult to enjoy the festival as leisurely as in previous years with the final battle imminent, it would still be a good change of pace. Thinking of such peaceful thoughts for the first time in a while, I noticed something strange. Wait, but we had definitely defeated all the monsters and the enemy commander. Why hasn't the stage clear notification appeared? Chapter 758. Why hasn't the stage ended? Is there still a monster I haven't found? Could there still be an infected soldier? I was contemplating whether to conduct another thorough investigation of the entire city when a report came in. My lord, a report from the observation team. They've detected a hidden airship south of Crossroad. It can't be seen with the naked eye, but its position has been confirmed. Lucas, who reported this, looked slightly tense as he asked, "What should we do? Should we shoot it down?" I had a feeling. I took Lucas and headed to the hangar. Launch La Mancha. We'll move directly to that location. Isn't that dangerous? Wouldn't it be safer to shoot it down and then investigate? Even if there's a risk, we need to check it out directly. Escort me, Lucas. Yes, sir. Thus, we flew to the designated point on the airship La Mancha. The enemy airship was cloaked with a magical veil, hiding in the sky, but as we got closer, its shape became faintly visible to the naked eye. The state of the veil wasn't good to begin with. Have we tried to communicate? Yes, but there's no response. Any sign of hostility? None. It's just floating there. Even as La Mancha approached to the point of being right in front of it, the mysterious airship remained still. I called out to the magician I had brought along. "Junior." "Yes, your highness. Can you dispel the veil?" "Of course." Junior lightly waved his staff, lifting the veil over the area, revealing an ancient, otherworldly red airship that looked to be centuries old. "This airship," I murmured, "it's a Demon Legion's dimensional transport ship." "What, then?" "Yes, it's Cromwell's ship. The dimensional transport ship that flew from Cromwell's homeland, carrying her legion to this world. Despite its grand name, the ship was in poor condition. Built centuries ago, it was worn out, and its outer armor, as if scorched by fire, was crumbling. "Bring La Mancha alongside. I'll go in and check it out myself." After several attempts to communicate yielded no response, we decided to board the ship directly. Torkel took the lead with his shield, followed by Lucas, myself in the center, then Junior, Diomudin, and Evangeline at the rear. We boarded the enemy ship in that order. "The hatch is open, Your Highness." The hatch leading inside the ship was wide open. "I'll go in first." Torkel cautiously checked the entrance and led the way, and we slowly followed. The interior of the ship was in better condition than the exterior, but still showed signs of extensive fire damage. They said Cromwell's legion was defeated by the Black Dragon Legion. I murmured as I spotted traces of black flames, evidence of the Black Dragon Legion's attacks. This ship must have escaped during that battle, but all the crew died, and it drifted here following its commander. We entered the deepest part of the bridge. There were two main structures, a complex, intertwined magical engine, or something resembling it. Junior and Diomudin immediately marveled and approached the engine. "Wow, I've never seen a magical core like this. It's not just a power source, but inscribed with powerful and complex magic. It's not merely an engine to power the ship. It's an artifact with higher dimensional magic. It's like," I interjected, "allowing it to travel to other worlds." A bold imagination, Prince Ash, but it's plausible. In fact, I was likely correct. It was, after all, a dimensional transport ship of the Demon Legion. This engine seemed to be the core of that function. An unexpected find. Let's take it and study it. I pondered for a moment. A ship that can travel to other worlds. I need to meet Coco. Coco the Severer, a mage residing at the dungeon base camp. As a master of spatial magic, she might help us utilize this equipment effectively. Aside from the engine, there was another notable device. I examined it quietly, a large tank, containing a huge lava-like creature lying limp inside. As we approached, the giant lava weakly lifted its body and stared at us. Suspecting its identity, I spoke first. "It seems to be the source of the zombification parasite." "So, this grotesque lava is the cause of the zombie outbreak, Senior. Strictly speaking, it's a bit different." Combining the information from the setting book read by the old man and the real Ash's experiences, I formed an interpretation. The red-skinned demons are a unique race among monsters, generally possessing high stats but no special abilities. They resemble humans in many ways, including their use of equipment similar to humans. Their one special ability is sacrifice. They can transfer abilities to someone by offering a sacrifice. This ability manifests through the deliberate implantation of this parasite. To gain the power to absorb another's life force by devouring or being devoured, demons implant this parasite from the fetal stage. Why did they do such a terrifying thing? Evangeline, puzzled by my explanation, asked. To continue, to become stronger. They are drifters from another dimension. No matter where they go, they remain outsiders. To fully assimilate the knowledge and power passed down from their predecessors, they forcibly develop this ability to use sacrifice, ensuring that adults who are devoured by children pass on everything to them, to fully inherit the karma of the previous generation. This parasite might have been their banner. Initially, it functioned as a banner to inherit the will and dreams of the predecessors, but over time, it lost its original intent and began to be misused in other ways, judging by the appearance of their subordinate demons. And in the end, this parasite was contaminated and altered by someone, causing the zombie outbreak by infecting and reviving the dead. If a person's banner, whether by choice or external influence, if altered and contaminated, and if that altered banner continues to be passed down, those inheriting it might also become no different from zombies. They might turn into monsters wielding a distorted belief. I touch the banner at my waist, light and shadow. What distinguishes humans from monsters? Is it parasites? Is it banners? Does my banner truly represent the beliefs of those who passed it to me? Diomudin, I asked Diomudin, please burn this equipment. Cleanly. Understood. With a complex expression, Diomudin stood before the equipment, gazing at the giant lava-like parasite. He slowly reached out and cast a fire spell. The parasite lay down at the bottom of the tank as if sensing its end. Like a banner that had fulfilled its purpose, it sank powerlessly. The last parasite burned, its smoke rising into the winter sky. We salvaged the smoky enemy ship and returned to Crossroad. Stage 45 clear. Stage MVP Diomudin SSR. Level up characters. Ash X and 70 others expand list deceased characters. None injured characters. Macmillan N and 50 others expand list acquired items. Demon Guard Captain's Magic Core SSR. 1 Flame Giant King's Magic Core SSR. 1 Bride Devourer's Magic Core SSR, 1 Decagon Magic Core SSR, 1 Wingless Cicada Lord's Magic Core SSR, 1 Vortex Magic Core SSR, 1 Hellhound Gatekeeper's Magic Core SR, 5 others. Calculating, acquired special equipment. Demon Legion's Dimensional Transport Ship. 1 Stage Clear rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. SSR Grade Reward Box. 10 Get ready for the next stage, next stage. Final Act, January 1st, 652 Imperial Year. A new year's morning dawned. Waking up at dawn, I sat blankly on my bed, gazing at the faintly brightening eastern sky. I woke up in this world. On the last day of February, 649. The final battle of the tutorial was on the next day, March 1. It's been 34 months already, and now it's my third new year here. What's left is 2 months. The final 5 stages. Not much time remains. The end is really close. Can I really, with no regrets, with no lingering attachment, can I achieve a satisfying ending? Can I truly reach the true ending, lost in such thoughts? Bang! The door burst open. Happy New Year, Your Highness. Yay! New Year's Festival, New Year's Festival. Reenacting the now familiar New Year's morning scene, the main party's shield-bearer and mage jumped into the room cheerfully. I couldn't help but laugh. This is already the third New Year's morning here, but these guys never change. Get up quickly and give us our New Year's money, New Year's money. Yay, New Year's money. Bonus. Incentive. Evangeline, holding a ladle, and Junior, holding a pot lid, cheerfully banged them together, then widened their eyes upon seeing me already awake. Ha! What, you're already awake, Senior? Oh my, it's true. Isn't it a tradition to see His Highness just waking up with swollen eyes and bed hair on the first day of the year? When did that tradition start? Mumbling, I got up. My New Year's reflection time was shattered by the kids' clamor for New Year's money. What about the others? They're all in the dining hall, waiting for you. Getting up early and coming here made us hungry, Your Highness. Let's go and have some meatball stew. Yes, New Year's morning calls for a hot bowl of rice cake soup. I mean meatball stew. All right, let's go and have a hearty bowl. What about New Year's money, Senior? New Year's money. Sheesh, asking for New Year's money without even bowing. I must have turned the New Year's bonus into a proper name by joking about it before. Don't worry, it'll be given out. Don't be so impatient. Yay, awesome, Evangeline and Junior, walking ahead of me, joyfully clanged their ladle and pot lid together. The energy was off the charts from the morning. Is this the power of the new year? Entering the dining hall, Lucas and Damien greeted me. Good morning, my lord. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Your Highness. Yes, thank you for your hard work from the morning. May you both have a prosperous new year too. Sitting down at the prepared table, the person bringing out a large pot of stew on a tray was, Did you sleep well, Your Highness? Serenade. Seeing her smile as bright as the early morning sunlight, I smiled back without realizing it. But simultaneously, I felt a faint void. The figure of my aide and director, Ada, who always brought the meatball stew on the first day of the past 2 New Years, was no longer visible. Pushing away thoughts of him, who disappeared after fulfilling his final role, I beckoned Serenade. Good morning, Serenade. Happy New Year. Sit and eat with us. After breakfast, while each of us sipped warm tea, New Year's wine, or a mix of dried fruit and milk jam, chatting away. Today's the New Year's festival, right? What are your plans? I asked casually, and Lucas answered immediately. I have a date with Hecate, PFFFD. Everyone around us spewed what they were drinking. Watching the spectacle of various drinks being sprayed around like New Year's fountains, I had a feeling. With the New Year's festival, love blossoms on the monster front would also reach its conclusions for each character. Chapter 759, Under the Snowflakes Pouring from the Sky. Crossroad was bustling with life for the first time in a while, making it hard to believe that just a few days ago, it had been the site of a fierce battle against monsters. The citizens who had fled returned, and the city was filled with the steam from food preparations everywhere. People from various countries made their traditional New Year's dishes and shared them with each other. It seemed like a competition to show off their country's food culture as they eagerly handed out food to guests. Originally, Crossroad did not have a culture of New Year festivals. However, due to the absence of the autumn festival in the second year, a simple event of sharing food and setting up street stalls on the first day of the new year took its place. This event was well received, and it seemed like everyone needed a moment to catch their breath. So, starting this year, it was officially made into an event. Strictly speaking, today is not a festival. It's just a day to share food, pray at the temple, and enjoy the peaceful day together. What is a festival anyway? If everyone is happy, that's a festival. As the size of the World Guardian Front grew over the year, people from more diverse countries brought out various dishes to share. For some reason, this food-sharing event turned into a scene from a food fight manga, with countries competing to see whose food was the tastiest based on sales. Serenade, was this your doing? However, this year, the presence of the Bringer Duchy was noticeably absent. Suddenly, the scene from 2 years ago came to mind. The image of Dusk Bringer pouring meat stew over roasted vegetables in a large pot. The dragon lady smiled. She joked about controlling the fire herself to roast the vegetables, claiming that it was all about fire control. I kept looking around, raising my head. The people I saw on the first New Year's, the people I saw on the second New Year's, were not here today. Suddenly, the shadows of the missing people passed by in a vision on the New Year's streets. When I closed and opened my eyes, the shadows were gone, and only the laughter of people enjoying themselves with plates of food remained, as I absent-mindedly chased the traces of the disappeared with my eyes. But still, our leaf dumplings are the best, aren't they? The taste that peels the roof of your mouth. Kuelan grinned as he took dumplings fresh out of the oven. These were the unique dumplings of the leaf tribe, said to bring good luck for the year if eaten hot and swallowed quickly. Of course, like last year, I just took the plate and left it on the table to cool down because I detested burning the roof of my mouth. The place where I was sitting was at the Leaf Tribe's stall. It was as popular as last year, bustling with other customers. I was sitting in the prime spot right next to the oven where Kulan was baking dumplings, watching the scene. "This is the last piece before the storm, isn't it, Captain?" Kulan asked, wiping the sweat off his forehead after adjusting the oven's fire. "Everyone's taking a breather before the final sprint, isn't that right?" I chuckled softly. "For someone who knows, your voice doesn't seem scared, Kulan. The trials we've gone through have been so harsh that we're getting used to them. It's not good to be careless, but honestly, it feels like, whatever comes, let it. We'll break it all anyway." Kulan showed his determination by bumping his fists together. I quietly smiled and grabbed my dumplings, then quietly put them down, still hot. Kulan is right. This is the final calm before the last 5 rounds. After this peaceful period and the final preparations from the 46th stage to the 50th stage, it will be relentless. The citizens who barely returned will have to flee again, and we will have to endure harsh battles at the end of this winter. But if we win this, it's really all over, isn't it? Kuelan grinned as he placed another dumpling on my plate. "Hey, I'm letting it cool, and you're giving me another hot one. Thinking that way makes it feel more manageable, doesn't it? If this ordeal is the last hill we have to climb, it even makes me a bit happy, because we just have to push a little more. Is that how one can think about it? If we endure just these 2 more months, it's the end." "I am." As I tried to find the shadows of those who never returned, I closed and opened my eyes tightly. Am I leading them all to the right end? As I led everyone in the right direction. Just then, a group from the temple and retired soldiers from the old barracks came into Kuelan's dumpling stall. I waved at Torkel, who was at the forefront. "Torkel, ah, Your Highness, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Want a dumpling?" I subtly handed Torkel one of the 2 steaming hot dumplings on my plate. Torkel took it without hesitation and popped it into his mouth. "Wow, isn't it hot?" I asked, amazed at Torkel's unfazed expression, to which he calmly replied, "Nope, perfectly fine. Did you burn the roof of your mouth?" Even the best tank on the front line can't avoid burning their mouth. As we exchanged various New Year's greetings, I noticed a few missing from the group of retired soldiers. The Glory Knights were one thing, but Chain, who always hung out with the retired soldiers and was close to Torkel, was not there. "Where's Chain? He left in a hurry the other day." Torkel smiled inside his helmet. "He exchanged letters with his daughter. Luckily, her response was not bad. He returned home to visit on New Year's Day." "Ha!" Knowing Chain's situation, I felt a bit worried. He's been away from home for quite a while. His wife was very angry too. Will it be okay? It's New Year's. Torkel said softly as he handed out dumpling plates to other retired soldiers. There are few days when people's hearts are more forgiving than today. We don't know when the world will end, so the sooner they reconcile, the more time they have to love each other. His voice was still blunt and awkward, but Torkel had become as eloquent as any skilled speaker. Yes, whether today is the last January 1st in this world or not, we don't know yet. I hoped Chain would return home safely, reconcile with his wife, apologize to his daughter, and kiss his grandchild's cheek. And of course, I also knew that people's hearts don't always work out so conveniently. Listening to the conversation, Kuelan glanced briefly towards the north of the city, towards the Aryan Kingdom camp. With a shout, he resumed baking dumplings. After sneaking a glance at the parallel line of unfulfilled connections between Kuelan and Yun, I ate my now suitably cooled dumplings and turned my gaze to the other side of the city, wishing that on New Year's everyone would touch each other's hearts with generosity. Evangeline walked down the street with a serious face. Snow was falling from the sky, but the weather was mild. The street lined with hot pots was slightly warm just from the presence of people and food. Walking alongside other heroes from the Sky Knights and shoveling various foods into her mouth, Evangeline kept groaning. The other heroes walking beside her looked puzzled. You seem more worried than usual today, President. Indeed, normally you'd have eaten 5 more plates by now. To think you'd be this down in the face of free food. What's wrong, President? Well, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. It just bothers me, Lucas and Hecate's date, but I couldn't tail them like before. This time it seemed like they were going to have a serious conversation. But I'm curious, what's going to happen? How does Lucas really feel? As she grew increasingly frustrated, Evangeline felt her temper flare. Why am I the only one worrying about this when he doesn't even care if I get confessed to? No, the more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. Why does it feel like I'm the only one losing out? I'm going to stop caring too. You two live happily ever after on your own. Fuming, Evangeline started a rage-fueled eating spree. The heroes from the Sky Knights applauded as she devoured the New Year's food stalls one by one. That's right, this is our president. Please break your record, President. Heh, let's destroy this event that dares to offer free food. Crossroad, you underestimated the greatness of your future lord. As she received the cheers and wicked laughter of the members, Evangeline energetically filled her round belly. Ah, ah. Before she knew it, she was at the familiar cafeteria street, and in front of her was the new Terror restaurant where the Sky Knights often had gatherings. And standing awkwardly at the entrance, greeting customers, was the now familiar waiter. Hello, Miss Evangeline. Ahem. Feeling awkward, Evangeline turned her gaze and greeted him back. Hello, waiter. Something felt off. The waiter looked at her with a determined gaze. The heroes who had been following Evangeline and wrecking the food stalls fell silent. Suddenly, the area around the restaurant entrance was wrapped in a silence that did not match the New Year's atmosphere. It's the first time seeing you since that battle. You didn't get hurt, did you? No, thanks to you saving me, I'm safe. Another brief silence. Evangeline, not knowing how to handle this atmosphere, turned around and signaled for help from the members with her eyes, but they were all snickering evilly while eating popcorn. These brats. Once again, thank you so much. You're my lifesaver. No, it's nothing. It was my duty as the heir to the Border Count title. Evangeline stammered in front of the waiter, who was bowing deeply and muttering. It was then. And, after participating in that battle and facing the monster up close, I realized. Ha! I realized just how incredible you are, Miss, and how unfit I am for this world. The waiter murmured bitterly. This is not a place for someone with childish courage like me. The warriors on this front line are fighting a much more grueling and harsh battle than I had ever imagined. I wanted to show you that my feelings for you were real by facing the monster head-on. But now I know how utterly childish that idea was. The waiter bowed deeply. I overstepped, driven by my own emotions, causing trouble for you and many others. I'm truly sorry. No, it's not that. I'm leaving this city. The waiter smiled sadly, because I'm a coward. Since that day, I've had nightmares about the monster every night. I will pray for your and Crossroads' fortune from afar. Admitting his shame and weakness, the waiter looked much more at ease and bowed once more. Please consider that confession from that day as if it never happened. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. So, would you like to have a meal? Of course, she didn't eat there. Evangeline and the Sky Knights walked past the cafeteria to the next street. Wait a moment. Feeling dazed, Evangeline walked on with a completely unrelaxed face, murmuring, "Did I just get dumped? I didn't even do anything, but he just confessed and took it back on his own." Wait, hold on, waiter, stay there. This doesn't make 0 confessions, 1 rejection. Evangeline, who had just achieved a legendary score, clutched her head and roared, "You were a..." Meanwhile, in the opposite alley, sitting with Hecate at another cafeteria, Lucas glanced in the direction of the whale. What's that, a pterodactyl? Chapter 760, against the backdrop of Evangeline's distant scream. Lucas and Hecate sat silently by the window in a cafe, drinking coffee. Lucas wore a cold and functional expression, as he always did when not with his master, and Hecate watched his face as if she were appreciating a sculpture. "It's been a long time since I've seen you out of armor." Hecate smiled faintly as she looked at Lucas's coat. "Yeah, really long time." Lucas absent-mindedly touched the collar of his coat. "Really? Yeah, even at the academy, you always wore your uniform." At the academy, it was uniforms, and here on the front lines, it was armor. Lucas was almost always armed. It was an expression of his will to always be on guard as the prince's escort, but Hecate now understood a bit more about his true feelings. He was closing off his heart, too. So seeing him in casual clothes after such a long time was both comforting and it also hurt to confirm once again that Lucas had been closing his heart to her all this time. It's peaceful like this, even if it's just a brief respite. Hecate spoke gently, not showing her feelings, and teased with her eyes. "You asked me out on a date first, but no special plans. I only thought about having a meal and a cup of coffee." That's so you, Lucas. Or maybe it's impressive that he managed to ask her out on a date and have a meal and coffee together. For a human golden retriever who only knew swordsmanship and his master, it was a huge leap forward. Clink. At that moment, Lucas set down his coffee cup and looked at Hecate seriously. "So, Hecate, have you figured things out?" Lucas's question was direct. What Hecate, who could no longer live as a knight, would do next and where she would go. "Well," Hecate chuckled softly and stirred her coffee with a spoon, "I was hoping a handsome knight would hold on to me, but that doesn't seem likely." Lucas lowered his eyes and hesitated before speaking cautiously. "Hecate, if you really want..." Lucas, but Hecate cut him off. "I know. You never had feelings for me, right? That's why you've always pretended to be oblivious and kept your distance. I know it all." Lucas remained silent. Hecate eventually stopped stirring her coffee. She was tired of going in circles without meaning. So she put down the spoon and slowly, but surely, finished the bitter coffee left in the cup. Summoning her courage, she faced Lucas. "I'm not that selfish. I have pride, too. I don't intend to cling to you out of pity." There was a time when she did, when she wished he would look at her, even out of pity. Not long ago, she certainly did. But, sigh, now she didn't want to do that anymore. For the sake of all of them. "I still don't know what I'll do in the future, but when I almost died to those zombie flesh things, I thought of one thing I wanted to do." "Something you want to do." "Yeah, something I never dared to imagine, but maybe really want to try." Hecate smiled like a mischievous child. Seeing such a smile from her for the first time since she was very young, Lucas blinked stupidly. "It's a very small and trivial wish. Can you grant it?" "If it's something I can do, anytime," Lucas nodded. Then Hecate took a deep breath. "Lucas, can I dump you?" She said something like that. Lucas, not understanding, couldn't react. Hecate covered her mouth and giggled. "The girl who clung to you her whole life finally kicks you away at the end. Yeah, that's my wish. How about it? Can you grant it?" "Ah!" Still not grasping it, Lucas stared at her as Hecate suddenly remembered something. That day, at the end of the world, facing the monsters, what Junior had told her. When you lose everything, you just become yourself, not the heir to a curse, nor a revenger of an old war, nor an imperial knight, just 24-year-old you. Hecate closed her eyes for a moment and took a breath. "I still don't know what kind of person I'll become. I can't use my sword anymore. I've lost the curse, and the stage for revenge has disappeared." She had lost everything, and because of that. "So I'm going to be reborn, from the beginning, on this ruin." She could start anything, anyway, any direction. "Now I'm just me, detached from the past, able to find anything I want to do, just 24-year-old me." She knew. Maybe this was just wordplay. Maybe it was an excuse for a loser. But Hecate decided to stop looking at the end of a dark tunnel. Like that young wizard who survived the country she hated but saved her in front of the monsters. Even if she couldn't dream of a resort with a sparkling pool in the south, she decided to look for something else that might shine. I'll leave the past behind and find a new goal to start over from the beginning. So I'll stop clinging to you now. Someone she loved so much. No, perhaps still loved, but never opened his heart to her, this wretched and cruel first love, Hecate declared with a refreshing smile. Live happily, you bastard. This is me dumping you, got it? We're agreed on this, right? No, wait. Then I'm leaving. Hecate, clutching her chest that was both painful and relieved, stood up and smiled. I enjoyed our first and last date. Goodbye. Leaving behind Lucas, who stood there with his mouth slightly open, Hecate walked out of the cafe and disappeared into the snow-covered winter street, watching her back quietly. After recording another 0 confessions, 1 rejection score, Lucas, sitting blankly, finally managed to make a sound. Ah! It was a very bear-like sound, not much different from Evangeline's pterosaur-like scream. Crossroad city center, street stalls. Wow, there are so many delicious foods. Hannibal shouted with a bright face in front of the stalls from various countries. Holding Hannibal's hands were Zennies and Rosetta. Let's go, Dad. High Priestess. Ah, okay. Zennies and Rosetta both had uncomfortable expressions. Understandably so, since with Hannibal between them it looked just like a family. It looked like a couple with a young son. Of course, this was a deliberate atmosphere created by Hannibal, who played the role of an innocent young son leading the two inside the street. Zennies and Rosetta were quite flustered, but they weren't unhappy with the situation. The three tasted New Year's foods from various countries, holding snacks in their hands, laughing and joking together as they walked. Oh, cotton candy, Hannibal shouted as he spotted a cotton candy stall. Let's get cotton candy. Sure, I'll go get it. Rosetta winked at Zennies and headed to the cotton candy stall to order 3. While Rosetta was getting the cotton candy, Zennies knelt down to match Hannibal's eye level. Hannibal, yes, Dad. I know you want a mom, but don't be too insistent with High Priestess Rosetta. At the sudden but piercing comment, Hannibal's large eyes wavered. The young spirit mage stammered. But you two get along well, don't you? And it's not like the goddess's priests are forbidden from dating or marrying. Well, yes, we get along. It's not bad. Zennies laughed bitterly. Honestly, I even liked her at one point. Really? Then why? Just then, Rosetta returned with the cotton candy. Hannibal urgently asked Rosetta, High Priestess, do you dislike my dad? Ha, I don't dislike him. Although I almost had to execute him for heresy and he's diligently earning heresy points, I don't dislike him. Rosetta chuckled. In fact, I even liked him when we were young. Really? Then you too. We had feelings for each other, though our timing was off. Rosetta calmly handed them their cotton candy. But we have a deeper relationship than simple affection. Lifesavers, sworn siblings, comrades, and followers of the same deity. Rosetta and Zennies' relationship was complex and multi-layered. If we became closer as a man and a woman, all those other relationships might lose their depth. We were afraid of that. So we pretended not to know each other's feelings. And a lot of time has passed since then. Rosetta looked at Zennies, and Zennies smiled awkwardly. Our young and tender feelings have faded appropriately. We're comfortable as we are now. But, Hannibal, Rosetta gently comforted Hannibal, there are many forms of relationships in this world, and you and I don't necessarily need to fit into the family mold to be together. I can't be your mother, but I can care for you, bless you, and think of you. Rosetta softly stroked Hannibal's hair. Why don't we start from there? Hannibal nodded slowly, his head bowed, and quickly wiped his eyes before running into the street stalls. I'll go buy something else. Watching Hannibal's retreating back, Zenny sighed deeply. It seems we told a child 2 harsh truths on the first day of the new year. It's not a world where you can get everything you want. Rosetta smiled. Charming wrinkles formed around her mouth and eyes. But that child's idea is quite clever, trying to match us together. Naive and bold, it actually seems plausible. Ha ha. It's not a world where you can get everything you want, but those who don't give up and strive will eventually hold fitting fruits in their hands. Rosetta made the sign of the cross and whispered a prayer. May many good connections come to that child. Zennies prayed alongside her and smiled quietly. May many people form new connections, as many as the missed connections in Crossroad. The two priests prayed together. for Hannibal's future, and for the intertwined fates of others in Crossroad to be blessed, on this New Year's Day for everyone. But wait a minute. Suddenly, during the prayer, stray thoughts entered the minds of the two priests. We never actually confessed our feelings to each other, did we? Did I just get rejected without properly confessing? The two priests glanced at each other, then closed their eyes again. The zero confessions, one rejection score was spreading throughout Crossroad, a small town near Crossroad, in front of a small brick house on the outskirts, where the steam from freshly baked bread wafted. Standing there with crutches, clutching the letters exchanged with his daughter, Chain closed his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply several times. Slowly, he raised his hand to the door, and knock, mustering his courage, he knocked.